Flower Stealing Master Chapter 2487 to Chapter 2516. The Zhuang family was a big family in Huzhou, so it was easy to find it. The two of them soon arrived outside the Zhuang family. Fearing that their whereabouts would be exposed, Song Qingshu did not ask anyone to inform them. Instead, he quietly climbed over the wall with Yuanzi and entered directly from the backyard. Perhaps because of the Mingshi case, the Zhuang family had few people now, and there was no one in the backyard. After walking for a while, Song Qingshu suddenly found a little girl in front of him. She was about 2 or 3 years old and was playing in the yard. He could not help but be stunned. How could there be such a little girl in the Zhuang family? At this time, the little girl also saw them and asked in a childish voice, "Who are you?" Song Qingshu smiled slightly and said, "Little girl, why are you here alone? Where are your parents?" The little girl tilted her head and answered, "My mother is inside." "Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before?" Song Qingshu had come here for an important matter, but when he saw the little girl, he felt that she was cute for no reason. He squatted down in front of her and said, "We're looking for a girl named Xianxia. Do you know her?" Xianxia? This name sounds familiar. The little girl scratched her head and was obviously a little confused. "Oh, I remember. My mother seems to be called Xianxia." "Ah?" Song Qingshu's cultivation had already reached the realm where he would not change his expression even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. He thought that he could deal with any situation extremely calmly, but when he suddenly heard this little girl said that her mother was called Xianxia, he was instantly shocked. Yuanzi, who was beside him, blinked her eyes. On the way here, she had roughly learned the relationship between Xianxia and brother Song. What was going on? "Bao, who are you talking to?" At this time, a soft female voice suddenly sounded in the house. Before they met, they knew how gentle and obedient the other party was. An uncle said he was looking for an aunt called Xianxia. The little girl's speech was not very clear, but it was really unusual for her to express her meaning so clearly at such a young age. "Ah?" A low cry came from inside, and then a white figure leaped out of the house. His first reaction was to protect the little girl behind him. When he saw Song Qingshu's appearance clearly, he couldn't help but be startled. His face revealed an expression of surprise and joy, and he was momentarily speechless. Yuanzi looked at her carefully and found that the petite girl in front of her had curved eyebrows and a small mouth. She looked pretty and cute, just like how brother Song and senior sister described her. Xianxia Song Qingshu's mouth was a little dry. The two of them had been separated for several years. Although he had his reasons for running around all these years, he had not come to find her all these years. He was really a scumbag. Big brother Song, Xianxia subconsciously wanted to throw herself into his arms, but for some reason, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. Her expression was somewhat complicated. "Mother, who is he?" The little girl at the side blinked her big eyes. As if awakening from a dream, Xianxia hastily said, "Bao, quickly greet Daddy." "Daddy?" Hearing this news, not to mention Yuanzi, even Song Qingshu was startled. He never expected that he would get such a big surprise after such a long time. "Is your name Song Qingshu?" The little girl looked at Song Qingshu with puzzlement, and her eyes were full of curiosity. "Ah, yes." Song Qingshu had not digested this news, so he answered subconsciously. "Ah, it's really Daddy." After getting the confirmation, the little girl jumped into his arms joyfully. Holding her petite body in his arms, Song Qingshu suddenly had a feeling that they were connected by blood. He couldn't help hugging her tightly, as if he was afraid that she would disappear once he let go of her. "Daddy, why haven't you come to see me these years?" The little girl blinked her eyes and suddenly asked. I have a lot of things to deal with." Song Qingshu couldn't go on for a while. He couldn't say that he didn't know her existence, could he? It would be too incompetent to be a father. Xianxia squatted down and stroked her daughter's head gently. "Bao, I have a lot of things to deal with. Now I come to see you." The little girl said, "I thought you lied to me before. It turns out that I really have a father." Song Qingshu felt that his voice was a little choked with sobs. "Xianxia, what's going on? Why didn't you inform me?" Xianxia smiled slightly. "Brother Song, you have so many things to deal with, and I don't want to disturb you." Yuanzi showed a puzzled look on her face. How could she not tell her father that she had given birth to a child? This reason was a bit unreasonable. However, it was really strange that the little girl told him that she was indeed Brother Song's daughter. Song Qingshu didn't doubt it at all. At the first sight of this little girl, he had a feeling of closeness and affection. He didn't understand the feeling of blood connection before, but now he finally understood it. Holding the little girl in his arms, Song Qingshu asked Shuang'er while playing with her. Only then did he know that Shuang'er found that she was pregnant soon after she returned to Huzhou after parting with him last time. Then, she gave birth to her daughter. Fortunately, there were many orphans and widows in the Zhuang family, who had a lot of experience in this aspect. They took care of her one by one, and the whole process was smooth. Thank you for your hard work these days. Although Shuang'er didn't say it, Song Qingshu could imagine how hard it was for a little girl to get pregnant suddenly. Fortunately, it was in the environment of the Zhuang family. If it was outside, she might be destroyed by the gossip of the people around her. He had been wondering why she didn't come to see him, even if she sent someone to inform him. She just bore all this alone. Is it because I have too many lovers around me and she doesn't want to get involved in this mess? Brother Song, who is this girl? After chatting for a while, Shuang'er suddenly looked at Yuanzi beside her. Yuanzi blushed and said hurriedly, Sister Shuang'er, my name is Yuanzi. Although Shuang'er seemed to be a little younger than her, after all, she had married Shuang'er first and had a child. So, she naturally called her sister humbly. Shuang'er was startled and hurriedly helped her up. Miss Yuan, you don't have to be so polite. I'm afraid I'm a little younger than you. How dare I call you sister? After chatting for a while, they gradually became familiar with each other, and the atmosphere was not as awkward as at the beginning. Song Qingshu kissed his daughter and felt that the child's face was particularly delicate and lovely. He hurriedly asked, by the way, have you named her Bauer? I heard you call her Bauer just now. Shuang'er nodded slightly and touched her daughter's head dotingly. Then, she looked at him and said, yes, I named her Xiaobao. After all, I feel sorry for Xiaobao. This way, I can make up for the guilt in my heart. Brother Song, you don't mind, do you? Song Qingshu sighed. Of course I don't mind. After all, Shuang'er and Wei Xiaobao had a deep relationship, and they were husband and wife. She had always felt guilty about Wei Xiaobao. Presumably, this was the main reason why she hadn't contacted him all these years. But won't it be a little strange if she has the same name as Brother Wei? Song Qingshu couldn't help saying. He had been messing around with other people's wives all these years, and now he got what he deserved. None of his 3 children took his surname. It was really a sin. Shuang'er blinked and said, her surname is Song. Why does she have the same name? Song Qingshu was pleasantly surprised. Really? He had never expected that Shuang'er would be willing to let her daughter take his surname. He had always respected the opinions of women. Whether it was Song Bai or Madame Ruan, they all agreed to let their children take their husbands' surnames for their sake. Shuang'er pursed her lips and smiled. Of course it's true. This is your daughter. I'm very grateful that you agreed to call her Xiaobao. How could you change her surname? Xiaobao, my good daughter, Song Xiaobao. My good daughter, Song Xiaobao. Eh? Song Qingshu was in the middle of kissing, hugging, and lifting his daughter up high when his expression suddenly froze. Song Xiaobao, what the hell? What's wrong? Shuang'er noticed his expression and asked curiously. No, she can't be called this name. Song Qingshu was speechless. He thought that his good daughter had the same name as the Northeast F4, especially the image of that person. He felt that he couldn't accept it. Oh. Shuang'er, who had been staring at his expression, heard him say this, and there was a trace of sadness and struggle in her eyes. Song Qingshu hurriedly said, Shuang'er, you can give her any name, but the name Xiaobao with my surname is really a bit. Shuang'er said, okay, I got it. Song Qingshu was stunned. Originally, he thought that she would argue for what was right, but he didn't expect that she would agree so easily, which made him feel extremely guilty. He knew that Shuang'er had always been very gentle, but she was considerate, which didn't mean that she wouldn't be sad. He wanted to comfort her, but the name Song Xiaobao was so exaggerated that he really couldn't accept it. Yuanzi saw that the atmosphere was a little heavy, so she hurriedly changed the topic. By the way, Sister Xianxia, I heard that the crown prince raised troops in Huzhou and called the whole country to help the emperor. Why can't we feel the atmosphere of war when we entered Huzhou? The crown prince? Xianxia thought for a while and said, it seems that Pan Ren and Pan Bing of the Pan family in Huzhou supported the crown prince to be the emperor and called on all the people in the world to help the emperor. However, they only had about 100 servants, so they were suppressed almost on the same day. The main figures were killed, and the crown prince was escorted back to Linen. Song Qingshu and Yuanzi were both confused. The former heard that the crown prince called on all the people in Huzhou to help the emperor and thought that it would be a great event. However, it was suppressed in an instant? The latter was very surprised. The smallest tribe on the grassland could gather about 100 warriors. How could the crown prince of such a big country only have so few people under his command? That's not right, Song Qingshu said in a low voice. The crown prince is not an idiot. It is impossible that he does not know the strength of the imperial court. There are only 100 or so house servants. Why would he agree to revolt? He had dealt with the crown prince in Linen before. Although the crown prince's means were a little hasty, they were definitely above average. He had made him a little anxious several times. He would never be so unwise. Xianxia shook her head and said, I don't know the specific reason. Song Qingshu murmured to himself, it seems that we can only find out what is going on when we get to Linen. This matter revealed all kinds of strange things. No wonder Ren Yingying said in the secret letter that there seemed to be a hidden big hand controlling everything. Are you leaving again? Xianxia asked in a low voice. Song Qingshu said and told her roughly what happened in Linen. At the same time, he was full of regret. He could have taken her with him, but now he had a daughter. It was too unsafe to take her to Linen. Yuanzi said, it's late. Why don't we rest here for a night before leaving? Song Qingshu naturally had no objection. He also wanted to be closer to Xianxia and her daughter. Soon the third young mistress of the Zhuang family was also informed. Of course, in order to avoid leaking the secret, only a few people in the Zhuang family knew that he was coming. When Song Qingshu rebuilt the Zhuang family, the third young mistress was naturally very grateful to him and received them very warmly. During the meal, Song Qingshu kept hugging his daughter, unwilling to let go. Xianxia, who was at the side, saw how close they were, and her eyes were filled with tenderness. Oh right, why don't we just call her Bauer instead of Xiaobao? There's a guy called Song Xiaobao in my hometown, and it's really not a good name for a girl. The word treasure in Bauer's words can also express the meaning of remembrance. What do you think? Song Qingshu said to Xianxia. Xianxia nodded. She had a complicated look on her face. Okay. After dinner, Song Bauer kept pestering Song Qingshu to play with her. Song Qingshu had lived 2 lives, and this was the first time he had seen his own child. Naturally, he was overjoyed and kept her company. When it was time to sleep at night, Song Bauer did not let go of his hand and insisted on sleeping with him. Xianxia's face was slightly red. Speaking of which, the two of them hadn't been together for a long time, and after that, they had been separated for so many years. Even though they had given birth to a child, she was still embarrassed. However, in the end, he didn't refuse. At night, Song Bauer pestered him to tell her stories. Song Qingshu had all kinds of fairy tales and fables at his fingertips. She listened to him in a daze and soon fell asleep. He carried her to a small bed and covered her with a blanket. Then, Song Qingshu returned to the bed and hugged the petite woman beside him. Xianxia, it's been hard on you these days. I'm sorry. I didn't fulfill my responsibilities as a husband and a father. Xianxia shook her head. It's not hard at all. Bauer is very obedient. I don't think it's hard at all. Besides, I don't think we're married yet. Strictly speaking, you're not my husband yet. Seeing a trace of slyness in her eyes, Song Qingshu pulled her into his arms. When I'm done with this, I'll officially marry you. I don't care about these things. Xianxia smiled faintly and shook her head slightly. Song Qingshu's fingers slid across her delicate eyebrows. Xianxia, when I saw you this time, I felt that you were a little strange. Is there something on your mind? No, maybe it's because we've been separated for too long. Xianxia was shocked and hurriedly said. Song Qingshu laughed and directly turned over and pressed on her. Then, shall we get familiar again? Xianxia's face turned red, but she still gently spread her legs and hugged him tightly. Be quiet, don't wake Bauer up. Seeing her obedient and gentle appearance, Song Qingshu's heart swayed and he passionately kissed her. Perhaps it was because they had been separated for too long, but Xianxia was also very emotional. The two quickly hugged each other tightly, as if they wanted to release all the feelings they had after being separated for all these years at this moment. After an unknown amount of time, Xianxia, who was blushing, endured the impact of the man on top of her while tightly hugging him. At the same time, she quietly reached her hand into the blanket and grabbed a dark steel dagger. The coolness from the dagger made her a little sober. She slowly moved to the back of the man on top of her. The whole process was as gentle as a docile wife, and it didn't attract the man's attention at all. The tip of the dagger was hanging on his back. An extremely complicated and struggling expression flashed in her eyes. The dark steel dagger could cut iron like mud. She knew that as long as she stabbed down, no matter how high the other's martial arts were, his back would be pierced and he would die. The man on top of her was concentrating on plowing her body and didn't have the slightest defense. If she wanted to kill him, she only had this one chance. But she didn't know why, but her hand trembled violently. Several times she wanted to stab down, but every time she took a step, she would stop. She tightly hugged the man on top of her, not letting him see the pain and struggle in her eyes. Why don't you stab down? Suddenly, the man's voice rang in her ears. Xianxia exclaimed and subconsciously wanted to withdraw her hand, but the other party grabbed it. Song Qingshu looked at the dark steel dagger in her snow-white hand and secretly sighed. With his cultivation, how could he not notice the other party's action? However, he was a little surprised that the other party didn't stab down. Wuyo Chinese Network, why do you want to kill me? Even though Song Qingshu had a faint guess, he still didn't dare confirm it. These words seemed to break through her last line of defense. Xuanger's tears instantly flowed out of her eyes. You killed Xiaobao. Song Qingshu secretly sighed. As expected, he had a premonition that he might die in Xuanger's hands one day. He didn't think that this day would really come. How did you know? Now that things had come to this, Song Qingshu didn't deny it. He also didn't want to be rude to her. Xuanger's white and clean face was full of tears, anger flickering in her eyes. That year, Xiaobao's death in Xinjiang was strange. Actually, I had my suspicions from the beginning, but I didn't dare to think in that direction. After carefully analyzing it, that time, you and Xiaobao went on a mission together. After Xiaobao died, the one who benefited the most was you. No matter if it was your future in the Tsarist court, or me, these sisters, in the end, it all benefited you. All these years, you deliberately avoided me, is this the reason? Song Qingshu sighed. That's right. Xuanger turned her face to the side and didn't make eye contact with him. That year, I sensed that it was possible that all of this was done by you. I didn't dare to think about it, so I used the excuse of guarding the Zhuang family's coffin to leave you. Originally, I thought that in this life, I wouldn't have any more contact with you. Who knew that not long after I arrived in Hu province, I discovered that I was pregnant with your flesh and blood. Looking at her daughter who was sleeping soundly not far away, Xuanger's eyes were full of love. Song Qingshu fell into silence. This matter had always been a thorn between the two of them. Originally, he wanted to hide it from her for a lifetime, but unfortunately, she was intelligent and had already guessed the truth. Although I didn't kill Xiaobao with my own hands, the matter between him and Janning was indeed my plan. Song Qingshu sighed. At that time, I wanted to get rid of Kangxi, but Xiaobao and Kangxi were so close, he would definitely protect him. Moreover, he had always been quick-witted. Once he saw through me, I would be consigned to eternal damnation. I could walk away myself, but the plan to assassinate the dragon all along would go down the drain, so I designed it that way. Of course, my purpose wasn't so pure, it was also mixed with some selfish desires. Why did you admit it? You could have denied it. Xuanger shook her head desperately, tears already streaming down her face. If it was before, she could still numb herself with all kinds of excuses, but now, she no longer had any excuse to escape. Song Qingshu reached out and gently stroked her face. I don't want to lie to you anymore. Shuang'er's face was full of pain. What do you want me to do now? What do you want me to do now? It's very easy. Song Qingshu smiled slightly. Just kill me. As he spoke, he grabbed her hand and pressed it down. The sharp dark steel dagger instantly pierced into his chest. Blood instantly dyed the front of his shirt red. Shuang'er cried out in alarm. She hurriedly grabbed the dagger and wanted to retreat, but her hand was held by the other party. She could only watch helplessly as the dagger slowly pierced into his chest. Now Shuang'er's tears flowed continuously. She desperately wanted to pull the dagger out, but unfortunately, her strength was still too weak compared to the other party. In the end, when the dagger was already more than halfway into his chest, Song Qingshu finally let go. It was unknown whether it was because he had no strength left, but there was not a trace of blood on his face. He said weakly, this way, you can be considered to have avenged Xiaobao. Seeing the dagger deeply pierced into his heart, Shuang'er was completely scared. At this time, although the other party no longer held her hand, she did not dare to pull the dagger out at all. She was afraid that the moment she pulled it out, he would die. Brother Song, why do you do this? I don't want you to die, Song Qingshu smiled sadly. I don't want to make things difficult for you. I don't want you to live with guilt for the rest of your life. I won't avenge you. I won't avenge you. Tell me quickly how to save you. Shuang'er's tears fell down like pearls with a broken necklace. She might not have shed so many tears in her life as today. Song Qingshu shook his head and closed his eyes weakly. Brother Song, don't sleep. Don't sleep. Shuang'er was anxious. She hurriedly took all kinds of clothes and cloths to block his chest, but the blood kept flowing out. At this time, Yuanzi also rushed over after hearing the news. Seeing this scene, she was scared all over and directly rushed over to push Shuang'er away. How could you be so cruel? Seeing the dagger in Song Qingshu's heart, Yuanzi almost passed out. Subconsciously, she wanted to kill Shuang'er. Shuang'er was totally out of her wits and had no intention to resist at all. However, Song Qingshu caught Yuanzi's hand. He shook his head weakly. It's none of her business. I did it myself. How could anyone kill himself? Yuanzi was also anxious and cried. She hurriedly sealed the acupoints on his chest to stop the bleeding temporarily. However, she didn't know how to deal with it since it was a vital part of his body. Shuang'er suddenly gritted her teeth. Brother Song, I'll accompany you. As she said this, she directly slapped her forehead with her palm. Judging from her resolute look, he would definitely die if she slapped him. Yuanzi frowned and hurriedly stopped her. It seemed that Brother Song didn't want her to die. Besides, she didn't know what had happened until now. Naturally, she didn't want him to die like this. Song Qingshu forced a smile and said to Shuang'er, Shuang'er, you have to live well. If you also die, who will take care of our daughter? No, I want you to live too. Let's take care of Bauer together. Shuang'er felt that her eyes were blurred by tears. She seemed to be drained of her soul and was about to faint at any time. Yuanzi hurriedly said, Go and find a doctor. Shuang'er seemed to wake up from a dream. She hurriedly pulled over a coat and put it on hastily. Yes, the third young mistress has excellent medical skills. I'll go and find her. As she said this, she rushed out quickly. Soon, third Madame Zhuang also hurried over. Seeing Song Qingshu's situation, she was also frightened and hurriedly came over to examine him. After a long time, she said with a frown, if a normal person was stabbed in the heart, he would have died long ago. Thanks to Prince Song's excellent martial arts and the fact that his heart seems to be more to the right than that of a normal person, his life is temporarily saved. However, we must pull out the dagger as soon as possible. This is full of risks. It's hard to say whether he will live or die. Third Madame Zhuang responded with a solemn expression. She did not dare to be careless. She pressed one hand on his chest and held the hilt of the saber with the other. Then, she took a deep breath and pulled the saber out almost instantly. At the same time, her fingers quickly pressed on the acupoints near his wound. Although there was some blood flowing out, there was no spurting. Seeing this, she couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his heart meridian wasn't injured. If the knife pierced the heart meridian, pulling the knife out would only hasten his death. Yuanzi, who had been clenching her fists nervously, couldn't help choking with sobs. Brother Song Bauer, who was sleeping like a piglet on a small bed, rubbed her sleepy eyes and got up. "Mother, what's wrong?" Xianxia hugged her daughter tightly as tears streamed down her cheeks. "Bauer, your father is fine." Song Bauer blinked her eyes. It was obvious that she did not understand what was going on at her age. Third Madame Zhuang applied the ointment and bandaged his wound before leaving. Xianxia wanted to come and see him but was blocked by Yuanzi with a vigilant look. Song Qingshu said weakly, "No, let her come over." Yuanzi stepped aside unhappily. Xianxia sat on the edge of the bed with a sad and regretful look. "Brother Song, I'm sorry." Song Qingshu shook his head slightly. "You don't have to apologize. Actually, I had already guessed that such a day would come. You are a person who values friendship and righteousness. If you knew the whole story and remained indifferent, you would not be the Xianxia that I like." Xianxia instantly choked up. Big brother Song Qingshu forced a smile. "But do you still want to take revenge in the future? If it's not enough, I'll stab you now. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have another chance in the future." Xianxia shook her head with all her might. No. Actually, I already regretted my actions earlier. Especially when I saw the knife in your chest, I finally understood what I truly cared about. If you really died, I'm afraid I wouldn't want to live either. Now that you've survived, it means that this is the will of the heavens. Now, I don't care about anything, I just want you to be well. Song Qingshu was finally relieved when he saw how flustered she was and how her words were messed up. The weight that had been weighing on his heart for many years had finally been lifted. Wei Xiaobao's matter in the past had always been a thorn in their hearts. He knew that sooner or later it would explode. Xianxia was a sentimental person. Once she found out, she would definitely not remain indifferent. But he really admired and liked Xianxia's temperament, so he could not harden his heart to take any extreme measures against her. What's more, she had given birth to his child, so he could only exchange sincerity for sincerity and completely untie the knot in her heart. Of course, he was not a reckless person. He would never commit suicide. Not only would he be irresponsible to himself, but he would also be irresponsible to so many women. Earlier, Third Madame Zhuang had mentioned that his heart was located more to the right than an ordinary person's, so the stab to his chest had missed its mark. In fact, he had used his internal energy to shift his internal organs to avoid the stab. At the same time, the blade was wrapped in internal energy throughout the entire process, so even if half of the blade was stabbed in, it would only be a superficial wound. The reason why it looked so frightening was that, first, it was stabbed in the position of his heart, and second, he had deliberately used his internal energy to force out a lot of blood. Of course, with Xianxia's shrewdness, she might not be unable to figure this out in the future, but it was no longer important. The knot in their hearts had been completely untied. On the surface, the stab just now was to give Wei Xiaobao an explanation, but in fact, it was to give Xianxia an explanation. After this stab, she would no longer have to bear the guilt and pain, and it could be considered that she had completely fulfilled her responsibility to Wei Xiaobao. In the future, she would be able to live with him with a clear conscience. Yuanzi, who was standing to the side, could not help but say, "Miss Xianxia, why did you make a move this time after not making a move for so many years?" As an outsider, she was aware of the abnormality. As if awakened from a dream, Xianxia hurriedly replied, "Big brother Song, you have to be careful during this period. It seems that someone is secretly plotting against you." "Oh?" Song Qingshu was stunned. Xianxia explained, "In fact, although I had some doubts about Xiaobao's matter, I did not have any evidence. At the same time, I deliberately did not think in that direction. However, some time ago, someone sent me a letter and provided a lot of evidence and statements. Then I was sure about Xiaobao's matter. When you suddenly came this time, I subconsciously thought of Xiaobao's matter, so. Song Qingshu patted her hand to comfort her. At the same time, he was lost in thought. No wonder Ying said that she felt there was a big net. Now he also had the same feeling. Obviously, the other party had investigated for a long time and looked for various possibilities to deal with him. In the past, he hid in the dark and was naturally successful in every endeavor. But now, a tall tree attracted the wind. There must be many people studying his weaknesses. In fact, many things could not stand the investigation. Even the secret of disguise might not be able to be concealed for a long time. But now, he did not care about these. Even if he was exposed, so what? His layout had begun to change from a secret plot to an open one. In the face of absolute power and strength, these plots and tricks were meaningless. But he was a little curious about what weakness the other party would find. Hey, isn't my weakness lust? At this time, Xianxia continued to say, there are some contact information in the letter. They asked me to go to Linen recently. They have a way to help me deal with you. But this is only between us. How can I cooperate with outsiders to deal with you? Song Qingshu shook his head. No, you promise them. Pretend to cooperate with them to deal with me. In this way, you can infiltrate the inside and find out what is going on. Xianxia was stunned. But she was also a smart person. She immediately responded, okay. Song Qingshu then said to Yuan Zi, you stay here to help Xianxia. After all, she is a little weak. If you get any news, inform me as soon as possible. Yuan Zi immediately became anxious. What about you? You are seriously injured now. How can no one take care of you? She thought of Zhou Jirua's repeated instructions before leaving, but he was seriously injured this time. If something happened later, she would be too ashamed to show her face. Song Qingshu said with a smile, don't worry. The stab just now didn't hurt my heart meridian. I will be fine after resting for 2 days. With my current cultivation, unless I want to, no one can hurt me. Hearing his words, Xianxia's heart trembled. She knew clearly that if he had not been willing to be stabbed by her, how could she have hurt him just now? Thinking of this, she felt more and more guilty. After a night's rest, the next day, Song Qingshu insisted on leaving for Linen. Xianxia and Yuan Zi naturally did not want him to take risks. After all, he had been seriously injured. Song Qingshu knew that his injury looked scary, but in fact, it was not serious. So he asked Third Madame Zhuang to check him. Third Madame Zhuang was very surprised that he had recovered so fast. It was really amazing. In the end, she could only sigh that the cultivation of a great master was unfathomable, and his recovery ability was far better than that of ordinary people. After getting the approval of Third Madame Zhuang, the two women were relieved to let him go. On the way to Linen, Song Qingshu heard a lot of rumors in some tea houses on the outskirts of the city before he entered the city. For example, when King Qi was in power, he controlled Zhao Go with a puppet, and he was ambitious. And when he was besieged by 3 Mongolian great masters in Helen City, he had already died there. Of course, all of this was not as explosive as another piece of news, which was the rumor that he had an affair with Huang Rong. Why did someone have such a great malice towards Xianxia? If he remembered correctly, there had been foreshadowing several times a long time ago. Xianxia would avenge Wei Xiaobao. Why was he so surprised? If Xianxia knew the truth and remained indifferent, such a woman would be even more disappointing, wouldn't she? Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. He never thought that this matter would spread. Those people talked about it as if they had seen it with their own eyes. Although many of the stories were not true, many of them were close to the truth. He didn't know if the other party was spreading rumors or if they really knew about him and Huang Rong. This is going to be troublesome. Song Qingshu was curious about how the other party would deal with him. He thought that contacting Xianxia to assassinate him was already the most exaggerated plan. He didn't expect that there would be something even more difficult to deal with. Huang Rong had always had a good reputation in Jianghu. Although it was affected by Gu Jing's usurpation, many people still loved and respected her. In addition, the Southern Song dynasty paid a lot of attention to etiquette and morality. If they attacked him from this angle, he really couldn't defend himself. Public opinion couldn't be forcefully changed by force. It made it impossible for him to use his unparalleled martial arts. Moreover, after his reputation was ruined, it would be difficult for him to do anything in the future, just like Wu Sangue. Hearing many of the surrounding tea guests talking about the romantic affair between the two of them, Song Qingshu's face was as black as charcoal. Sure enough, no matter which world it was, gossip was the most loved by the common people. He didn't know how much pressure Rong'er was under now. Also, what would Guo Jing's reaction be when he found out? Thinking of this, Song Qingshu felt a headache. After entering the city, he thought about it and went to the Wang family's mansion. Because of the battle on Mount Wudong, the Wang family was theoretically his ally. They were in the same boat. But he didn't understand why the Wang family just watched the whole process when the Jia family and Shi family made things difficult. After he was announced at the door, he was let in. As soon as he entered the study, several sharp swords stabbed at him. Song Qingshu coldly snorted and waved his sleeve. The sharp swords in those people's hands were instantly broken. One by one, they fell to the wall as if they were hit in the chest. Wang Ziding, is this how you treat your friends? He stared coldly at the middle-aged man in the study. Wang Ziding's eyebrows jumped. He didn't expect that the carefully selected top masters would be so weak in front of him. His cultivation was now really unfathomable. You still have the nerve to come see me? Wang Ziding also snorted coldly. Song Qingshu was stunned. Not only was the other party not guilty, but he was also very angry. What was going on? What do you mean? What do you mean? Wang Ziding stood up. Li Qingluo is the daughter-in-law of our Wang family. My younger brother was unlucky and died young, causing her to be a widow at a young age. But all of this is not a reason for you to make my younger brother a cuckold. You know? Song Qingshu was shocked. Now that it had come to this, he disdained to quibble. He was just shocked that the mastermind behind the scenes had investigated so thoroughly about him. He was really unscrupulous. Humph, if you don't want others to know, then don't do it. Although our Wang family isn't a great family, we can't tolerate such humiliation. Wang Ziding sneered. Song Qingshu finally understood why the change in linen and why the Wang family's attitude was so ambiguous. It turned out that the problem was here. He replied unhurriedly, your thinking is really not in line with the identity of a patriarch of a big family. Compared with the rise and fall of the family, you should be clear about which is more important. Wang Ziding snorted. I don't need you to teach me this. If it were another person, I would turn a blind eye, but Li Qingluo, humph, the basis of our previous alliance was the engagement between you and Yu Yan. Now in this situation, I know that you have been deceiving me all the time. Song Qingshu finally understood everything that he could not understand before. It was no wonder that the Wang family would sit on the sidelines. They no longer had the basis of an alliance with him. Instead, they had in-laws with the Jia family and the Shi family. The person hiding in the dark was indeed brilliant in taking drastic measures. You have nothing to say, right? Wang Ziding said in a low voice, if you leave now, I can pretend that you have never been here. Otherwise, don't blame me for informing the Jia and Shi families and using the power of the front palace department. Naturally, Song Qingshu didn't want to leave like this. If he did, he would completely lose the most advantageous alliance. He hesitated for a moment and said, I still say the same thing. For the rise and fall of a big family, those rules of etiquette are nothing. Wang Ziding fell into silence. He knew that what Wang Ziding said was also true. Those rules of etiquette were more likely to deceive ordinary people, but these nobles didn't take them seriously. Years ago, a servant of the Jia family scolded that in their whole family, only the pair of stone lions in front of the door was clean, and there were many dirty things inside. In fact, not only the Jia family, but all other families were like this. Although the thing about Li Qingluo was difficult for ordinary people to accept, it was not a problem at all for big families. She had been a widow in her youth, and it was expected that she would find a man in these years. Wang Ziding wasn't angry because of this, but because of her relationship with Wang Yuyan. It should be known that Wang Yuyan was the foundation of the alliance between the Wang family and Song Qingshu. Now, all of this no longer existed. Song Qingshu thought quickly and quickly understood what Wang Ziding was thinking. He answered, the thing about me and Li Qingluo is at most a rumor. It is impossible for others to have proof. When the time comes, we just have to deny it. Also, the marriage with Wang Yuyan is still the same. Isn't it fine? Wang Ziding was so angry that he laughed. How can you say such shameless words so confidently? Song Qingshu said calmly, you should know that although the Jia and Shi families used to be glorious, they have already been greatly weakened. Also, this plot to usurp the throne will not end well. Even if they are lucky and succeed, your Wang family will definitely be under them. How can your cooperation with them compare to cooperation with me? The reason why I arranged the marriage with Wang Yuyan was completely because of the situation at the Wutang Mountain. We were not familiar with each other and needed this to build trust and alliance. But some time ago, our two families worked together and are already familiar with each other. Whether we really need to marry her or not will not affect us at all. Of course, if you are still worried, I still agree to the marriage. If you think that Wang Yuyan's status is unacceptable, you can also find any daughter in the Wang family. I have no problem with that, Song Qingshu said in a low voice. He couldn't help but sigh. Today, he was indeed much more mature than before. He could use marriage as a bargaining chip without hesitation. Sigh, was this the inevitable price of maturity? Wang Ziding's expression changed. Clearly, he was also thinking about what Wang Ziding had said. In fact, he was also not willing to cooperate with the Jia and Shi families, so he had been watching from the sidelines. At the same time, he also knew that after the situation was settled, the Jia and Shi families might not be able to tolerate him. After understanding all these, he gradually calmed down and said, okay, but this time the matter is not simple. The whole thing is too strange. I suspect that there is someone behind the Jia and Shi families. So before everything is clear, I can't let the Wang family take the risk. As long as you have the ability to settle this matter, our previous alliance is still valid. During this period, I can even use the power of the Wang family to help you. But all this is on the premise that I need to make sure that you have the upper hand this time. Song Qingshu nodded. He knew that these big families were very cunning and would not release the eagle without seeing the rabbit. But it was enough to make sure that the Wang family would not help the Jia and Shi families. Now that the other party agreed to help him at the right time, it was already beyond his expectation. Wang Ziding hesitated for a moment, then said, also, regarding the matter of the marriage alliance, there is no need to choose another daughter of the Wang family. Let's choose Yuyan. In his heart, he was clear that none of the ladies of the Wang clan who were suitable for marriage could compare to Wang Yuyan, and Song Qingshu was famous for having many beauties by his side. If an ordinary daughter of the Wang clan was not favored by Song Qingshu, it would instead be disadvantageous to the Wang clan. Rather than that, he might as well be more generous and send the most outstanding one over. This way, the Wang clan would be able to benefit the most in the future. This time, it was Song Qingshu's turn to be shocked. But her identity is a little troublesome. Wang Ziding's expression was as calm as still water. You don't have to worry about that. I will take care of it myself. I have found an artist to draw the original art of Gu Bai and Dongfang Muxue. If anyone is interested, you can go to the official account, Monk Lu Ru, check it out. Also, please send me your address, smiley face, 409738219, for the Alliance Master of Stealing Fragrance and the new book Deity of Land. In recent years, they have given out too much money, far more than the cost of reading the book. It would be embarrassing if they did not send some peripherals. I plan to send you a full-size bolster with Gubai's image printed on it. If the rewards for the other two books are combined and satisfy the Alliance Master, you can also contact me. After coming out of the Wang family, Song Qingshu felt much more relaxed. The Wang family had not been roped in by the hidden forces. His neutrality had helped him to a certain extent. Moreover, Wang Ziding had promised that as long as he was sure that he could settle this matter, he would help. This result was already much better than he had expected. After coming out of the Wang family, Song Qingshu turned around and walked to the nearby Li family. The houses of the officials and nobles in the imperial court were relatively close. He wanted to find Chancellor Li Shouzhong to ask about the situation. After all, the Li family was also one of the few in the imperial court who were on his side. Who knew that when he arrived at the Li family, he would be rejected at the door? Li Shouzhong did not want to see him. Isn't this old man too much of a traitor? Song Qingshu felt his teeth itch. He had helped the Li family a lot. How could they turn their backs on him just like that? Naturally, he would not give up just because the door was rejected. He planned to jump into the backyard and directly find Li Shouzhong to ask about the situation. Unexpectedly, when he jumped into the backyard, he saw a beautiful woman dressed as a Taoist nun looking at him with a faint smile. I was right. Your skill at stealing women is really not bad. Being caught in the act, Song Qingshu's face turned red. Macho, were you waiting for me here? The woman in front of him was naturally Li Macho. Hearing him call her that, Li Macho raised her eyebrows. Don't call me that. I'm here because I don't want you to disturb my father. It's not that I want to say this, but your father is a bit of a traitor. Song Qingshu said resentfully. Don't speak ill of my father. Li Macho raised her eyebrows. But you flirted everywhere and got yourself a bad reputation. My father is a Confucian scholar and pays attention to such things. How could he have anything to do with you? She paused and added, but he hinted me to come find you. It's good for you. Song Qingshu laughed. Your father knows that I have a bad reputation, yet he still sent his daughter here. Is he trying to matchmake us? Bah. Li Macho's expression instantly changed. Don't blame me for being ruthless if you keep this up. Alright, alright. Who doesn't know that the Scarlet Serpent Fairy can't stand being teased? Song Qingshu knew that if it weren't for the fact that she couldn't beat him, he would have already used the hail silver needles. In the past few years, there were many underworld figures who had ideas about her, but now the grass on their graves was very tall. By the way, why don't I see your sister? Don't you come out to thank your savior? Last time in the desert, Li Macho brought Li Wenqiu back to Jiangnan, so she should be in the mansion. Don't you dare have any ideas about my younger sister. Li Macho's face was vigilant. I came here to tell you one thing, that is, Miss Ren is currently recuperating in Guling's courtyard. In addition, many people from Qi Wangfu and the Imperial Palace have followed her there. Oh? Song Qingshu's expression turned serious. Are they safe now? Li Macho nodded. They are quite safe. It seems that the Jia and Cher families, as well as Guojing's side, have reached a tacit understanding with them. Although there are troops stationed around to monitor their movements, no one has touched them. Then she said in a complicated tone mixed with admiration, after all, you are a great grandmaster. Most people don't want to fight to the death with you. There are many people who secretly plot against me. Song Qingshu laughed at himself. This world was like this. When you were weak, a group of strong people came to deal with you. When you were strong, they couldn't fight you head-on and all began to use crafty plots, leaving you with no place to use your strength. After bidding farewell to Li Macho, Song Qingshu went all the way to Guling. Guling was located near the Gem Mountain to the north of West Lake. The famous Taoist Guhong of the Eastern Jin dynasty used to refine pills here, hence the name. Guling was lush with trees and the environment was quiet and secluded. Many high-ranking officials and nobles had residences here. Previously, Prince Qi also had one here. Unexpectedly, Linen had become a refuge. As Song Qingshu hurried along, he did discover many warriors and soldiers stationed nearby. They should be the ones Li Macho mentioned to keep an eye on Ren Yingying and her party. He noticed that many of them were spies from the Imperial City Department. His heart couldn't help but sink. Could it be that the Shui family is also involved? However, he wasn't surprised. When he returned from Mount Wudong, his biggest opponents in the imperial court were the Shi and Shui families. The two families had always been on the same side. It was only natural for them to be involved this time. Thinking of the gentle and considerate Shui Baochai on the way to the Xianxia marriage, Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. It seemed that they were destined to become enemies. Unknowingly, he had already arrived at Prince Qi's residence. Avoiding the spies in the surroundings, Song Qingshu found a place to sneak in. Not long after he walked in the courtyard, a black shadow suddenly attacked him. A palm was aimed at the vital acupoint on his chest. Feeling a faint suction force coming from the other party's palm, Song Qingshu flicked his finger and temporarily sealed the acupoint on the other party's wrist. Then, he said, "Father-in-law, it's me." The person opposite him was tall, had a head of white hair, and a pair of domineering eyebrows. If it wasn't Ren Wuxing, who else could it be? Qingshu. Ren Wuxing was overjoyed to see Song Qingshu. He hurriedly pulled him inside. "You're finally back. Yingying will be very happy to see you." Ying, look who's here," he shouted as he walked. Soon, a beautiful figure came out. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, but Ren Ying was still as beautiful as ever. Her skin was originally white, but because of the aftereffects of the burning blood technique, she now looked even more delicate and pale. However, not only did this not damage her charm, but it also made her even more charming. Big brother Song Reninging was a little puzzled at first, but when she saw her lover's appearance, she instantly covered her mouth in surprise and jumped into his arms. Ren Wuxing's expression softened a little. His daughter had grown terrifyingly mature during this period of time, which made him, as her father, feel extremely distressed. Now that she had regained the appearance of a little girl, he couldn't help but feel comforted. Ying, you've worked hard during this period of time. Song Qingshu didn't need to ask to know how much pressure she had endured during the incident in Linen. Ren Ying choked with sobs. Big brother Song, I'm sorry. I've made a mess of the situation here. Song Qingshu shook his head. Patting her delicate shoulder, he consoled, what does all of this count for? The entire foundation of the Prince of Qi cannot even compare to a single finger of yours. It's good that you are fine. Ren Wuxing, who was at the side, was somewhat unhappy and hurriedly said, Ying deliberately lured the snake out of its hole. Qi Mansion's properties didn't suffer any losses. Oh? What's going on? Song Qingshu asked curiously. Ren Ying's face reddened and she began to explain. It turned out that when she sensed the unusual movements of the Xianxia clan, she didn't choose to use her power to suppress them. Instead, she endured and retreated step by step. A large part of the reason why the Xianxia clan succeeded in supporting Gu Jing as the emperor was because of her indulgence. Why did you do this? Song Qingshu was somewhat curious. With Ren Ying's temperament, she definitely wouldn't speak without thinking. Ren Ying looked at him quietly, and after a long time, she said, Big brother Song, I also know of your ambitions. However, the great Song Emperor's kindness to the scholarly officials is extremely popular. Rather than bear the infamy in the future, it's better to borrow the hands of others to do those evil deeds, and then come out to clean up the mess. Dongfang Mushua's original artwork had already been posted on the public account. Song Qingshu was startled. He couldn't help but sigh. She was indeed far-sighted. Before Wang Meng usurped the Han dynasty, he was recognized as a saint by the whole nation. He was on par with the Duke of Zhou. But once he usurped the throne, he immediately became a notorious character. Although his reputation was good, it was far from Wang Meng's. Moreover, there were still many rumors going around. If he really usurped the throne, he would definitely be condemned by the whole world. Now that someone was the first to take the risk of universal condemnation, many of the subsequent matters would be much easier. Seeing that he didn't speak, Ren Ying said timidly, Do you think I'm too bad? Song Qingshu laughed and pulled her into his arms, Of course not. I think you're the saintess who commands the world. You did very well, you helped me solve a problem that gave me a headache. Ren Wuxing, the big light bulb, also walked out of the room when he saw how intimate they were. He even thoughtfully closed the door for them. He thought to himself that Song Qingshu was much better than that sickly Ling Huchong. In the past, Ying could only carefully show her bright side in front of Ling Huchong. She was afraid that she would offend Ling Huchong. Although Ying was kind, she was still Ren Wuxing's daughter, the saintess of the Sun Moon sect. She had dug out the eyes, chopped off the hands, and exiled her disobedient subordinates. Although Ying was generally bright, she also had a dark side. Only Song Qingshu could tolerate and appreciate everything about her. At this moment, his black-bellied and arrogant daughter was blushing in Song Qingshu's arms. She said with some rebuke, Brother Song, can you not do this in front of Dad in the future? I'm very embarrassed. What does it matter? Isn't it natural for a husband to hug his wife? So what if father-in-law saw it? Song Qingshu said righteously. Ren Ying knew his temperament and that it would be difficult for him to change. She could only blush and let him be. Oh right, what's going on with Gu Jing? Why did he rebel and proclaim himself the emperor? It doesn't seem like his personality. Song Qingshu couldn't help but ask. I think he's Chai Rong's descendant, but I'm not sure about the specifics. Ren Ying shook her head, it seems that the Xiaoyao sect is also involved. Heavenly Mountain Tonglao came in person, so the four younger sisters, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Ju, had to listen to her. The imperial palace changed hands so quickly. Due to the uniqueness of the imperial palace, they had arranged for these female disciples of the Vulture Palace to be in charge of guarding and monitoring the inner palace. Who would have thought that the people of the carefree sect would suddenly come out, giving them an opening to exploit? Heavenly Mountain Maiden? Song Qingshu was shocked. The last time they parted, he had lost contact with her. How could he have known that when he heard the news, they had already become enemies? Other than the Xiaoyao school, there are also people from the Tianming sect. According to my father, Fu Yaohong was the she-devil from beyond the Great Wall decades ago. I don't know if it's a Mongolian plot, Ren Yingying continued. Fu Yaohong should be doing this for her family's mission. Song Qingshu roughly explained the relationship between the Fu and Chai families. Ren Yingying finally understood. By the way, I've also picked up Aku, Yuan, and Huer. You don't have to worry about them, Ren Yingying said. These people originally lived in the imperial palace. Song Qingshu couldn't help sighing, you're really my good wife. I thought the changes in Linen would be very troublesome, but it turns out that everything is under your control. Ren Yingying pursed her lips and smiled, I'm just a fox assuming the majesty of a tiger. In the end, it's because of your reputation that those people don't dare to make things difficult for us. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to pick them up. Song Qingshu couldn't help lifting her smooth jade-like chin and kissing her red lips. After a long time, they separated. Sage Nun, do you think you're a vixen? You're so annoying. Ren Yingying raised her pink fist and punched his chest. Noticing the pain between his eyebrows, she was shocked. What's wrong? Are you hurt? Who else in the world can hurt you? Song Qingshu couldn't help admiring her cleverness. Just a moment of reaction made her guess a thing or two. He said, I'm fine. It's just a minor injury. By the way, on my way here, I heard that the Crown Prince started an uprising in Huzhou and called the whole country to protect the emperor. But it was suppressed in an instant. Where is he now? He didn't want to tell them that Shuang'er tried to assassinate him, so as not to cause a grudge between the sisters. He had specially told Yuan Zi before. Ren Yingying confirmed again and again that he was fine and then breathed a sigh of relief. The Crown Prince's uprising is really strange. With his talent, he shouldn't do such a thing like hitting a stone with an egg. But he just took less than 100 servants to do it. It's really incredible. The uprising was suppressed by the state army this time. The Crown Prince was also escorted back to Linen. Now he should be imprisoned in the imperial palace. After all, Guijing and these people don't have a deep foundation in the imperial court. I'm afraid that they will be secretly released by people loyal to Zhao Song if they are put in the Ministry of Justice or the Supreme Judiciary. Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel a little confused. Logically speaking, such a former crown prince should be killed on the spot after being caught. Anyway, he could say that he died in the chaotic army, and no one could verify it. That would be the end of it. But it was another thing to catch the crown prince. Should he put him on trial? Everyone knew that he was plotting to usurp the throne. He was a decent crown prince. Why would he be put on trial? It would be more troublesome to let him die secretly in the prison. It would definitely cause public outrage. No one would believe that a good person would die in the prison. All kinds of conspiracy theories would immediately spread all over the world. So no matter how he looked at it, it was not a wise choice to catch the crown prince. Ren Yingying also agreed. She thought for a while and said, is it possible that Guijing is kind, so he did this? It's possible. Song Qingshu fell into deep thought. Whether it is or not, it seems that I need to go to the imperial palace. Ren Yingying frowned slightly. But I don't think it is wise for you to go to the imperial palace now. The matter between you and Huang Rong has spread all over the world. It is impossible for Guijing to not have any ideas. If he really turns against you, and you are injured now, I'm afraid you will be in danger. When he heard her mention Huang Rong, there was some reproach in her eyes. Song Qingshu also blushed and hurriedly said, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. They can't hurt me. There are many doubts that I can't rest assured if I don't personally ask Guijing. Seeing that he was determined, Ren Yingying no longer tried to persuade him. Okay then, I will arrange for someone to meet you outside the imperial palace. Song Qingshu did not refuse. Ren Yingying then led him to the backyard to visit Aku, Zhao Yuanyuan, Zhao Huer, and the other women. When the women saw him, they were obviously overjoyed, and each of them had a lot to say. Song Qingshu comforted them. Because he still had to go into the imperial palace to investigate, he did not have time to tell them in detail. He promised to chat with them when he returned. Aku was fine, but Zhao Yuanyuan and Zhao Huaner tearfully begged him to help. Although they had no feelings for Zhao Go, they were still the descendants of their ancestors. They still had a certain sense of belonging to their country. Naturally, they did not want to see Zhao Song's country fall into the hands of others. Song Qingshu agreed, but he was thinking in his heart. If one day he replaced Zhao Song, he did not know what the sisters' attitude would be. On the way to the imperial palace, he could not help but feel that it was a lifetime ago. Before, he came here as if he was returning home, but now he was sneaking around like a thief. With the current situation, it was naturally not convenient for him to enter the imperial palace openly. He could only climb over the wall. He was very familiar with the layout of the imperial palace and easily went to the inner courtyard of the imperial palace. Suddenly, there was a commotion not far ahead. A group of guards seemed to be chasing something. In front of them was a man and a woman. When he saw their faces, he could not help but be shocked. It's her? He could not help but sigh. The Alliance Master was indeed a winner in life. Each of them had a wife or a girlfriend. Most of them could not accept a full-sized pillow. Speaking of which, what were you thinking? It's not like you're giving me a doll. Also, by Hailang, Bingo Big Ice Fruit, I Fly Take You Fly, LZ123321, Uncle Hao Shu, and a few other big bosses, please contact me. Even if you don't want a pillow, you can change it to a mouse pad with character artwork or something. The man's face was pale, and there were many bloodstains on his body and the corners of his mouth. He looked to be in an extremely sorry state. The woman beside him was graceful and beautiful. Her bright yellow dress was extremely eye-catching, and people could recognize her at a glance. However, her dress was slightly damaged. The yellow-robed woman? Song Qingshu was a little surprised. The yellow-robed woman's martial arts were almost on par with the Grandmaster's. How could she be in such a sorry state? The man beside her also looked somewhat familiar. Song Qingshu stared for a long time before he realized that the man was the Crown Prince. As the Crown Prince in the past, he was high-spirited and well-groomed every day. He looked completely different from his current appearance of a disheveled prisoner. Song Qingshu didn't need to ask to know that the yellow-robed woman had purposely come to the palace to save the Crown Prince. However, she was discovered by the guards and was surrounded. It seemed that she had suffered serious injuries. As for the Crown Prince, his injuries were even more serious. He seemed to be on the verge of death. Let's see where you can run to. A coquettish figure streaked across the sky, leaving behind a few afterimages, and directly blocked their way. Another petite figure also appeared behind them, sealing off their path of retreat. You two old demons have disrupted the laws of the Great Song. First, you plotted to kill the Emperor, then the Crown Prince. Even if I die today, the righteous people of the Great Song will not let you off. The yellow-robed woman's almond-shaped eyes were wide open, and her tone was full of grief and indignation. The coquettish figure giggled, I'm not from any prestigious sect, so I'm not afraid of being cursed for killing so many people. However, I have a clear conscience when it comes to dealing with your Zhao family's disciples. As she spoke, her originally smiling face suddenly turned ruthless. In the past, Zhao Kuangyin plotted to usurp the throne and plotted to kill the Guo clan and Fu clan's disciples. How are we going to settle this debt? This coquettish figure was Dan Yuru's master, Fu Yaohong. Song Qingshu didn't expect her to appear here so soon after they parted in Mongolia. Back then, the Fu family was the imperial family of the great Zhou emperor, so they naturally knew that Chai Rong should be called Guorong. The yellow-robed woman was immediately at a loss for words. However, she still said, as a junior, I do not dare to judge what happened in the past. However, these years, the Song Kingdom has been prosperous and the people are at peace. The people are wealthy and have nurtured scholars for 100 years. It can be considered a prosperous dynasty. Let the people of the world judge. See whether they miss your Zhou kingdom or prefer the Song kingdom. Peace and prosperity? Fu Yaohong sneered, how many years has it been since the humiliation of Jingkong? If I remember correctly, how many of your concubines and madams were taken as slaves by the Jeans? If even the royal family is in such a state, which of the common people isn't even more miserable? The yellow-robed woman's face immediately turned red. This matter had always been a matter that she hated in her heart, and for a moment, she couldn't find any reason to refute. What's the point of talking so much with her? Let's just get rid of her. The petite figure on the other side snorted. Her mature and overbearing tone was completely different from her tender appearance. Heavenly Mountain Tonglao Song Qingshu thought back to the records he had seen in the secret room of Vulture Palace. For a moment, his expression was somewhat complicated. The Heavenly Mountain Tonglao before him was actually no longer the senior sister of that Wu Yizi and Li Qiushui. The real Heavenly Mountain Tonglao was already dead. She was just a little girl that the other party had found by chance and groomed to be the successor. Her memories, knowledge, martial arts, and even the way of thinking were now the same as the real Heavenly Mountain Tonglao. Even though he had lived 2 lives, it was difficult for him to figure out what to do. While he was lost in thought, the few of them had already exchanged blows. Although the yellow-robed woman's martial arts were high, Fu Yaohong and Heavenly Mountain Tonglao were both leaders of the underworld. They were almost at the first rank below the great grandmaster level. How could the yellow-robed woman block them? In almost an instant, she couldn't hold on and was injured repeatedly. Fu Yaohong snorted coldly. A hint of fierceness flashed in her eyes. While the yellow-robed woman was dealing with Heavenly Mountain Tonglao's Heavenly Mountain plum-breaking hands, she stabbed her hands silently towards the back of the yellow-robed woman's heart. The bright red fingernails exuded a demonic glow. They were originally very beautiful fingers, but at this moment, they were more dangerous than any dagger. If one was stabbed by them, even a few holes would be left in a stone, not to mention a body of flesh and blood. The yellow-robed woman naturally knew all this. She used 9 magic claws to fight against the enemy, but her hands were blocked by Heavenly Mountain Tonglao's plum-breaking hands. The opponent's plum-breaking hands were so exquisite that the yellow-robed woman couldn't move her hands at all. She could only watch Fu Yaohong's sharp fingers stabbing towards her back. My life is over. The yellow-robed woman had this thought. She didn't know why she was exceptionally calm at this moment. She had been too tired all these years. It was good to let go of everything like this. She didn't have to bear any more responsibilities or the mission of the academy. Her only regret was that she didn't see that person for the last time. He had a handsome face, but his smile was somewhat evil, which sometimes made people grit their teeth with hatred. Farewell, Brother Song. She murmured to herself. At this moment, she suddenly heard a teasing voice, Are you thinking of me? The pain she had imagined did not come. Instead, she fell into a warm embrace. The yellow-robed woman looked up at the familiar smile of the person in front of her. She couldn't help but feel dizzy. Song Qingshu held her in his arms. The gauze-like skirt didn't seem to exist. It didn't add any thickness to her slender waist. The yellow-robed woman finally came to her senses. She blushed and hurriedly pushed him away, struggling out of his arms. At this moment, there were 2 soft sounds of surprise. Fu Yaohong and Heavenly Mountain Tonglao stopped their attacks at the same time. Fu Yaohong and Song Qingshu were friends in Mongolia, so she quickly put away the hostility in her eyes. Heavenly Mountain Tonglao snorted, Song Qingshu, every time I see you, you are always lying to girls. I didn't expect you to not change after so long. Looking at her pretending to be old and experienced, Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. Ever since he found out her real identity, he always found it interesting to see her. Why, are you jealous? The yellow-robed woman blushed. She thought that this guy was really a big pervert. He even dared to flirt with Heavenly Mountain Tonglao. Although she looked like a beautiful girl, she was old enough to be his grandmother. Fu Yaohong also widened her eyes. She had a strange expression on her face. She didn't expect him to be so cold. Did that mean she had a chance? She was from the Tianming sect and was good at seduction. She liked all kinds of handsome men. It was just that Song Qingxu was too powerful in the past, so she didn't dare to have such thoughts. Now that he was interested in Heavenly Mountain Tonglao, she realized that she was younger than him. However, when she thought about the ambiguous relationship between him and her disciple, she finally gave up the idea. She knew that he wouldn't like her. Heavenly Mountain Tonglao's face suddenly turned red. Song Qingxu, you even dared to flirt with me. Although she was angry, she couldn't help but think of the scene in the ice warehouse of the Xianxia Imperial Palace when she was naked and stuffed into Li Qiushui's bed. For a moment, she was ashamed and annoyed. Looking at the angry face of the legal Lolita in front of him, Song Qingxu showed a knowing smile. Anyway, you are all famous seniors in the martial arts world. It's a bit unreasonable for you to join hands to deal with a junior. Then, Song Qingxu glanced at Heavenly Mountain Tonglao and said, especially you. People say that you don't need to make a second move to kill someone, but this time, you joined hands with others to deal with a junior. It's really embarrassing. Putting her hands behind her back, Heavenly Mountain Tonglao said like an elder, it's fine if it's someone else, but I don't have to follow the rules when dealing with the Zhao and Song royals. Otherwise, I would be ashamed to face my master. Only then did Song Qingxu remember that her master was Pan Lang, the unfettered one. He was the sixth son of Chai Rong, Chai Shijin, who was adopted by Pan Mei. The unfettered one spent his whole life planning to overthrow the Song dynasty and restore the great Zhou dynasty. After his death, he handed over his will to Heavenly Mountain Tonglao and the other disciples. However, they were trapped by love and wasted too many opportunities. Being raised by Pan Lang, they naturally didn't have any good feelings for the Zhao and Song royals. Success or failure is all in the past. I don't want to interfere with what happened in the past, but I want to take her away now. Is that okay? Song Qingxu pointed at the yellow-robed woman. Heavenly Mountain Tonglao frowned slightly and didn't speak. Fu Yaoheng giggled and said, Prince Song is a kind man, and we have to give him face. Please help yourself. The yellow-robed woman said immediately, and the crown prince. At this moment, Heavenly Mountain Tonglao snorted and said, we can't let you take the crown prince away. What if I insist? Song Qingxu also wanted to ask about the details of the incident in Huzhou, but he felt that it was too ridiculous. There must be something hidden in it. Little Song, don't go too far. Heavenly Mountain Tonglao snorted and waved her hand, shooting several life-death notes at the crown prince. The life-death notes could make people beg for death, but they could also kill people instantly. Her life-death notes were aimed at the crown prince's Achilles heel, and once they hit the target, he would die instantly. Song Qingxu's body flashed, and he swept the life-death notes aside with his sleeves. Obviously, Heavenly Mountain Tonglao didn't expect to succeed with these life-death notes. She attacked Song Qingxu while he was saving the crown prince. Her small pink hands seemed to be waving very slowly, but they left afterimages in the air. With her wide sleeves, she looked like a fairy. Heavenly Mountain plum-breaking hand, Song Qingxu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The martial arts of the Xiaoyao sect were not only powerful but also beautiful. Xiaoyaozi was really a dragon among men. Tianshan Tonglao attacked him several times in a row, but he dodged all of her attacks easily. She knew that he was giving in to her on purpose. She could not help but feel annoyed. Why don't you fight back? In the past, when she was dealing with the island masters of the 36 Isles and the 72 Caves, she could basically take their lives with a single move. Now that she was dealing with a young junior like Song Qingxu, he had to intentionally go easy on her. This made her feel deeply humiliated. Song Qingxu smiled bitterly and said, with our relationship, I really don't want to fight. Who has anything to do with you? Tianshan Tongra shouted and her attacks became fiercer and fiercer. Fu Yaoheng might have admired Tianshan Tonglao's martial arts, but she knew that she alone would not be Song Qingxu's opponent. She laughed coquettishly and joined the fight. Prince Song, this concerns the fortune of the great Zhou dynasty. I have no choice but to offend you. Once she joined the fight, the pressure on Tianshan Tonglao lessened. Even Song Qingxu did not dare to be careless. Tianshan Tonglao could be said to be half a step away from being a grandmaster, and Fu Yaoheng was not much weaker. If they worked together, he had to fight back. At that moment, Fu Yaoheng's shock was far greater than his. Even though she knew that Song Qingxu was strong, she did not expect him to be so strong. If she worked together with Tianshan Tonglao, she was even confident that she could fight against Pang Ban. After all, both of them came from the sacred order. Pang Ban was the leader of Devil Face sect, and she could be considered as one of the best in Yinweed faction. There might be a difference between them, but if Tianshan Tonglao joined the fight, they would definitely be able to make up for it. But right now, even if they used everything they had, it was difficult for them to injure Song Qingshu. In fact, she could clearly sense that he was still holding back. When she thought of this, she could not help but feel a little discouraged. It was truly frustrating to compare oneself to others. She had been gathering powerful fighters from all walks of life for decades and practiced the secret manuals of the sacred order, but she could not compare to such a young person. The only thing worth rejoicing about was that her disciple, Dan Yuru, had a good relationship with him. Strictly speaking, they were on the same side. Unlike Fu Yaohong's relaxed state of mind, Tianshan Tonglao was enraged at that moment. It had to be known that she was the eldest senior sister among the 3 carefree elders, and her martial arts were also higher than Li Qiushui and Wu Yizi's. She had always been prideful, but now, she could not win against a young man even when she worked together with someone else. This made her, who always cared about her reputation, feel a little embarrassed. Song Qingshu groaned in his heart. As the saying went, one could offend anyone but a woman. Right now, Tianshan Tonglao was fighting with her life on the line. Sometimes, she would not even let go of her attacks and would attack him with all her might, which made him feel like his hands were tied. Big brother Song, the crown prince is about to die. At that moment, the yellow-robed woman by the side cried out in surprise. She had gone to check on the crown prince just now and found that his injuries were so severe that it was difficult to heal him. He was already on the verge of death. Song Qingshu was shocked. He immediately attacked and forced the 2 women to retreat. He moved in a flash and arrived next to the crown prince. When he saw that the crown prince's face was as pale as a sheet, he breathed in less than he breathed out. He hurriedly channeled his inner force into the crown prince and asked, "What is going on in Hu province?" When the crown prince opened his eyes and saw that it was him, he revealed a surprised and complicated expression. His lips moved, but he did not say anything for a long time. Song Qingshu frowned and channeled another inner force into the crown prince. It was only then that the crown prince came back to his senses and said, "I didn't think that I would have to rely on you to save the Song dynasty in the end. You have to be careful of Zhao." Zhao, he stammered out a few words, then stretched out his legs and breathed his last. Crown prince. The yellow-robed woman looked sad. She did not have any feelings for the crown prince, but he was the legitimate heir of the Song dynasty after all. Now that Zhao Go had died in the coup, the crown prince was dead, and Princey of Mount Wudong was also dead. There were not many capable people left in the royal family. Song Qingshu, however, frowned. Why did this fellow make it seem like he was acting in a television drama? He did not say the most important information, but said some unimportant things first. Who exactly did he want me to be careful of? Ba. At this moment, a peaceful Buddha's name sounded. The voice seemed to be full of compassion, which made people subconsciously feel deep respect. Even without seeing it, they knew that it was an eminent monk. Song Qingshu looked at the white-browed old monk who was slowly walking over and could not help but feel a chill in his heart. I was wondering how they could change dynasty so easily. Seeing that you are here, everything makes sense. After leaving Mount Wudong, Almsgiver Song is even more elegant than before. It is really admirable, the white-browed monk said with emotion. Song Qingshu smiled slightly and said, when you were seriously injured on Mount Wudong, everyone thought that you would not live for long. I did not expect that you not only survived, but also recovered your martial arts to the peak. This is admirable. The old monk in front of him was naturally the sweeping monk. When he was sneakily attacked by Jia Sherdao on Mount Wudong, he was hit in the back by a great grandmaster's punch. But now he looked like he was fine, which was really surprising. The sweeping monk sighed and said, I am indebted to the protection of the ancestors. The I Jing Jing and the North Underworld divine skill are both broad and profound, so I was lucky to be alive. Song Qingshu secretly sighed. The I Jing Jing was the highest martial arts classic of the Buddhism, and the North Underworld divine skill was the best secret of the Xiaoyao sect. The sweeping monk had mastered both Buddhism and Taoism, so he was really unfathomable. At the same time, he also remembered the question on Mount Wudong. At that time, he felt that the injury of the sweeping monk was not as serious as he thought, but he did not think about it and thought it was his illusion. Song Qingshu suddenly thought of something and looked in 3 directions. Since the 3 divine monks are here, why don't you show up together? Ba. 3 Buddhas' names sounded, and 3 old monks appeared in 3 directions. One of them had a yellow face and 1 eye, one had a pale face, and the last one was as black as charcoal. Each of them had a long black rope in their hands. They were none other than the 3 divine monks Du Er, Du Jia, and Du Nan, who had rendered Zhang Wuji helpless at the lion-slaying convention. King Kong demon subduing ring? Song Qingshu said in a deep voice, it seems that you want to keep me here? The sweeping monk said in a deep voice, Donor Song, I have always admired your noble ambition. If it were any other time I would definitely invite you to have tea and talk. However, this matter involves the hatred of the country and family. Donor Song's status is special, and your martial arts are too high. I am not sure if I can win. Forgive us for not being moral in Jianghu. The yellow-robed woman, who had been immersed in her sorrow, became angry when she heard this. She scolded, all of you are old enough to be Brother Song's grandfather, but you want to join forces to deal with a junior. Don't you have any shame? Song Qingshu touched his nose. He knew that the yellow-robed woman was worried about him, but why did it sound like he was being taken advantage of? Heaven Mountain Tonglau's face heated up. With her pride, it was already very embarrassing for her to join forces with Fu Yaohong to deal with Song Qingshu. Now, she had to join forces with more people, one of whom was a great grandmaster of the same level. She could not bring herself to do it. Fu Yaohong had a faint smile on her face. She came from a demonic cult, so it was common for her to be bullied by others. She didn't feel any psychological burden. However, she had personally seen Song Qingshu fight against 3 great grandmasters from Linqing and still survive. She wasn't sure if they were enough to deal with him. Furthermore, they had some friendly relations with Linqing. Was there a need to completely fall out with him? The calmest person present was Sandu at the lion-slaying gathering. The 3 of them had joined forces to deal with Zhang Wuji with the Vitra demon subduing ring. This had happened once, so it would be much easier to do it again. Ba. The monk's eyes were full of guilt. Benefactor, you are right. He then looked at Song Qingshu. Benefactor Song, you must know the grudge between the Gua family and the Zhao family. The Zhao family wronged us first. If you are willing to help us, I can guarantee that all of your official positions and treatment in the Song court will be the same. In fact, it will only be better than before. Even the Zhao family's princesses and members of the royal family will be at your disposal. We are old and do not have many years left to live. Only you can truly help Jing'er. If you join forces, the state of Zhou will definitely restore the Central Plains and unify the world. You will fulfill Emperor Ruiwu's great wish. Seeing that he was openly trying to rope in Song Qingshu, the yellow-robed woman immediately became anxious. Big monk, you are shameless. You are a Buddhist, but you are using the Zhao family's women as a condition. Thinking of Song Qingshu's personality, she was really afraid that he would agree immediately. Miss, you misunderstood. The sweeping monk chanted the name of Buddha in a low voice. I don't want to kill too much, but I can't not take revenge for what happened in the past. After thinking about it, only when the Zhao family is in Benefactor Song's hands can both of us feel at ease. Hearing the other party's various conditions, Song Qingshu sank into deep thought. The other party had already spoken quite sincerely, and if it was someone else, they might really be tempted. However, Song Qingshu now held great power in his hands, so there was no need for him to be below others. Seeing that he was silent, the girl in yellow thought that he was really moved. She hurriedly said, Brother Song, are you really thinking about it? Let's not talk about cooking the hound after the hare is killed. Just talking about the thing between you and Madame Gua, they won't tolerate you. Which emperor will tolerate his empress having an affair with an official? As soon as these words came out, the expressions of everyone present became extremely interesting. This matter had been widely spread in Linen, but after all, there was no real evidence. Both sides were also deliberately avoiding this topic, but in the end, it was suddenly brought up by her. Noticing that other people were looking at him with strange gazes, even though Song Qingshu was extremely thick-skinned, he was now flustered. Ying Luo, this girl, was also confused because of her concern. How could she say such words in public? After a long time, it was Fu Yaohong who broke the silence. If Prince Song is worried about this matter, you don't have to worry. As long as Prince Song agrees, we can let Jing Er and Chief Huang separate. After that, whoever Huang Rong likes and wants to follow, it's all up to her resources. We won't interfere. What does young master think? Song Qingshu looked surprised. You can make decisions for such a thing? Fu Yaohong nodded. Although the love between husband and wife is rare, it's nothing compared to national hatred and family hatred. In the past 100 years, whether it's our Fu family or the 5th prince, the 6th prince, or the 7th prince, everyone has made great sacrifices in order to restore the country. Jing Er can certainly understand. Big monk, don't you think so? Seeing that she was looking at him, the sweeping monk also said in a deep voice, yes, I can also guarantee this matter. With Jing Er's character, he won't have any objections. After saying this, he sighed in his heart. These years of quiet cultivation in Buddhism could be said to have been destroyed in a day. But as long as he could complete the family's mission, it was worth it even if he went to hell in the future. Thinking of his father's eager eyes looking at him before he died in order to restore the great Zhou dynasty, the sweeping monk's eyes gradually became firm. The yellow-robed woman was stunned. The descendants of the Guo family were really willing to sacrifice their capital. She had seen Huang Rong's beauty and charm with her own eyes. She was worried that Song Qingshu would really bow down for her beauty, so she hurriedly said, Brother Song, Huer and Yuanyuan are in love with you. They don't hesitate to risk the world to imitate the story of Empress Yi and Nuiying as princesses. You can't let them down. Heaven Mountain Tonglao snorted. To put it nicely, they are princesses. To put it bluntly, they are just slaves of the Jin Kingdom's laundry yard. Besides, it's not so great for two sisters to share a husband. My 4 maids, Plum, Orchid, Bamboo, and Chrysanthemum, are 4 sisters of the same mother. Their charm added together is more attractive to men than your 2 younger sisters. Song Qingshu smiled embarrassedly. I don't dare to accept that. You were the one who gave them to me, but in the end, you turned against me. I don't want to go through that again. Heaven Mountain Tonglao blushed. Don't blame them. I forced them to listen to my orders. I saved their lives. I raised them and taught them martial arts since they were young. They don't dare to disobey me. They have been very sad during this time. If you still think it's not enough, I can let my last disciple give herself to you as well. You have seen Fu Mini before. No matter her appearance or figure, she is the best in the Vulture Palace. Besides, she used to move around in the martial arts world of Jiangnan as the White Lotus Saintess. Countless men fell in love with her. In addition, she comes from the royal family of the Zhou dynasty. Her status is not lower than that of any princess or princess. How about it? Am I generous enough? Song Qingshu smiled and did not answer her. Instead, he turned to the yellow-robed woman and said, You heard them. They have offered me such a good deal. Do you have any conditions? Tell me quickly before it's too late. The yellow-robed woman almost fainted from anger. However, this was a matter of national enmity. She did not care about anything else. She took a deep breath and said, If you think Huer and Yuanyuan are not enough, you can choose any of the other princesses and princesses of the Song dynasty. Song Qingshu was instantly amused. He did not expect such a funny scene to happen. It seemed that his reputation was not very good. They thought that he was the kind of person who valued beauty. Do you include yourself among the princesses you mentioned? Song Qingshu looked at her with a playful expression. The yellow-robed woman's pale face instantly turned bright red. Her body trembled for a while before she bit her lip and said, Of course. Okay. Song Qingshu smiled. Then, he said to Heaven Mountain Tonglao, Although I am a lustful person, I pay attention to mutual affection. I don't like to use feelings to make a deal. I will have to disappoint your kindness. Heaven Mountain Tonglao snorted coldly. Isn't it a deal between you and her? It's not the same. Song Qingshu walked over and held the yellow-robed woman's hand. She and I have a foundation of feelings. This can only be considered as a result of our relationship. The yellow-robed woman, who had always been stubborn, originally felt that it was a bit humiliating to agree under that kind of situation. However, for the country and for the clan, she had to agree. When she heard what he said, her slightly trembling body instantly calmed down. Her cold little hands subconsciously held the other party tightly. Why doesn't anyone use this kind of multiple-choice question to test me in reality? Are you playing a trick on us? For some reason, Tianshan Tonglao felt a surge of anger from the bottom of her heart. Song Qingshu sighed. We're all old acquaintances, so I'll tell you something from the bottom of my heart. Although I personally sympathize with the Guo family during the Xianxia mutiny, the winner takes all. Now that the Song dynasty has lasted for 100 years, and although it's weak in external wars, it's still considered peaceful and prosperous. Especially the preferential treatment of scholar officials. I don't know how many unyielding scholars have been raised. If I were to be with you, I would definitely be condemned by thousands of people and go down in history as a stink. So, I'm sorry to refuse your kind offer. That's right. The monk looked melancholy and said, we also know that the Song court is very popular. However, we have to do it even if we know it is impossible. Almsgiver Song's unwillingness to work with us is also expected. Song Qingshu bowed to him and said, thank you for your understanding, elder. The monk returned the bow and said, however, we have to get rid of them. Almsgiver Song, please forgive us. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Song Qingshu. His palm was like a gentle breeze, yet it also seemed soft and powerless, fluttering in the air. It was unknown where Song Qingshu's body was. Tianshan Tonglao's expression changed greatly. Back then, Master Xiaoyaozi accepted 3 disciples, and the 3 of them were almost equal in talent. However, Li Qiushui was obsessed with love, Wu Yazi had a wide range of hobbies, and only she was dedicated to martial arts. So, in the end, her martial arts was the best, and she was quite proud of it. However, she did not expect that the cultivation of her master's missing son had already far surpassed her. Not only was he proficient in the martial arts of the Xiaoyao sect, but he had also integrated various divine skills of Shaolin. Her Tianshan plum-breaking hand was the most profound and wonderful martial arts of the Xiaoyao sect. There was no end to practicing it, and it could integrate all the martial arts in the world into its moves. To some extent, it was very similar to the concept of the 9 strategies beyond the swords. When the Tianshan plum-breaking hand was practiced to the highest level, it could break all the martial arts in the world. But this time, when the sweeping monk made his move, she couldn't see what kind of move he had used. It seemed that in 1 second, it had the shadow of the Xiaoyao sect, and in the next moment, it seemed more like the Shaolin 72 ultimate skills. But when she thought about it carefully, she found that it was neither. She suddenly understood that the opponent had long since jumped out of the rut of his moves, and every time he attacked, it was like an antelope hanging its horn, leaving no traces behind. The funny thing was that she had always been complacent about the Tianshan plum-breaking hand and thought that it could break all the martial arts in the world. But now that she saw it with her own eyes, she realized that if the sweeping monk's palm was aimed at her, could she dodge it? Initially, Heaven Mountain Tonglao thought that she was only half a step away from being a great grandmaster. However, when the other party attacked, she realized that this half step was like a moat. Apart from being shocked, she was also very curious. How would Song Qingshu be able to dodge this move? Seeing that the sweeping monk's palm was as light as a feather, Song Qingshu didn't dare to be careless. Although this move seemed simple, it was an extremely powerful killer move. Morong Bo and Xiao Yuanshan were powerful enough, but even with their full concentration on defense, they were still killed by this move. Last time on Mount Wudong, even a great grandmaster was killed by this move. The opponent had used his ultimate move from the beginning, obviously intending to end the battle quickly. Big Brother Song, quickly dodge. The girl in yellow was Huang Shang's last disciple. Under his careful training, she had already reached the great grandmaster realm at a young age. She naturally also knew the power of this move. Back on Mount Wudong, her master had been seriously injured by this move. Dodge? A faint smile hung on the corner of Song Qingshu's mouth. Temujin had been killed, and Ah Qing had fallen asleep. What else was there in the world for him to hide from? At this time, the sweeping monk felt a little strange. Just now, he noticed that the other party's breathing was a little sluggish when he spoke. If he wasn't mistaken, the other party was injured. Just now, while giving all kinds of conditions, he was also looking for an opportunity to attack. Just a moment ago, he found that opportunity. This move of his was called one slap two scatters, and it condensed the essence of his martial arts. To a certain extent, it could be regarded as a kind of rule. As long as he found an opportunity to attack, he would definitely hit, and once he hit, he would instantly kill an enemy, no matter how high the opponent's martial arts were. Even a great grandmaster was no exception. Although Morong Bo and Xiao Yuanshan's martial arts were high, this was a level that they couldn't understand at all. They thought that their defense was impregnable, but in front of this move, it was full of holes. After decades of painstakingly training in the Sutra Pavilion of the Shaolin Temple, he had thoroughly mastered the martial arts of the Xiaoyao sect and the Shaolin Temple. He was confident that in a one-on-one fight, besides the unfathomable Zhang Sanfeng, no one in the world could be his opponent. However, Song Qingshu was an anomaly. Originally, when it came to martial arts, he thought that he was better than his opponent, but after seeing the golden light in his opponent's eyes, he felt a huge sense of crisis, which made all the hairs on his body stand up. Therefore, he didn't dare to be careless, and gathered the others to attack his opponent together. At this level, he could more or less guess that although Song Qingshu's hidden move was strong, it should be used to deal with a single person, and not a group attack. Therefore, if the opponent used that move, Fu Yaohong and the others, who were at the side, could easily take his life. This matter was related to the 100 years of grudges between the Gua and Zhao families, so he couldn't care less. However, there was a faint sense of unease in his heart, because the opponent was too calm, and didn't have the slightest intention of dodging. Suddenly, Song Qingshu, who was right in front of him, seemed to have disappeared. He was clearly standing there, but his aura seemed to have disappeared into thin air. What replaced it was an incomparably sharp sword chi. His whole body was like a peerless sword standing there, and when the palm of the monk was about to hit him, the sword chi suddenly bloomed, and a giant sword that went straight to the sky was formed, and then it came straight down. The monk's pupil shrank, and the light palm directly hit the void sword. He hit it 7 times in a row, and his whole body also took 7 steps back. It should be known that his one-hit two-scatter could kill a peerless master in the world in a second. He rarely used it, but now he had used it 7 times, and his face flashed an abnormal dark red. The sweeping monk stood silently where he was. Just a moment ago, he was in front of Song Qingshu, but now he was dozens of feet away from him. There was a huge sword mark on the stone pavement between the two of them. It should have been caused by that shocking sword chi just now. Everyone in the field stared with wide eyes. In that instant, the sword chi scattered everywhere, and the palm power splashed everywhere. Even with the cultivation of Tianshan Tonglao and Fu Yaohong, they couldn't stand still, and subconsciously took a few feet back. Is this the power of a great grandmaster? Everyone was shocked. The shocking sword just now had been deeply imprinted in everyone's mind, and they would probably not be able to forget it for the rest of their lives. At the same time, the monk had hit the ground 7 times in a row, and when he retreated, it was like a mirage. Perhaps even Li Qiushui, who had been immersed in the wave-like micro-steps for decades, would feel inferior. Tianshan Tonglau's heart moved. The scene just now seemed to make her understand something, but in the next second she forgot it. She knew that it was best for her to immediately find a secluded place to study it. Maybe in a few years, she would be able to smoothly step into the great grandmaster realm. Fu Yaohong was very happy. Fortunately, her good disciple had a good relationship with him, otherwise she really wouldn't dare to go against such a guy. The yellow-robed woman's beautiful eyes were full of light. She had been adopted by Huang Chang since she was a child, and carefully taught. Looking at the whole world, she was probably the person who had spent the longest time with a great grandmaster. In that instant, she had a feeling that Song Qingshu seemed to be stronger than the last time in the Wu-Tang Dang sect, and he was even more unfathomable than her master felt. While everyone had their own thoughts, the 3 long black ropes had already swept towards Song Qingshu. It turned out that Sandu saw the two of them exchange blows. Although he couldn't tell who had the upper hand, he guessed that they had consumed about the same amount of energy. At this time, the old strength had been used up and the new strength had not yet recovered, so they keenly grasped this momentary gap. Of course, they didn't think that they could defeat a great grandmaster. But they gave the sweeping monk enough time to rest, while Song Qingshu didn't have time to recover. Under this situation, the scales of victory would gradually tilt in their favor. The 3 long ropes were completely black and no light could be seen when they moved. These 3 long ropes seemed slow, but they were actually fast, without the slightest sound of wind. Obviously, their internal energy had reached the state of perfection. Dui's black rope turned into a straight blade, like a spear or a stick, stabbing forward. At the same time, the 2 black ropes in Du Jia and Du Nan's hands wrapped around him from behind, trying to entangle him. For a moment. "Brother Song, be careful." The yellow-robed woman also waved her long whip, using the white python whip technique to coil around 2 of the black ropes, at least to help relieve some of the pressure. Fu Yaohong's figure flashed and blocked her long whip. Tianshan Tonglao hesitated for a moment, but didn't move. Song Qingshu, who was in the center of the Vajra subduing evil circle, waved his left hand and used a skillful force to entangle Du Jia and Du Nan's long whips together, counteracting each other's attacks. Du Jia and Du Nan were shocked. They had been immersed in the Vajra subduing evil circle for decades. The former sect leader of the Kunlun sect died here, and even the former cult leader of the devil cult, Zhang Wuji, was trapped inside and unable to escape. They didn't expect that their opponent could so easily neutralize their attacks. But what made their eyes widen was another thing. They saw Song Qingshu slowly stretch out the fingers of his right hand and gently clamp down on Dui's black rope, which was powerful enough to break a stone tablet. Dui, on the other hand, was not surprised but happy. With a flick of his wrist, an earth-shattering internal energy hit Song Qingshu's chest. Long whips had a great advantage, which was that they could multiply your internal energy. The closer to the end of the whip, the stronger the power you could wield. As a great grandmaster, the other party's cultivation was higher than his, but if his inner force was magnified by 10 times, would the other party still be stronger than him? He had actually been so arrogant as to directly clamp the tip of his whip with his hand. If it had been any other expert, Dewey was confident that he could even break their ribs and crush their internal organs. The other party was a great grandmaster, so he definitely wouldn't do that. However, breaking the bones of his fingers shouldn't be a problem. At this moment, the sweeping monk hurriedly warned, "Be careful." Dewey stared blankly. He didn't understand why the monk would warn Song Qingshu to be careful. Could it be that he cherished talent? But now that the 2 of them were standing on opposite sides, soft-heartedness would not do. At this moment, Song Qingshu snorted coldly. With a flick of his wrist that was gripping the whip, an even bigger wave followed the black rope and attacked Dewey. The wave that Dewey's wrist had conjured was like ice and snow meeting a volcano. It melted in an instant. In his shock, he wanted to let go of the whip, but it was already too late. An incomparably terrifying inner force directly smashed into his chest, causing Dewey to spit out a mouthful of blood. In that instant, he knew that 7 or 8 of his ribs had been broken, and his internal organs had suffered serious injuries. Senior Martial Brother Du Nan, Du Jia, and Dewey had been meditating in the Shaolin Temple's back mountain for decades. In order to practice the Vajra subduing devil circle, they had practiced to the point where their hearts and minds were interlinked. Even blood brothers could not compare to the feelings between them. Seeing Dewey in such a miserable state, the 2 of them were shocked and angry. With a flick of their wrists, they untied the black ropes that were wrapped around them. One of them aimed at Song Qingshu's spine, and the other at his waist. Song Qingshu's face turned cold. In an instant, countless sword chi condensed in the air, and the 2 impressive black ropes were instantly cut into several pieces. The rest of the sword chi continued to shoot towards the 2 men's right hands. The Vajra subduing devil circle was called the subduing devil circle, but the 3 of them had unknowingly entered the devil's path. At the lion-slaying gathering, countless masters from other sects had died under their black ropes. Even the head of the Kunlun sect had been beaten to death by them. Their attacks were extremely ruthless, without the slightest mercy of a Buddhist monk. Just now, whether it was the spine or the waist, a normal person would be lucky enough to survive, but the lower half of their body would be paralyzed. Therefore, Du Jia did not show any mercy. Dunan's cultivation was originally lower than Dui's. In the face of the fierce sword chi, they could not react at all. Before the sword chi reached their bodies, they already felt a faint tingling sensation on their skin. There was only one thought left in their minds: my life is over. At this moment, a gray shadow blocked in front of the two of them. His hands formed an invisible chi that melted the sword chi. However, his body still shook, and his face became paler than before. Song Qingshu did not attack again. Instead, he looked at the gray shadow with a somewhat complicated expression. Originally, your injury would have recovered in a few days. If you force yourself to attack now, I'm afraid you won't be able to recover in a short time. Ba. The sweeping monk sighed. After all, I brought them out of Shaolin Temple. I can't watch them die in a foreign land. Song Qingshu said lightly, you should also know the situation just now. I have been merciful. On the contrary, their moves are getting more and more ruthless. Therefore, I plan to cripple one of their hands so that they can meditate and worship Buddha. Thank you, benefactor, for being merciful. The sweeping monk nodded. If you hadn't been merciful, I'm afraid Dewey would have died on the spot. Hearing the conversation between the two, the surrounding people were shocked. Dunan was even more ashamed. It turned out that the other side had been merciful from the beginning. However, what was even more shocking was another thing. Just now, the sweeping monk and Song Qingshu had exchanged one move. Listening to their words, the sweeping monk had been defeated in one move. How was this possible? The strength of the sweeping monk was well known. He was recognized in Jianghu as a figure on par with Wudong Zhenrenzhong. No matter how powerful Song Qingshu was, it was in line with everyone's understanding that he was at most on par with him. Even if Song Qingshu had suddenly risen in recent years and become a great grandmaster, no matter how powerful he was only a little better than the sweeping monk. They were both great grandmasters, so how could the winner be decided so quickly? This was a question that both Song Qingshu and the sweeping monk knew. If they had fought normally, it would not have been so easy to decide the winner. However, just now, the sweeping monk had sensed that his opponent was injured, so he wanted to end the battle quickly. As soon as they met, both sides had used their unique skills to fight. However, he had not expected that Song Qingshu's sword chi would be so powerful. In a head-on clash, he had suffered quite a bit. Later on, in order to save Dunan, his injuries had worsened. At this time, the yellow-robed woman had already given up fighting Fu Yao. Compared to Fu Yaohong's disappointment, she was now looking at the figure with a face full of excitement. Which girl in the world did not want their lover to be an invincible hero? Heaven Mountain Tonglao had a complicated expression. She thought to herself that this guy had improved very quickly. The last time they had separated, he was clearly not this powerful. How did he do it? She could not help but want to ask him. At this time, the sweeping monk was injured, and Sandu could no longer fight. Only Fu Yaohong and Heaven Mountain Tonglao were left. However, both of them had some friendship with Song Qingshu. For a moment, both sides were silent. Take her away. It was still Heaven Mountain Tonglao who spoke first. She knew that her group could not stop the other party, so she might as well do him a favor. In any case, the crown prince was already dead. A mere yellow-robed woman would not affect the overall situation. However, Song Qingshu shook his head. This time, I came to the palace mainly to see Brother Gua. I have some questions to ask him. Fu Yaohong's brows furrowed. Prince Song, although your martial arts are high, with all of us swarming together and the experts in the palace, you may not be able to win. The restoration of the great Zhou dynasty had been the hard work of several generations. Now that they had finally allowed Emperor Ruiwu's descendant to ascend to the throne, they could not let anyone ruin it, no matter how strong he was. Hearing her words, the guards and soldiers nearby all drew their swords from their waists and drew their longbows. The situation could be triggered at any moment. At this time, Gu Jing's voice came from deep within the palace. Aunt, let him in. The Gu family was the royal family of the Zhou dynasty, and the Fu family was the imperial family of the Zhou dynasty. According to seniority, Fu Yaohong was Gu Jing's aunt. Hearing Gu Jing's voice, Fu Yaohong hesitated. Although Gu Jing's kung fu was good, Song Qingshu's cultivation level was too high. It would be dangerous for them to meet alone. The sweeping monk said, "Don't worry. With almsgiver Song's character and his friendship with Jing he won't do anything bad to him." Fu Yaohong thought about their relationship with the Mongols and suddenly felt relieved. I was being too narrow-minded. Prince Song, please. Song Qingshu held the yellow-shirt woman's hand. Come with me. He wasn't afraid that Tianshan Tong Lao and the others would attack her if she stayed here, but he was worried that she would leave. They had worked so hard to get closer, and it would be a pity if they parted so soon. Feeling the warmth of his hand, the yellow-shirt woman's heart warmed. However, her eyes fell on the crown prince's body, and she looked hesitant. Fu Yaohong said, "Don't worry. The crown prince is dead. No matter how big the grudge between us is, we won't destroy his body. I'll send someone to bury him later." The yellow-shirt woman was relieved. She wanted to express her gratitude, but when she remembered that the crown prince was killed by them, she couldn't bring herself to say thank you. Song Qingshu patted her hand to comfort her, and then led her deeper into the palace. Because of Guo Jing's orders, the journey was smooth. Outside the imperial study, Song Qingshu said to the yellow-shirt woman, "Wait here for me. I have something to say to Guo Jing." After all, they had a national grudge, and it wouldn't be good if there was a conflict inside. The yellow-shirt woman nodded, and she was as obedient as a young wife. Song Qingshu looked at her in surprise. He couldn't help but ask, "You didn't run away, did you?" The yellow-shirt woman rolled her eyes at him. "Don't worry, I'll wait for you." He couldn't help but think of the scene where he defeated the sweeping monk and the others. He was really handsome. After receiving confirmation, Song Qingshu walked into the imperial study. A burly figure was standing by the window, staring blankly at the moon in the sky. When he heard Song Qingshu enter, he turned around and looked at Song Qingshu with a complicated expression. "Brother Song, I didn't expect to see you again in such a situation after we parted ways in Mongolia." Song Qingshu looked at Guo Jing, who was dressed in a dragon robe. For a moment, he was not used to this style. He could not help but sigh. "Yes, no matter how wild my imagination was, I never expected you to become the emperor." Guo Jing smiled bitterly. "I didn't expect it either. After coming back from Mongolia, I learned too many things that I didn't know before. I don't know how to deal with it." Song Qingshu suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He thought of the rumors about the affair between him and Huang Rong. Obviously, he also knew about it. He wanted to explain, but he didn't know how to start. "I didn't expect that I was actually a descendant of the Zhou dynasty's royal family. In the past few decades, countless people from the Guo clan and the Fu clan have worked hard to restore the Zhou dynasty and take revenge on the Xiaosong dynasty. Countless people have spent their entire lives, some even sacrificing their lives." Guo Jing looked at his hands. "But I've always been protecting this country that my enemy built. Because of this, my mother lost her life." Song Qingshu said in a low voice, "Brother Guo, everything you did was for the country and the people, not for the Zhao family's imperial court, so you don't have to blame yourself." "Thank you for enlightening me, Brother Song." Guo Jing forced a smile. "Actually, I told myself the same thing, but I also know that if I had known about my past, I probably wouldn't have made such a choice. Back then, I thought I was from the Song dynasty. I didn't expect that I was actually from the Zhou dynasty." Song Qingshu was silent. This was the helplessness of fate. Many times, it didn't depend on human strength. He hesitated and asked, "Actually, even if you knew about your past, with your personality, you aren't the type to be greedy for power. Why did you rebel with them and become the emperor?" "Rebel? In your eyes, this is rebellion?" Guo Jing laughed self-deprecatingly. "I'm just taking back what the Zhao family shamelessly took from us." Song Qingshu couldn't help but say, "It seems that Fu Yaohong and the others have had a great influence on you these days." Guo Jing shook his head. "They did instill a lot of hatred for the Xiaosong dynasty in me, but I won't change so easily. After all, I'm no longer that naive and foolish boy from back then." "Then why?" Song Qingshu was slightly puzzled. From his tone, he didn't detect the hatred for the Xiaosong dynasty that Fu Yaohong, Fu Mini, and the others had. Why would he join the rebellion? "As I said earlier, I learned many things in these days." Guojing looked deeply at him and continued, other than the fact that I am a member of the Zhou dynasty's royal family, the other thing is that I failed to become the palace marshal. Song Qingshu recalled that when he was in Linen, because of Guojing's meritorious service in defending Xianxia and his high prestige, there was a great clamor for him to be appointed as the commander of the Front Palace Department, responsible for protecting the imperial family and cooperating with Han Xingzhou on the northern expedition. But later, the matter ended without any progress. Everyone was guessing the reason. So the Zhaosong emperor already knew the truth of my past. So how would they dare to give me such an important appointment? Guojing laughed self-deprecatingly. Back then, Rong'er disappeared for no reason. It was a trap they set to prevent me from participating in the front contest. Song Qingshu suddenly understood. Back then, he knew that Huang Rong had been captured. At the time, he had been curious about the reason. Now he finally understood everything. But Brother Gua, you don't look like someone who is greedy for power. You don't have to choose to rebel because of this? Guojing sighed. I really don't care for the position of palace marshal. But this time, someone showed me many secret documents. Only then did I know that Zhao Go had secretly planned to get rid of me. Back in the northern expedition, I was purposely set up by them to go deep into enemy territory alone. They wanted to use the gene to kill me. Thanks to your help, I was lucky enough to keep my life. Song Qingshu sighed. Back then, Guojing had risked his life for the Song dynasty. During the northern expedition, he was tacitly abandoned by the other armies. In the end, he was surrounded by the Jin army. He had personally experienced this. How could he not know? Other than that, Zhao Go also designed a few other backup plans. He wanted to get rid of me secretly. He even planned to kill Rong'er, Fu-er, and the others. Gua. Jing smiled sadly. Back then, the Zhao family took advantage of the Ruiwu emperor's death to bully the orphans and widows of the Zhou dynasty. I didn't expect that 100 years later, they would kill us all. A man is born in this world. If he can't protect his wife and daughter, and can't comfort his ancestors, then what's the point of living? Song Qingshu fell silent. The other party was right. In the end, it was the Zhao family who had wronged the Gua family. But between countries, there was no right or wrong. Of course, he also knew that if he was in Song Qingshu's shoes, he would most likely make the same choice. But Guojing was a person of noble character. Even if Zhao Song had wronged him, he would not have such a strong reaction. Come to think of it, whether it was Fu Yaohong or the sweeping monk, they all had a great impact on him. In addition, the various things during the northern expedition, and the experience in Mongolia, where he had no choice but to separate from Huazheng, must have affected his worldview to a certain extent. All these factors together led to the current situation. Now that they were so close to each other, he could still feel Guojing's innocent heart. However, it would be unrealistic to say that Guojing had not changed at all. The Guojing now was no longer the hero of Xiangyang that he used to be. Song Qingshu could not help but ask, this time, Fu Yaohong and the others helped you. Obviously, they also borrowed the power of the Mongolians. In the future, will you return the favor to the Mongolians? Guojing shook his head. Although I no longer consider myself a Song person, I am still a Han. I have seen the Mongolians burn, kill, and loot with my own eyes. How can I betray the interests of my country for my own selfish desires? Back then, Emperor Ruiwu was the pride of his generation. Unfortunately, the heavens did not give him a break. Otherwise, he would have already unified the world. Later, Zhao and Song would not have been weak, and the people of the Central Plains would not have been bullied by the foreign tribes. As a descendant of Emperor Ruiwu, I have the responsibility to carry on his unfinished legacy. Hearing this, Song Qingshu was secretly impressed. Brother Gua, you are so bold. Guojing sighed. But now, I may not be able to hold on to the throne, let alone conquer the Central Plains. Song Qingshu did not say anything against his heart. Indeed, he may not be able to hold on to the throne. Not to mention himself, many other powers may not be able to accept him. It was just that everyone was still watching and had not made a move. After all, the Zhou dynasty had been destroyed for more than 100 years. How could it still rally people? Guojing suddenly changed the topic. The last time I left Mongolia, I was in a hurry. How is Huajing? Song Qingshu nodded. Princess Huajing is fine, but she is under house arrest in the palace. She cannot see you, so she can only wash her face with tears. Guojing's face revealed a pained expression. I have let her down. I ruined the first half of her life, and I did not expect that I would ruin the second half of her life. Song Qingshu comforted him. This is not your fault. When you lost your memory in Mongolia, you may feel sorry for her. But in her eyes, the time she spent with you was probably the happiest time of her life. Hearing this, Guojing could not help but be moved. Obviously, he was reminded of the time when he lost his memory with Huajing. It was indeed a rare carefree time. It could be said that he had never been so happy. After a long time, Guojing suddenly said, Brother Song, I would like to ask you for a favor. Brother Gua, please say it. As long as it is within my power, I will do it without hesitation. Song Qingshu said seriously. Guojing looked at him with a complicated expression. After a while, he said, if anything happens to me, I will trouble you to take care of Rong-er. Ah? This? Song Qingshu suddenly felt very embarrassed. He had never thought that Guojing would say this. He did not know whether Guojing was testing him on purpose or was sincere. For a moment, he did not know how to respond. Guojing did not say anything more. Instead, he changed the topic. Well, I am a little tired. Brother Song, please go back. Until they came out of the palace, Song Qingshu still did not come back to his senses. He did not know what Guojing meant. What did you say to Guojing? The yellow-robed woman was a little curious and could not help but ask. We talked about the past, but not much else. Song Qingshu briefly recounted the conversation in the imperial study. Of course, he left out the matter of Huang Rong. The yellow-shirted woman couldn't help but sigh. I admire Hero Gua's character. Unfortunately, fate makes fools of people. Yes. Song Qingshu also sighed. At this moment, Guojing was just like Xiao Feng in the original novel. He had fallen into a dilemma arranged by fate. No matter what he chose, he would only receive pain. Therefore, in the original novel, Xiao Feng could only commit suicide. The fates of the other male protagonists were much better. Ling Huchong didn't have to worry about killing his master for revenge because Lin helped him. Duan Yu didn't have to worry about ethics and love because his mother cheated, so he didn't have to face a dilemma. Thinking of this, Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel lucky that he didn't have to face such a choice. But with his uninhibited personality, even if he was in Guojing's position, he probably wouldn't be so conflicted. Right, Guojing has already promised to bury the crown prince's body in the royal garden. You don't have to worry too much. Song Qingshu comforted her. The yellow-shirted woman grunted, thank you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have made it out alive, not to mention the crown prince. Song Qingshu smiled, didn't I promise your master to take care of you? It seems that I didn't break my promise. The yellow-shirted woman pursed her lips and smiled, back then, my master couldn't stand your playboy personality and was worried that I would be harmed by you. So, he specifically asked you to teach me martial arts. That's fine. Call me master, and I will teach you everything I know. Song Qingshu pretended to stroke his long beard, pretending to be a teacher. Tui. The yellow-shirted woman spat, but refused to say it out loud. Song Qingshu moved his face closer to her, then, what you said in the palace just now, does it still count? What did I say? I don't remember. The yellow-shirted woman's heart skipped a beat and she turned her head away, blushing. Song Qingshu sighed, if that's the case, I'll go back to the Gua family. They still have a bunch of princesses and princesses waiting for me to marry. The yellow-robed woman immediately became anxious. Although she knew that he was joking, she still subconsciously pulled him back. Do you really want me to repeat myself? Song Qingshu smiled and said, if you're too shy to say it, then let me kiss you. The girl in yellow unhappily rolled her eyes at him, thinking that kissing him would be even more excessive. Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. She was so beautiful that even the whites of her eyes were so beautiful. Looking at her fair and somewhat transparent skin, he couldn't help but feel his index finger move. He leaned over and kissed her on the cheek. Hey, you. The yellow-robed girl was startled and subconsciously wanted to dodge, but the other party held her waist, making her unable to move. And because she turned her head to speak, the other party took the opportunity to kiss her red lips. The yellow-robed girl's body trembled, and her breathing quickened. She subconsciously wanted to push him away, but the other party was like a mountain, so she couldn't push him away. After pushing a few times, there was no effect, so she could only let him. Seeing the yellow-robed girl slowly close her eyes and let him do whatever he wanted, Song Qingshu couldn't help but be amused. It seemed that sometimes it was better for a man to take the initiative. These women were obviously willing, but for various reasons, they couldn't bring themselves to do it. No wonder those overbearing CEOs were so popular in his previous life, they were all upright in body and mouth. When they returned to Guling Courtyard, the yellow-robed girl suddenly became a little nervous. "Brother Song, is Miss Ren really not fierce?" Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. "It's not like you haven't seen her before. Why are you suddenly so nervous?" The yellow-robed girl bit her red lips. "It's not the same. In the past, there was nothing between us, but now. Song Qingshu laughed and said, "I understand. It's the new daughter-in-law paying respects to the matriarch. If you're so nervous every time, then you'll be flustered in the future. In the future, when you see Zhou Jirua, when you see Ajio, when you see your two younger sisters, when you see..." The yellow-robed girl was so angry that her face turned red, and she fiercely pinched his waist. "It's all because of you, you womanizer, that I made such a fool of myself." Song Qingshu tightly held her soft little hand. "Don't worry, Ying is very easy to talk to. Even Huer and Yuan can get along with her peacefully. What are you worried about?" Even so, the yellow-robed girl was still very nervous when she entered the courtyard. When Ren Ying learned that Song Qingshu had returned, she hurriedly came out to greet him, and when she saw the yellow-robed girl, she was surprised. "Sister Yang is also here, please sit." The yellow-robed girl immediately panicked, and hurriedly said, "Young Miss Ren, don't call me sister, I don't deserve it." Ren Ying was startled, feeling that the yellow-robed girl was a little strange today, and looked inquiringly at Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu embarrassedly smiled. "Ying, she should call you sister in the future." Ren Ying was extremely intelligent, and immediately understood. She pulled the yellow-robed girl's hand and sat down, and a trace of a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Actually, us sisters have been guessing when you would be tricked by this guy, but sister's face is too thin, so we were worried for you at that time. Fortunately, now it has finally come to fruition." Hearing a few words from her, the yellow-robed girl's panicked heart gradually calmed down, and she said with some embarrassment, "Sister Ren, you can just call me Ying Luo." Ren Ying smiled. "Then you can also call me Ying. There is no need to call me sister, our family doesn't have this rule." The yellow-robed girl made a sound of agreement, and quietly glanced at Song Qingshu, and the big stone in her heart was completely lifted. Song Qingshu saw that the two of them were chatting happily, but he was somewhat worried. They wouldn't have to go through the experience of 3 months without water to drink again, right? But aside from the two of them, there was also Huer, Yuan, and the others in the residence, so there shouldn't be such a problem. The two of them chatted for a while, and then Ren Ying began to ask about the matter of entering the palace, and Song Qingshu roughly explained the entire process. Ren Ying nodded her head. Gui Jing's words revealed a piece of information. He mentioned that someone had shown him some secret files, and it seems like there really is someone behind this, which is in line with our previous speculation. Song Qingshu was surprised, and couldn't help but sigh. "Ying, you are really meticulous. If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have noticed." The yellow-robed girl hurriedly asked, "Who is the person behind this? Could it be the Imperial City Department that has access to these secret files?" "The Imperial City Department is controlled by the Shui family." "Could it be the Shui family?" Ren Ying replied, "Right now it doesn't matter who it is, the key is to lure him out. He has been hiding in the dark, and it is really difficult to guard against him. As long as he comes out of the water, it will be easy to deal with him." How to lure the snake out of the hole? With someone helping to think, Song Qingshu was too lazy to use his brain. Today's matter of you entering the palace certainly can't be hidden from people with intentions, and the crown prince's death will certainly be exaggerated. Sandu is seriously injured, and the key is that the sweeping monk is also injured, so the deterrence is not as strong as before. If the person in the dark wants to take action, this will be the best opportunity. Reninging analyzed, but I am worried that the person will be afraid of your existence and won't dare to make a move, so we have to create a false impression that you were also injured in this battle, and we are taking you back to Yangzhou to heal. Song Qingshu shook his head. There are many spies in the palace, and our battle at that time may not be hidden from people with intentions. I'm afraid it won't be easy to make that person believe that I was injured. Then what should we do? Reninging frowned slightly, obviously also having a headache. At this moment, a subordinate suddenly came with a secret letter. Song Qingshu took it and read it, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. That person can't hold back anymore. At this time, Yuanzi sent a message from Huzhou. It turned out that someone had found Xianxia, and Xianxia had agreed according to the agreement and was now on the way to Linen. What does it mean? Reninging and the yellow-robed woman came over to read the secret letter, but they couldn't understand anything. Only then did Song Qingshu roughly tell them about Shuang'er's matter. Reninging was so scared that her beautiful face turned pale, and her fingers trembled as she stroked his chest. So this is how you got injured. I was wondering how someone could hurt you, and why didn't you tell me before? The main reason is that I was afraid that you would have a bad opinion of Shuang'er, and she actually changed her mind at the last moment. It was me who pulled her hand and stabbed her, Song Qingshu explained. Reninging snorted angrily. Shuang'er is really affectionate and loyal to avenge Xiaobao, who died a long time ago. She is a rare extraordinary woman in the world. How can we have a bad opinion of her? After all, it's you who flirt everywhere and finally get into trouble. The yellow-robed woman also couldn't help saying, it's indeed a little bad for you to rob others. You want to say that I'm despicable, right? Song Qingshu said with a wry smile, I did do a lot of wrong things in those years. Reninging, however, was reminded of something and couldn't help scolding him. The means you used on me at that time were not glorious. It was only because I was blinded by lard that I fell in love with you. But if you always walk by the river, your shoes will always get wet. Shuang'er's case is also a warning. In the future, you'd better not seduce other people's wives and daughters, in case someone comes to avenge her husband one day. We have so many sisters. Are you still not satisfied? Even if you're not satisfied, with your current status, what kind of woman can't you find? Why do you need to do such disgraceful things? I didn't force myself on them. Our relationship was consensual. It's not as unbearable as you think. Song Qingshu's old face was burning. Besides that, I've already washed my hands of prostitution. For some reason, his tone was a little guilty. Reninging said with a faint smile, washed your hands of prostitution? What about Huang Rong? Song Qingshu was at a loss for words. He didn't know how to explain. The yellow-robed woman couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that even someone like Huang Rong couldn't escape your clutches. Speaking of which, I admire you a little. Reninging nodded in agreement. When I heard the news, I was shocked, but I also admired you. Song Qingshu finally couldn't hold back his anger. All right. If you say anything else, don't blame me for using the family rules. Family rules? The yellow-robed woman looked at Reninging blankly. Reninging blushed and couldn't help but spit. This bastard uses this trick every time. Thinking of how she would look when he used the genuine chi of joy, her heart beat wildly. How could she have the time to talk to him? 2 days later, a shocking news suddenly spread in the streets of Linen. Have you heard that Song Qingshu, king of Qi, was assassinated? No one knows whether he's alive or dead. Nonsense. King of Qi's martial arts are unparalleled. How could anyone assassinate him? Of course not for men, but what about women? Which man can guard against an assassination when he's in the most ecstatic state? Well, it's really possible. King of Qi is the most romantic person with countless women around him. Sure enough, he will die on a woman's belly in the end. In the beginning, it was just a rumor. However, as time went on, more and more details became detailed. No one from the Prince of Qi's residence came out to clarify the matter. There were even people who saw the Princess of Qi weeping and secretly wearing mourning clothes. King of Qi was really dead. When this news came out, it was like thunder on the ground. The entire southern Song officialdom was extremely shocked. But after a few days, an even more shocking news came. Princess Beijing rose up and called on the people to help the king. In just a few days, she broke into the palace and successfully overthrew the fake dynasty established by the Guo family and restored the orthodoxy of Zhao and Song. Who said I'm short? The fake emperor, Guo Jing, was deposed and sent to the heavenly prison. He was waiting for the imperial court to publicly sentence him to death. The Jia family participated in the rebellion. Jia Zhen, Jia Lian, and Jia Rong died in the battle. Consort Jia, who was revived from the cold palace, was bestowed with white silk. The rest of the men in the Jia residence were stripped of their official titles. The Jia residence was sealed, and the Grand View Garden was searched. Shi Hao from the Shi family died in battle. Shi Miyuan was sent to the heavenly prison. A series of officials from the Shi family were dismissed and their properties were searched. Someone reported that Qin Keqing from the Jia family and Wei Rulan from the Shi family were the remaining descendants of Chai Rong. Hence, the fact that the two families rebelled was confirmed. It was very likely that they would be executed. On the contrary, the officials from the Shui family had a meteoric rise. There was news that the two young ladies of the Shui family, Shui Baochai and Shui Baoqin, were going to be married to Prince Beijing as concubines. A series of news spread to Guling courtyard. Song Qingshu was shocked. It was really a thunderous move. Everything happened too fast. He had been faking his death for some time. These days, he had been hiding in the secret underground chamber of the courtyard. Every day, he was accompanied by beauties. He was busy arranging everything. When he had nothing to do, he had been living a comfortable life. It seems that the Shui family has long sought refuge with Prince Beijing. This time, they pushed the Jia family and Shi family to the front, and he has come back with a plan. Song Qingshu sighed. Actually, it is not surprising. Previously, Prince Beijing hid in the dark and was able to find out so many things about you. He must have borrowed the power of the Imperial City Department. The Imperial City Department has always been under the control of the Shui family, the yellow-shirt lady said. She was very clear about the power structure in linen. Song Qingshu grunted. Actually, just relying on the Imperial City Department might not be able to find so much information. Prince Beijing still controls the intelligence network of the Island of Heroes. That is why he could find so much information. Every country had their own intelligence network. The Southern Song Dynasty's Imperial City Department, the Qin Kingdom's Sticky Stick Department, the Jin Kingdom's Laundry Department, Liao's Secret Intelligence Department. But in terms of the details of the intelligence network, they were probably not as good as the Island of Heroes. After all, over the past few decades, the Island of Heroes had used the name of rewarding the good and punishing the evil to control too many low-level gangs. They had also used this to build a terrifying intelligence network. It had been Jia Shidao's painstaking effort for many years. Unfortunately, he had been defeated and killed in the Battle of Wutang Mountain. As the king of Zhao, Duke Beijing had been harboring evil intentions for a long time. She had seized the opportunity to take over most of the forces on the Isle of Heroes. When he appeared in the Jia family as Jia Baoyu, Jia Shidao's remaining confidant, Liao Yingzhong, had complained to him. Zhao De had taken the opportunity to win over most of Prime Minister Jia's secret forces. Oh right, how did Guo Jing and the others lose so badly? What about the sweeper monk and the others? Compared to the Jia and Shi families, Song Qingshu was more concerned about the situation of these people. When Reninging heard this, she replied, in the battle that night in the palace, the sweeping monk perished, and even Fu Yaohong died in battle. Of the other three, only one escaped, and Wei Rulan also died. The Vulture Palace also suffered heavy losses. The heavenly mountain Tong Lao was seriously injured and captured. Mei Lan, Zhu were also captured in order to save her. Fu Mini seemed to have disappeared in the chaos of the battle. Song Qingshu instantly frowned. In such a short time, so many people who used to be familiar with had died. Even though he had a strong mind, he was still shocked. However, he was more concerned about something else. Even the sweeping monk is dead? Although he was seriously injured, he was, after all, a great grandmaster. How could he die so easily? I was also shocked when I heard the news. Who else in the world do you think can kill him? Reninging frowned slightly. I can't think of anyone. Song Qingshu shook his head. The sweeping monk is good at both Buddhism and Taoism. His cultivation is unfathomable. He is no weaker than immortal Zhang of Wutang Mountain. In the whole world, he is in the top 5 or even the top 3. Even if he was injured, he should be able to keep his life. Ren Yingying hurriedly reminded him, this is a variable. You must be careful. Song Qingshu grunted in acknowledgement. His mood of watching the show became more cautious. At this moment, someone came to report that there was a girl outside the courtyard seeking an audience with the Prince of Qi. No matter what was said, she refused to leave. She wants to see me? Song Qingshu was somewhat surprised. Could it be that she doesn't know that I'm already dead? I've already told her, but she still insists. The subordinate replied. Ren Yingying and the yellow-robed girl immediately looked at him strangely. What kind of debt of love did she incur? Song Qingshu mused, did that person report his name? She is the eldest miss of the Shi clan, Shi Shengyun. Song Qingshu's heart thumped. Quickly invite her in. He then said to Ren Yingying, Yingying, go receive her first. See what her intentions are. Ren Yingying grunted and hurriedly left the secret room. Song Qingshu went to a certain part of the wall. Here, there was a secret hole. That allowed him to see what was happening in the room outside. Shi Shengyun was quickly brought in. At this moment, she was no longer in high spirits. Her hair was disheveled and her clothes were torn in several places. Her face was stained with many stains. It was unknown whether it was dust or dried blood. Miss Shi should be a wanted criminal. What business do you have with her? Ren Yingying asked. Shi Shengyun bit her lips. I want to see the Prince of Qi. Ren Yingying indifferently replied, he's not here. Everything is the same as what I said. Shi Shengyun shook her head. Everyone says that he's dead, but I don't believe him. I know that he's definitely still alive. Ren Yingying revealed a look of astonishment. Why do you think so? Shi Shengyun blankly shook her head. I don't know. In any case, I believe that he's definitely still alive. If he really is dead, I won't have any motivation to continue living. After she finished speaking, she squatted on the ground and started crying. Ren Yingying looked at the wall behind her with a strange expression. She wondered when this fellow had hooked up with Miss Shi. What business do you have with me? Song Qingshu walked out of the secret passage. He was also very curious because he knew that the other party was not like this because she fell in love with him. Hearing his voice, Shi Shengyun's body trembled. She suddenly raised her head. When she saw that it was really him, she was extremely excited. That's great. You're really still alive. That's great. Feeling the strange gazes of Ren Yingying and the yellow-robed woman, Song Qingshu sighed. What business do you have with me? Quickly say it. Don't make it seem like I've abandoned you. Shi Shengyun plopped down on her knees in front of him. I beg you to save the Shi family. I beg you to help me take revenge. Prince Beijing went back on his words. He killed Wei Rulin. Sob, Song Qingshu shook his head. Miss Shi, why do you think I should help you? Shi Shengyun bit her red lips. As long as you can help me, I will be your servant from now on. I will be at your disposal. Song Qingshu sighed. Miss Shi, don't overestimate your charm. Do you think that a woman can really play such an important role when we are in this position? Shi Shengyun replied, I know I'm not enough, but you will definitely be interested in the thing in my hands. What is it? Song Qingshu didn't care. Shi Shengyun said, previously when we started the rebellion, Prince Beijing had been secretly with us. However, he went back on his word and suddenly betrayed us. We were caught off guard and suffered such a big loss. However, we still have some account books and catalogs with him in our hands, which can prove that he was involved in it before. The yellow-robed woman, who was watching the show, had a slight change in her expression. Previously, when she saw the rebels and traitors suffering, she was still a little pleased. Although Prince Beijing's means were despicable, he was still a member of the Zhao family after all. He could be considered to have recovered the country. However, if he was involved in the whole process from the beginning, then he was the culprit of all this. The nature was naturally different. Song Qingshu was not surprised and said, where is the evidence? Let me see it. Xianxia hesitated for a moment and finally took out an account book from her arms and handed it to him. I believe in Prince Chi's character. He will definitely not do something like burning the bridge after crossing it. In the end, the account book still had the warmth of a young girl. Song Qingshu casually flipped through it a few times and put it away. This thing can only be regarded as circumstantial evidence. Now that Prince Beijing is in control of the court, I'm afraid it is not realistic to use this to bring him down. In fact, this thing was still quite useful. This world paid attention to a good reason. He had already arranged everything in secret, except for this name. However, the weight of the evidence provided by Xianxia was still a little lacking. It was difficult to directly hammer Prince Beijing to death. Xianxia looked disappointed. Suddenly, she thought of something and said hurriedly, "You can also look for Sister Bao. She has always been suspicious of Bao Yu's death. My father once mentioned that he suspected that Bao Yu's death was related to Prince Beijing. If you can persuade her to betray us, she, who is from the Imperial City Guards, will definitely have the evidence you want." Song Qingshu said in a deep voice, "But I heard that she is about to marry Prince Beijing. She might even become the imperial concubine in the future. How can she betray Prince Beijing?" Xianxia shook her head. "You don't understand her feelings for Bao Yu. The reason why she agreed to marry was completely out of consideration for the family's interests. However, once she knows that Prince Beijing killed Bao Yu, she will never agree." Song Qingshu thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "All right, I will look for Shui Baochai. If it really succeeds, I will try my best to take care of your Shi family. However, you should not have too much hope. After all, your Shi family participated in the rebellion. This is a serious crime that will result in the execution of 9 generations. I dare not guarantee whether you can keep it or not. With your words, I am relieved. We know that we have committed a grave sin. As long as we can keep our bloodline, we will be satisfied." Xianxia's tears streamed down her face. This should not be a big problem. Song Qingshu nodded his head. "Thank you, Brother Song." Xianxia finally revealed a smile on her face. Then, her body softened and she fainted on the ground. Ren Ying went over to check and said, "It should be due to excessive fatigue and mental exhaustion. She will be fine after a period of rest." Song Qingshu acknowledged her and asked her to help take care of Bao Yu while he made a trip to the Imperial City Guards. Ren Ying was a little worried. Could it be a trap set by them? Song Qingshu shook his head. "Don't worry, I will be careful. Moreover, Shi Hao and Wei Rulan are both dead. The Shi family will not put in so much effort to put on a show." Ren Ying smiled. "That's true." Song Qingshu quietly left Guling Courtyard and went all the way to the city center. Just as he was wondering if Shui Baochai was in the Imperial City Guards or the Shui family, he suddenly saw a beautiful figure in the Imperial City Guards uniform walking on the street with a heavy heart. Who else could it be but Shui Baochai? It really was effortless to find her. Song Qingshu did not waste any time. He immediately touched her and sealed her acupoints. Then, he carried her to an abandoned courtyard several li away. "Who are you?" Shui Baochai was extremely shocked. Although she had been a little distracted and had not been on guard, her opponent was able to subdue her in an instant and bring her here. His martial arts were too terrifying. This time, Song Qingshu did not conceal himself. He directly came in front of her and unsealed her acupoints. With his martial arts, she would not be able to escape even if she wanted to. "Prince Qi? You are not dead?" Shui Baochai's mouth was wide open, and her face was full of shock. "Miss, aren't you too cruel? You want me dead so much after not seeing me for a long time?" Song Qingshu laughed mockingly. "I remember that we used to have a good time when we met. I didn't mean that." Shui Baochai looked a little embarrassed, but her heart was in turmoil. If Prince Qi was not dead, then the Shui family and Duke Beijing would be in danger. "This time, I came to you mainly to ask for your help. Help me find evidence of Duke Beijing's crime." Song Qingshu went straight to the point. Shui Baochai frowned slightly. "Although I would like to pretend to agree to your request, Prince Qi should know that I have an engagement with Duke Beijing. How can I help you to deal with him? But I remember that you like Jia Baoyu." Have you changed your love so quickly? Song Qingshu asked. A trace of pain flashed in Xue Baochai's eyes. Baoyu is dead. Don't you want to know who killed him? Song Qingshu looked at her quietly. Of course, it's the guy who pretended to be him and went to Xianxia to find a spouse. Xue Baochai said bitterly. Thinking of how she was intimate with that person along the way and how she was with her enemy, she felt extremely painful. Song Qingshu sighed and said in Jia Baoyu's voice, Sister Bao, do you hate me so much? Hearing that familiar voice, Xue Baochai trembled and then looked at the man in front of her in disbelief. The plot is really coming to an end. Don't be surprised if it suddenly ends one day. It's you. Xue Baochai looked at him in shock and began to speak incoherently. Song Qingshu understood her words, yes, it's me. It's you. Xue Baochai clenched her teeth, pulled out her long sword, and stabbed it at him angrily. With a flick of Song Qingshu's finger, the sword in her hand slipped out of her grip and fell to the ground, the blade still trembling. I know my kung fu is far inferior to yours, so I can't take revenge. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Xue Baochai's face turned pale, and she raised her snow-white and slender neck in resignation. Song Qingshu said lightly, I think you misunderstood. I didn't kill Jia Baoyu. He naturally knew why she was so angry, so he went straight to the point. Who else could it be if not you? Xue Baochai said bitterly, you killed him, and then disguised yourself as him, sneaked into the Jia family, and used the information to deal with them. Finally, the Jia family, which was at its peak, was defeated. What was more hateful was that he disguised himself as Jia Baoyu, and caused her to throw herself into his arms. Of course, she could not say this out loud. Song Qingshu shook his head, Miss Xue, you are a smart person. You should remember whether I returned to the Jia mansion as Jia Baoyu before or after the battle on Mount Wudong. Xue Baochai was stunned, and then remembered that he returned to the Jia mansion after the battle. At that time, the Jia mansion was doomed to be destroyed, and there was indeed no need for him to spy for information. But she snorted, who knows what you are thinking? Everyone knows that Prince Qi is a romantic and elegant man. Maybe he has his eyes on the beautiful madams and young ladies in the Grand View Garden? Song Qingshu sighed, am I so unbearable in Miss Xue's eyes? When have I ever bullied any madam or young lady? Take you for example, you were defenseless against me at that time. Did I do anything to you? You didn't do anything to me. Xue Baochai blushed, thinking that she hugged, and even kissed him at that time. Ahem. Song Qingshu coughed awkwardly, it's mainly because I behaved too strangely, and I was worried that you would see through me. At least I didn't spoil your innocence. Xue Baochai's face alternated between green and red, but the other party really didn't go any further. Song Qingshu then said, I have another purpose in pretending to be Jia Baoyu. Someone else killed him. Xue Baochai sneered, if you didn't kill him, how could you disguise yourself so well? If I remember correctly, the Prince of Qi should have never met Jia Baoyu before. Who said I haven't seen it? Song Qingshu replied. Miss Xue was in the Imperial City Department, so you should know that I was poisoned by the golden ripple flower back then. Xue Baochai nodded. Back then, this matter had caused a huge uproar. Everyone thought that he was dead, and he had indeed disappeared for many months. Who knew that he would suddenly appear out of nowhere, and his martial arts had even improved further? Everyone was guessing what had happened to him during that period of time. Song Qingshu explained, at that time I was on the run and found a passenger ship. Then, by chance, I was kidnapped by the people of the Isle of Heroes and brought to the island. He roughly told her what had happened at that time, including how he had witnessed Jia Baoyu being killed in front of him. Of course, he ignored the erotic details of how Qi Feng had forced the poison out of his body. After finally learning the truth about Jia Baoyu's death, Xue Baochai burst into tears. My Baoyu, so you died on the Isle of Heroes without a sound. Who was that man in black? Xue Baochai looked at him hurriedly. Song Qingshu didn't answer her directly. Instead, he told her what had happened on Wutang Mountain. Jia Sherdao has been thinking about this. At first, he suspected that Jiao Lian and Wang Shifeng killed him for the inheritance of the family. However, Jiao Lian and Wang Shifeng didn't have the ability to do so, so he suspected that it was Jia Shi. So, he killed Jia Shi on Wutang Mountain. However, what Jiaxi said before he died showed that he didn't do it. I can also testify to this, because the person who killed him was young, not an old man like Jiaxi. Then who was it? Shui Baochai was extremely shocked. There were many things she didn't know before. No matter how powerful the Imperial City Guards were, only a few people knew what had happened on the Isle of Heroes and Wutang Mountain. In fact, you already have a guess in your heart. Why ask when you already know the answer? Song Qingshu sighed. To determine who the murderer is, there is a simple rule: whoever benefits the most. But I think you are very likely to be the murderer. Shui Baochai was actually a little shaken, but she still said it. I have witnesses. Let's not talk about Zhou Zhirua, who was present at the time. After all, she is my wife, so her testimony doesn't count, Song Qingshu said. In addition, there is Qi Feng, the young lady of the Wan family. You can ask her for proof. Who doesn't know the great charm of the King of Qi? That young lady of the Wan family has been with you for a long time. She has probably been conquered by you long ago. How can I believe her words? Shui Baochai said. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and said, if you put it like that, then I can't do anything about it. After all, we have been together for so long. Why would you rather believe someone else than me? Shui Baochai bit her lip. Because our relationship was built on a lie. How can I believe what you say? If you don't have any other evidence, then there is no need to talk about this anymore. Either let me go or kill me. Song Qingshu suddenly felt a headache coming on. This woman's stubbornness was truly troublesome. She must have been deceived so badly by me pretending to be Jiao Baoyu that she wouldn't believe anything I say now. There is one more person. Song Qingshu's mind suddenly lit up. Who? Shui Baochai hurriedly asked. Jia Shidao's chief advisor, Liao Yingzhong, Song Qingshu said. He is the closest to Jia Shidao, so he must know the most details. Last time, when I sneaked into the Jia family as Jia Baoyu, he complained to me that Duke Beijing took the opportunity to take away most of Jia Shidao's subordinates. Shui Baochai's expression suddenly changed. She hurriedly said, take me to the suburbs in the south of the city. Why? Song Qingshu was stunned. I received news that Liao Yingzhong is hiding in a residential house in the suburbs in the south of the city. The killers of the Imperial City Department are rushing to execute him, Shui Baochai said quickly. Song Qingshu's expression also changed. He didn't dare to delay any longer. He grabbed her waist and rushed to the south of the city. Shui Baochai blushed. She was about to say something, but she suddenly fell into a trance for a moment. He had held her like this in the Western Xia. This feeling was so familiar. Song Qingshu didn't have time to think about this. Liao Yingzhong was a very important person. Even if he didn't want to testify, he was still Jia Shidao's chief advisor. An hour later, in a ruined temple in the suburbs, the killers of the Imperial City Department were lying on the ground. Liao Yingzhong, who was wounded all over, looked at the man in front of him with a complicated expression. I didn't expect you to save me in the end. I think Mr. Liao knows that there is no eternal enemy in the world. The man was Song Qingshu. Fortunately, he arrived in time at the last moment. Liao Yingzhong nodded. Yes, now only you can help us take revenge. However, his expression suddenly became strange. He looked at Shui Baochai and asked, why is she here? Song Qingshu told him why he came, and Liao Yingzhong replied, I see. I have been investigating the whereabouts of the young master. I suspected many people before, but now I am sure that the murderer who killed the young master must be Duke Beijing. The most famous messengers of the Island of Heroes are Zhang San and Li Si, but they also have Zhao De and Qian Er, and Zhao De is Duke Beijing. When the young master was killed, Duke Beijing shouldn't have been on the island, but later I found out that he was neither in Linen nor in Shaning's mansion. During that time, his whereabouts disappeared. Obviously, he sneaked into the Island of Heroes to assassinate the young master. That's why he had no alibi. But this is only your side of the story. Now that you and Duke Beijing have a deep grudge, it is inevitable that you will deliberately lie to him. Shui Baochai frowned. Liao Yingzhong looked at her deeply. Miss Bao, I've watched you and Baoyu grow up. I've watched you two grow up together. I'll say something disrespectful, But I've always regarded you as my son and future daughter-in-law from the bottom of my heart. Why would I lie to you about this? If you still don't believe me, I can take you to see the relevant records. But now that the Jia's mansion has been raided, it may be difficult to find these records. There's no need for that. Shui Baochai's expression changed. In fact, she had already believed it. As a member of the Imperial City Guards, she had the ability to analyze. She just didn't want to believe this possibility. What can I do now? Our Shui family is completely tied to Duke Beijing. How can I let the whole family die because of my personal grudge? Actually, it is easy to solve this problem, Liao Yingzhong suddenly said. 877 Good Book Network, How to Solve It. Shui Baochai was stunned. Liao Yingzhong said, the basis of the alliance between your Shui family and Duke Beijing is that you and Shui Baoqin will be his concubine. Since Duke Beijing can marry, why can't Prince Qi marry? Song Qingshu thought to himself, I can't tell that this guy has the characteristics of a matchmaker. Shui Baochai was ashamed and angry, how can this change suddenly? Besides, I don't want to marry anyone. Liao Yingzhong said in a deep voice, Miss Shui, you have to think it through. From a woman's point of view, Prince Qi is better than Duke Beijing in all aspects. From the point of view of family interests, since Prince Qi is not dead, all the plans of Duke Beijing are destined to be in vain. It is not too late for your Shui family to change now. If you wait until Duke Beijing is defeated to change, I am afraid it will be too late. Shui Baochai was stunned. The last sentence of the other party hit the nail on the head. Now, the Shui family still had the capital to bargain. If they waited until the dust settled, everything would be too late. However, she was still a little hesitant. We may not lose. Liao Yingzhong sneered, I have always had a guess. Now that I see that Prince Qi is safe and sound, I am more certain that he has been luring the snake out of the hole, waiting for Duke Beijing to jump out. Now it is time to close the net. The only thing he lacks now is the title of a master, but I have this title. I have the evidence that Duke Beijing colluded with Pan Ren and Pan Bing to coerce the crown prince to rebel and die. Is this true? Song Qingshu did not expect there would be such a surprise. With this and the account book provided by Shi Shongyun, he could justifiably kill Duke Beijing. Of course it is true. Liao Yingzhong gritted his teeth and said, when I noticed that Duke Beijing secretly bribed the former subordinates of the Prime Minister, I began to guard against him. This time, the Jia family was incited to help Guijing rebel, and he contributed a lot. Unfortunately, Jia Zhen and Jia Lian were too stupid. I knew that they had been blinded by interests, so I gave up persuading them. Instead, I made early preparations and found the relevant evidence. After that, he sighed deeply, looked at Shui Baochai and said, this time, your Shui family has hurt the Jia family very badly. If it were not for the fact that I have watched you grow up and that you have such a good relationship with Baoyu, I would not want to say so much to you. This is the last chance, you must seize it. Shui Baochai bit her red lips tightly, but her beautiful face was full of struggle. She looked at Song Qingshu and said, you really did not kill Baoyu? Song Qingshu shook his head and said, I think you have your own judgment in your heart. It is useless for me to say more. Shui Baochai hesitated for a moment and suddenly asked, then what do you mean by this matter? As soon as she finished speaking, her face became as red as if it was covered with rouge. Song Qingshu smiled slightly and said, Sister Bao is an outstanding beauty. What's more, you took good care of me on the way to Xianxia. Shui Baochai was very embarrassed and said, that is not for you. Song Qingshu said, anyway, I am very impressed by your gentleness and thoughtfulness. So as long as Miss agrees, I will naturally ask for it. Shui Baochai suddenly lowered her head and said, it is not because I like you, but for the family. Song Qingshu went directly to hold her hand and said, you will like me. Shui Baochai was shocked and subconsciously wanted to withdraw her hand, but it was held tightly. Her heart was beating wildly and she thought that this guy's confident look was really asking for a beating. However, compared to Princess Beijing, this guy was more pleasing to the eye. Liao Yingzhong, who was at the side, secretly sighed. If only Baoyu was still here. Shui Baochai suddenly thought of something and said, but I can't represent the family. My father may not agree. Song Qingshu smiled faintly and said, your father is a smart man. He will agree. At the same time, he secretly added in his heart that if he did not agree, he would beat him until he agreed. Next, Song Qingshu quietly brought Liao Yingzhong and Xue Baochai to the Xue family. The Xue family did not know what had happened. They only knew that at the beginning, the master was furious. The masters in the residence, the red dot of the Central Plains, and even Xue Yi, who was recuperating in seclusion, rushed to the study. However, it did not take long for it to fall into silence. In the end, when the master came out, his expression was calm. There was no sign of anger. He was just as calm as an ancient well. He gave out orders one after another. At the same time, he secretly summoned some of his trusted subordinates for a long time. On the second day of the court meeting, they began to discuss about the new emperor. Although the fake emperor had been deposed, Zhao Go had already died in the previous internal strife. The crown prince had also died. Prince Yi had also died in the Battle of Mount Wudong. The two successors that Zhao Go had secretly prepared were both dead. Moreover, he was infertile and had no children. For a moment, everyone began to discuss who to make as their enemy. Some people in the court suggested a few grandmasters who were closer to Zhao Go's bloodline. However, they were all rejected by others with various reasons. Until someone suddenly suggested that Princess Beijing, Zhao Shicheng, was the son of Emperor Taizong's great-great-grandson, Zhao Zhongming, the 10th daughter of Emperor Renzong, and the grandnephew of the great princess of Qin Lu. Moreover, he had played a decisive role in eliminating the rebellion of the later Zhou dynasty. Of course, Prince Beijing immediately stepped out and expressed humbly that he was not suitable. After all, his bloodline was far from that of the emperor. However, he could not stop the various officials from quoting the classics to show that he had made great contributions and was the best candidate for the new emperor. All the officials in the court were smart. They could all see that this was a self-directed show. Although they were somewhat dissatisfied, now that the emperor and the crown prince were dead, Prince Qi was also dead. Prince Beijing had long taken control of the situation. No one dared to jump out and undermine him. Just as Duchess Beijing was about to become the new emperor by default, Xue Ji, who was in charge of political affairs, suddenly came out to accuse Duchess Beijing of dozens of crimes. He said that everything that had happened before was part of his conspiracy. The Jia and Shi clans rebelled, helped Guijing ascend the throne, and murdered the emperor and the crown prince. As soon as he spoke, the audience was in an uproar. The things that he revealed were too shocking. Although some people had secretly speculated before, they were limited to speculations and did not dare to think about it. Now that Xue Ji had taken the lead, a series of other officials also came out to accuse Prince Beijing. They presented all kinds of evidence and the process was extremely detailed. Everyone immediately believed them. The only strange thing was that the Xue family was not on the same side as Prince Beijing. Why did he suddenly change sides? Could it be that Xue Ji wanted to become the emperor himself? But this was clearly impossible. Xue Ji was also in a difficult situation. Since he had agreed to cooperate with Song Qingshu, he naturally had to prove his loyalty. Moreover, Liao Yingzhong had also analyzed with him that the Xue family had participated in those previous events. If he wanted to ensure the safety of the Xue family, he could only completely push all the blame to Prince Beijing. Therefore, he had to take the risk and take the lead to make trouble. Prince Beijing was shocked and angry. He never thought that Xue Ji would suddenly betray him. However, now that it had come to this, he could not care about the reason behind it. Instead, he had to settle the current chaotic situation as soon as possible. Guards, Xue Ji is misleading the public with his words. Take him down. Xue Ji was not in a hurry. Since the founding of the Song dynasty, no official has ever been convicted because of his words. Prince Beijing, as a descendant of the founding emperor, do you not even know this rule? Prince Beijing snorted. Now that the world is in chaos, we naturally need to punish severely. Our Song dynasty has finally calmed down, but you are misleading the public with your words. I don't know who has bewitched you, but it is obvious that you want to overthrow the Song dynasty. How can I just sit back and do nothing? Xue Ji directly scolded, Zhao Shicheng, you killed the emperor and the crown prince just to usurp the throne. You still say that you represent the Song dynasty. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Prince Beijing's face twitched. He directly waved his hand, and a large group of guards came in to arrest Xueji. Xueji's expression changed slightly. Although the Xue family was powerful, they were all in the official circles. They did not have much power in the palace. At this moment, another group of soldiers rushed in to protect him. Wang Ziding stood out. Prince Beijing, we can only know if what Xueji said is true or not after investigating. Now that you are in such a hurry, are you planning to silence us? Seeing him jump out, how could Prince Beijing not know that he had fallen into a trap? Xueji had always been working with him. If he really investigated, he would definitely not be able to hide it. Now that things had come to this, he could only make up his mind. Guards, someone is causing trouble in the court. Arrest them all. If they resist, kill them. How could he not know that even if he settled everything today, the rumors would spread? The reputation of the virtuous king that he had painstakingly built up for decades would be ruined. However, he could not care about this now. If he could not suppress everything in time, he would be doomed eternally. Are you the only one? Wang Ziding sneered. Come, arrest this traitor who killed the emperor and usurped the throne. If he resists, kill him. Wang Ziding was in charge of the front palace. Previously, he had been watching from the sidelines, so people had ignored his existence. Now that he had come out, everyone realized that his subordinates were no less powerful than Prince Beijing's. The soldiers of both sides quickly clashed, and it was difficult to determine the victor for a while. Only the civil officials were left shivering in fear. Prince Beijing sneered and said, Wang Ziding, Xueji, do you think you can defeat me like this? Have you ever wondered why Guojing had so many experts under him, but I managed to suppress them in such a short time? Tisk, tsk. Little Qing, you still have to rely on me in the end. A burst of strange laughter resounded in the main hall, and the originally magnificent imperial palace suddenly became ghastly, causing everyone's heart to skip a beat when they heard it. A gray shadow flashed in. Along the way, a lot of imperial guards collapsed to the ground before they could even react. The people at the side looked over in shock and discovered that there was a red dot on each of their foreheads. It was obvious that their brains had been pierced by the opponent's real qi. Is he a man or a ghost? Xueji and the others looked at each other in shock. Only Wang Ziding was relatively calm. After all, they had met on Mount Wudong before. Patriarch Sunflower. Not bad, young one. You recognize me. An old eunuch appeared on top of the censer in front of the dragon throne. He seemed weightless, and his appearance caused the temperature in the hall to drop by several degrees. Patriarch Sunflower, do you have to be so eerie every time you come out? It makes people uncomfortable. With a light snort, another woman in white slowly walked out from the inner chamber behind the dragon throne. Although some details showed that she was not young, she still had a graceful air about her. Lin Chaoying, if I hadn't been a eunuch since I was young, I would have taken you as my wife no matter what. Patriarch Sunflower chuckled. The woman in white's expression turned cold. Are you forcing me to fight you? It's just a joke. Why are you so angry? Patriarch Sunflower chuckled and changed the subject. Do you want to deal with these people, or should I? Lin Chaoying ignored him and looked at Prince Beijing. We had an agreement before. We'll only help you deal with the sweeping monk, not your hired thugs. Prince Beijing smiled apologetically. Senior, you're too serious. I have great respect for both of you. How could I treat you as my hired thugs? Patriarch Sunflower smiled. Little Qing, since you've served me well all these years, I'll help you get rid of them. You don't have to beg this woman anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a blur and grabbed at Xueji with one hand and Wang Ziding with the other. Xueji did not know martial arts, so he could not resist at all. Wang Ziding's martial arts were not weak, but when his opponent grabbed him, he found that he was in the same situation as Xueji, unable to resist at all. It was at this moment that Patriarch Sunflower's smiling face suddenly changed. He turned back to his original spot and looked at the entrance of the great hall with vigilance. I was wondering who killed the sweeping monk. So it was you too. A tall and handsome figure slowly walked in from the main hall. The people in the hall finally saw his face clearly, and they all cried out in surprise. It's King Qi. King Qi is not dead, Ha ha ha, King Chi's martial arts are unparalleled. How could he die so easily? Duke Beijing's face changed. It's actually you. How is it possible? Song Qingshu smiled. You schemed against me. Are you disappointed to see that I'm not dead? Duke Beijing was a very smart person. She immediately reacted. So Xueji and Wang Ziding were all ordered by you. No wonder, Song Qingshu sighed. I don't like to hear the word instigate. It was clearly you who deliberately incited the Jia and Shi families to aid the Gua family in their rebellion, causing the death of the crown prince and the emperor, coveting the throne. Why do you make me look like a conspirator now? Nonsense. Duke Beijing did not expect that one moment he was at the peak of his life, and the next moment, he would fall from the clouds. The huge contrast made her mind a mess. I have enough evidence here. I'm sure all the lords in the hall can tell the truth. Song Qingshu said calmly. Someone had already sorted out all kinds of information and handed it to the ministers in the hall. Almost everyone had a copy. These ministers were all smart people. After reading through the information, how could they not know what was going on? They all pointed at Duke Beijing, and some even cursed her in a bad temper. Duke Beijing's face suddenly flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. In that case, no one will leave here alive today. With his order, another large group of soldiers rushed in. He was still worried. He hurriedly said to Ancestor Sunflower and Lin Chaoying, Seniors, please take care of Song Qingshu. Now, only the two of you can deal with him if you join forces. Lin Chaoying frowned. I said, I'm not your fighter. Prince Beijing said in a deep voice, Senior Lin, even if you don't do it for me, think about Daiyu. Now that the Lin family is completely tied to me, if I fall, the Lin family will be doomed eternally. Hearing his words, Lin Chaoying frowned. After a long time, she sighed and said to Song Qingshu, Song boy, I owe you a favor on Wutang Mountain. Today, you can go. I won't make things difficult for you. Duke Beijing was anxious. Senior. Lin Chaoying ignored him. She just looked at Song Qingshu quietly. Song Qingshu smiled. How is Senior Chongyang now? Wang Chongyang had been fatally injured in the battle on Wutang Mountain. No one knew how long he could live. Lin Chaoying had a worried look on her face, his injuries were too severe. Although I tried everything I could to heal him, I only managed to prolong his life for half a year. Now he is in eternal rest in the tomb of the living dead. Song Qingshu sighed. Senior Chongyang is a teacher and a friend to me. I didn't expect that last time we parted, it would be forever. Lin Chaoying was obviously very touched. At that time, I planned to go with him. But I thought that he couldn't die without getting his revenge. So I came back. It's a pity that the monk's martial arts are too high. I may not be his match in a one-on-one fight, let alone kill him. Fortunately, a good opportunity appeared. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. If you hadn't injured him first, even if Patriarch Sunflower and I joined hands, it wouldn't have been so easy to kill him. Among the great grandmasters, except for Song Qingshu, the gap between them was actually very small. It might be easy to determine the winner, but it was difficult to kill them. The success of this revenge was due to all kinds of favorable factors. If it happened again, it might not be so smooth. For a moment, Song Qingshu's expression was a bit complicated. When he first came to this world, he was at his most desperate. At that time, his meridians were broken and all hope was lost. Fortunately, he was guided by the monk and stepped into Jianghu. Now, he was partly responsible for the monk's death. It was really fate that made fools of people. At this time, Patriarch Sunflower's shrill voice sounded. Little Song, we are old acquaintances. It doesn't look good if we fight. Why don't you seek refuge with Prince Beijing? With your ability, you can continue to be King Qi's Minister of Peace. Wouldn't that be a happy ending? Song Qingshu also laughed. Since we are old acquaintances, why don't you help me instead of him? Patriarch Sunflower smiled awkwardly. All these years, little Qing has been very filial to me. If I leave him, it would be a bit embarrassing. Song Qingshu sighed. So you have no choice but to fight? Patriarch Sunflower shook his head. You alone can't beat the two of us together. You should listen to Lin Qiaoying's advice. Leave quickly. For the sake of our old friendship, I won't make things difficult for you. Song Qingshu didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Lin Qiaoying. Senior Lin, now that you have taken revenge, why do you still work for Prince Beijing? You should know that the emperor and the crown prince were killed by him. Lin Qiaoying answered, our Lin family is too close to him. We can't get away. Moreover, Dayu has an engagement with him. I can't just sit by and watch something happen to him. Song Qingshu was taken aback. Lin Dayu actually had an engagement with Duchess Beijing, but then he thought it was normal. No matter how much she liked Jia Baoyu was already dead. These years, Prince Beijing had been trying to win him over, and the Lin family had been very close to him. Zhao Shiqing could be considered a master of both the pen and the sword, and he might become the emperor. It was normal for Lin Ruhai to bet on him. After all, if he succeeded, the Lin family could replace the four great families and become the most powerful family in the southern Song dynasty. Speaking of the ending of Dream of the Red Chamber, there was a saying that Lin Dayu married Prince Beijing as a concubine. The power of fate was really strong. Wang Ziding, who was at the side, was secretly worried for Song Qingshu. Now that the Lin family and Prince Beijing were tied together, he had to face two great grandmasters alone. He was afraid that he would be in danger. Even a powerful figure like the sweeping monk was killed by the two of them. At this moment, Song Qingshu suddenly said, Senior Lin, why don't you consider me? I think that my looks, martial arts, and status are not worse than Prince Beijing. I can totally let Miss Lin marry me. It's the same for your Lin family. You don't have to take such a big risk. Wang Ziding was speechless. I was worried about you. In the end, you hooked up with another family's miss in front of me. Lin Qiaoying was also stunned. She couldn't help but spit, you really? It's not enough that you hooked up with my disciples. You even have ideas about my niece? Song Qingshu's smile was very pure. Don't let the goodies flow to outsiders. What do you mean by don't let the goodies flow to outsiders? Everyone in the field secretly scolded him for being shameless. Prince Beijing hurriedly said, Senior Lin, don't listen to his nonsense. This person is greedy and lustful. I don't know how many women he has defiled. If Dayu marries him, with her noble and sentimental character, she will definitely not be able to bear the jealousy and will definitely die of depression. Lin Qiaoying couldn't help but secretly nod when she heard this. Song Qingshu is good in all aspects, but he has too many women around him. Song Qingshu sighed. Prince Beijing just pretended to be pure and had few desires. After he became the emperor, he has 3 palaces and 6 courtyards and 72 concubines. Will there be a lack of women around him? Like he had a marriage alliance with Miss Xue previously. Lin Qiaoying frowned. What he said was somewhat reasonable. Humph, all the stinky men in the world are all shameless people, Song Qingshu then said, Senior Lin, you don't have to worry about it. Miss Xue was also betrothed to him previously, but after they recognized each other's true colors, they changed their marriage to me. I will treat them and the Xue family sincerely. In addition, Miss Lin and Miss Xue are also considered friends. If she marries me, she will have an acquaintance by her side. She can talk to her and relieve her worries. The officials in the imperial court were dumbfounded when they heard this. What the hell? There is an acquaintance? Can this thing also be used to talk about acquaintances? Lin Qiaoying was also so angry that she laughed instead. Why do I want to beat you more the more I listen to it? Song Qingshu put away his smile. Senior Lin, I was just analyzing the pros and cons with you just now. You have to think about it clearly. Now that Prince Beijing's conspiracy has been exposed, do you want the Lin family to be reviled by thousands of people together with him? Taking 10,000 steps back, in the current situation, even if you support him, the odds of winning are only 50-50. But if the Lin family is on my side, we will definitely win. Senior is a smart person, and naturally, you will not be affected by your emotions. Lin Qiaoying was stunned and understood that what he said was indeed reasonable. In fact, if Prince Beijing was in a good position, she did not mind helping him. But now it was proven that he murdered the emperor and the crown prince. It was really endless trouble. Was it really necessary for the Lin family to accompany him to take the risk? Prince Beijing was anxious and was about to speak, but Lin Qiaoying took a deep breath. Well, you deal with the matter between you. The Lin family will not help either side. Senior. Prince Beijing hurriedly pulled her sleeves, but Lin Qiaoying's figure was so fast. The next moment, she had already left the hall. If I don't help the other party, it is also worthy of the years of friendship between our two families. Don't make it difficult for me. As for the marriage between Lin Daiyu and Song Qingshu, she did not even mention it. Anyway, as long as she, a great grandmaster, was here, there could be no problem for the Lin family. She disappeared, and the expressions of the people in the hall suddenly became strange. Even Prince Beijing's subordinates were measuring the strength of the two sides. Song Qingshu looked at Ancestor Sunflower with a smile. Ancestor, now it is only the two of us. Do you still want to fight with me? Ancestor Sunflower laughed. Look at what you said. What kind of relationship do we have? Of course, I am on your side. After saying that, he jumped to his side, pointed at Prince Beijing, and scolded, You deceived the emperor. Now that the evidence is conclusive, what else can you say? His sudden change of attitude shocked everyone. Who would have thought that he would be so unprincipled? Betraying the emperor just like that? Where was the bearing of a great grandmaster? You. Prince Beijing was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He never expected that in the blink of an eye, he would become a loner. Just as he was about to say something, the scene suddenly changed. Ancestor Sunflower suddenly attacked the vital acupoint on the back of Song Qingshu, who was very close to him. Everything happened too quickly. A second ago, the two of them were still talking about old times warmly, and the next second, they suddenly turned hostile. Patriarch Sunflower was fast to begin with. Almost as soon as he made his move, he had already pressed down on the vital acupuncture point on Song Qingshu's back. Wang Ziding and Shuiji felt a chill in their hearts. It was over. If anything happened to Song Qingshu, the Beijing Marquis would settle the score with their two clans, and they would definitely die a tragic death. They wanted to save him, but how could they intervene in the sneak attack of a great grandmaster? Patriarch Sunflower was overjoyed when he saw that his palm was about to press down on Song Qingshu's back. But in the next moment, his smile froze because he found that his attack had hit a shadow. Then, a sharp and unparalleled sword energy counterattacked. He hurriedly exerted his body movement to the extreme and retreated 7 steps in a row before he stopped. Looking at the broken half of the embroidery needle in his hand, his face was gloomy. You knew I was going to sneak attack you? Song Qingshu sighed, I know old ancestors' temper very well. How can I not be cautious? What's more, if you really want to join forces with me, you can directly take down Duchess Beijing at the beginning to show your sincerity. Why do you have to deliberately come to my side? But what I don't understand is, no matter what, we are old acquaintances. Why would you risk your life to break off with me? Patriarch Sunflower threw the broken needle aside and straightened his back. He no longer had a wretched and gloomy temperament. Instead, he had a dignified air, as if he were the emperor of the world. He said, You should know that I absorbed dragon chi to cultivate. But I don't know why, a few years ago, the dragon chi in the Manchurian dynasty was very strong, but not long after I went there to absorb it, I found that the dragon chi in the Manchurian dynasty was dissipating very quickly. Later, I went to the Southern Song Imperial Mausoleum. There was a lot of dragon chi there, and I thought it was enough for me to break through the void. But who knew, not long after, the dragon chi dissipated again at an alarming rate. I didn't know if it was because I absorbed it that it dissipated, or if it was going to dissipate anyway. At first, I thought that I was going against the heavens and that I was being punished by the heavens. But then I saw you on Wutang Mountain. Patriarch Sunflower gave him a deep look. I noticed that you have dragon chi protecting you as well. When I saw you this time, I noticed that the dragon chi swirling above your head was comparable to the dragon chi of the Great Qing dynasty. It suddenly dawned on me that the reason why the dragon chi of both the Manchurian Qing and the Southern Song dynasty dissipated so quickly was because their chi flow had been transferred to you. You were destined to become a sovereign. Song Qingshu was startled. He thought about the human sovereign that the fairy of the 9 heavens had mentioned before, and thought that such a mysterious thing was actually true. So you knew that I wouldn't let you absorb my fate, so you took the risk? Patriarch Sunflower laughed. That's right. Whether I absorbed the qi of the Manchurian Qing or the Southern Song dynasty, it didn't affect you at all. You could just stand by and watch. But if I wanted to absorb your qi flow and destroy your empire, you would never agree. Instead of that, I might as well make the first move. It's a pity that you avoided it. But it doesn't matter. Although the dragon qi I've refined over the years isn't enough to break through the void, it's enough to make me invincible in the world. Patriarch Sunflower's aura was fully unleashed, to the point where the faint sound of a dragon's roar could be heard in the hall. Quite a few people even had the impression that he was no longer the stooped eunuch, but rather a king sitting on a dragon throne. Song Qingshu looked a little strange. You're so confident that you're invincible? Patriarch Sunflower gave him a deep look. Little Song, I know that you've made rapid progress over the years. You're already a grandmaster at such a young age. But I've been in this realm for decades. My experience and knowledge in this area are far beyond that of a junior with an unstable foundation like yours. Besides, after refining the dragon qi of both the Manchurian Qing and the Southern Song dynasty, it's actually more than enough to kill me. Song, this chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page. Song Qingshu shook his head. I know the monk's cultivation better than anyone else. If he hadn't been seriously injured, how could you have killed him? Besides, did you claim that you're invincible in the world because of your mouth? Talking for so long is not as convincing as fighting. A Patriarch Sunflower was so angry that he let out an ear-piercing scream. Everyone in the hall, be it Prince Beijing's men or Wang Ziding's men, stopped fighting and covered their ears with their hands. Cracks appeared on many of the cups and vases in the hall. Patriarch Sunflower moved faster than the sound, and an embroidery needle appeared in his hand. The friction between the embroidery needles and the air seemed to produce some sparks, vaguely forming roaring golden dragons. The entire hall was suddenly filled with a terrifying pressure. Whether it was the guards with powerful martial arts, the strong-willed people like Xueji and Wang Ziding, or even Duchess Beijing who had reached the Grandmaster realm, all of their expressions changed drastically. It was as if they had seen the most terrifying scene in the legends. They all knelt on the ground and trembled, unable to summon any strength to resist. Song Qingshu was now the target of the attack, and the pressure he felt was thousands, if not tens of thousands, of times greater. Patriarch Sunflower had vanished from his vision, to be replaced by an enormous golden dragon that bore the will of the dragon god, and was about to crush an ant from the mortal world. Song Qingshu bit the tip of his tongue, and the pain finally brought him back to his senses. Humph, even the Empyrean fairy can't do anything to me. What's so scary about a mere dragon god? An air of arrogance surged out of his chest, and he turned into a giant green sword, which he slashed at the golden dragon. In almost an instant, the golden dragon's head was cut in two. The terrible pressure in the hall disappeared, and a figure flew back like a broken rag doll. He hit a nearby pillar and slowly fell to the ground. What was that just now? It was so terrifying. Wang Ziding came to his senses and found that his clothes were soaked in cold sweat. Even thinking about it now, his legs still felt like jelly. I don't know. Xueji was even worse off. He had long since collapsed to the ground. How could Song Qingshu deal with that kind of terrifying pressure? He was worried about the fate of his clan, so he quickly looked over to see Song Qingshu standing there proudly, and Patriarch Sunflower lying in a pool of blood. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Impossible. Impossible. How could you break through my domain? There should be no one in this world who can break through my domain. Patriarch Sunflower struggled to get to his feet, but no matter how hard he tried, he failed. However, he had no time to worry about that. He was in a state of extreme shock. He was confident that he was the first martial grandmaster to comprehend a domain, and that he was only half a step away from breaking through the void. That was why he was so confident that he was invincible in the world. But how could he have known that his proudest trump card, the domain, would be broken by his opponent in a head-on fight? Song Qingshu wasn't feeling too good either. His clothes were riddled with holes, and his clothes were stained red with blood. Clearly, he had been injured by Patriarch Sunflower's innate gang qi. He said slowly, "There's always someone better than you out there. Patriarch, your martial arts might be unparalleled in the world, but it's easier said than done to be invincible in the world. No, that's not right. Patriarch Sunflower's eyes had long since lost the brilliance of the past. Right now, he looked like an old man with one foot in the grave. I understand now. The aura you released just now doesn't belong to this world. It doesn't belong to this world. I didn't lose to you. As he spoke, his voice became softer and softer. A martial grandmaster of a generation had finally passed away with endless regrets. Song Qingshu was silent. If he hadn't had a negative distance exchange with the mysterious fairy of the nine heavens, and understood the aura of the heavenly Tao on her, he might not have been able to defeat Patriarch Sunflower, even if he had used Sword 23. Just then, a dark figure suddenly pounced on him. It was Prince Beijing. This chapter is not yet finished, please continue to the next page. Zhao Shiqing's heart went cold when he saw Patriarch Sunflower's defeat. But as a fierce and ambitious man of his generation, he wasn't willing to accept his fate so easily. He wanted to seize any chance to turn the tables. In his opinion, after that terrifying move from Patriarch Sunflower, even if Song Qingshu could defeat him, he would still be at the end of his rope. The wound and bloodstains on his chest were proof of that. As long as I seize this opportunity to kill him, I'll be able to turn the tables. And without Patriarch Sunflower as a martial grandmaster, it'll be easier for me to act after I ascend to the throne. Watch out. Wang Ziding and the others were thinking the same thing. They felt that Song Qingshu had won a Pyrrhic victory, and was probably unable to resist a sneak attack from a grandmaster. They hurried over to help, but Patriarch Sunflower's pressure was too terrifying. Their legs were still weak, and it was too late to help. Song Qingshu frowned. He had to admire Prince Beijing's ingenious timing. But he didn't move at all. Soon, a beautiful figure in yellow flew from behind and blocked his way. Zhao Shiqing, you killed the emperor and the crown prince. Today, I'm going to clean up the family. It was the yellow-robed woman. She used her 9 godly claws to fight with him. Prince Beijing was ranked first among the island of chivalry's messengers of rewarding good and punishing evil. Naturally, his martial arts were extraordinary. But the yellow-robed woman was Huang Chang's last disciple. Although she was young, she had long reached the Grandmaster realm. The two of them exchanged more than 10 blows, and it was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. Prince Beijing's heart was cold. He knew that he had lost his last chance to turn the tables, so he didn't have the mood to fight with her. He found an opportunity to break through the window. As long as he could keep his life, he would have a chance to make a comeback. But just as he jumped out of the window, a pair of big hands pressed on his shoulders. He instantly felt the inner energy in his body dispersing. He was shocked. Absorbing Star's great art. Ren Wuxing laughed. Your inner energy is very pure. It's just the right amount to make up for the energy I used to kill your subordinates. No. Prince Beijing struggled desperately, but he was restrained by the Absorbing Star's great technique. How could Ren Wuxing let him escape? Almost in an instant, his originally plump cheeks became a little shriveled, and his hair lost its luster. Obviously, his cultivation had been sucked away, and he had become a cripple. Song Qingshu said in a clear voice, Prince Beijing has been captured. As for the rest, surrender and you will be spared. Surrender and you will be spared. The soldiers under his command shouted. Prince Beijing's most loyal subordinates had already been annihilated by Ren Wuxing and his men. When the rest saw that Patriarch Sunflower was dead and Prince Beijing was captured, they didn't have the heart to resist anymore. They dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground. Prince Beijing's rebellion was quelled just like that. Linen regained its former peace. The streets and alleys were filled with stories of Song Qingshu's great achievements in quelling the rebellion. Song Qingshu's prestige had reached a whole new level. Originally, Ren Wuxing had suggested that he end all his troubles once and for all and directly ascend to the throne. However, Song Qingshu still rejected the suggestion after thinking about it for a while. Originally, he was a great and loyal minister. If he ascended the throne, the atmosphere would change. Later, under Liao Yingzhong's suggestion, he appointed the son of Prince Rong and Prince Rui, Prince Zhao Chong, who was only a few years old, as the new emperor. Many knowledgeable people in the southern Song dynasty could vaguely guess what was going on. But first of all, Song Qingshu did have the merit of stabilizing the heaven and earth. Second of all, he did not do anything improper. Therefore, even the most stubborn Confucian scholar could not say anything. These days, Song Qingshu was busy digesting the power vacuum left by Prince Beijing, the Jia family, and the Shi family. He remembered when he first arrived in Linen, the forces here were intertwined, which made it difficult for him to move. Now, all the obstacles were gone, and he could calmly place his confidants in various key positions. One day, he was reading official documents in Prince Qi's mansion. Suddenly, Ren Yingying came to him with a complicated expression and told him, "Huang Rong wants to see you." End of this chapter. Song Qingshu was startled. After a long time, he said, "Invite her in." Ren Yingying nodded and went out to bring Huang Rong in. In order to avoid gossip, she directly dismissed the servants along the way. Looking at Ren Yingying, who looked gentle but naturally exuded a graceful and noble temperament, Huang Rong secretly sighed. The women around him are always so beautiful. While Huang Rong was sizing Ren Yingying up, Ren Yingying was also secretly sizing her up. Even though they had met before, she still couldn't help but be amazed by Ren Yingying's beauty this time. Her travel-worn body and the worry between her eyebrows didn't hide the charm and grace that flowed from her bones. That kind of extremely mature charm was far beyond that of ordinary girls. Ren Yingying secretly sighed, no wonder that guy is willing to risk the world's condemnation. After bringing her to the door of the study, Ren Yingying smiled slightly and said, "Chief Huang, Qingshu is inside. You can go in by yourself." She did not call Guofurin as she was worried that the other party would misunderstand her. After saying that, she smiled and nodded slowly, leaving the two alone. Huang Rong was secretly grateful. She thought that Miss Ren was really as understanding as the legend said. However, she stood at the door with her hand on the door but did not press it. She was quite hesitant and did not know what identity she should use to meet him. While she was hesitating, the door opened from the inside. Song Qingshu stood at the door and looked at her quietly. "Come in." It's eye-catching to stand at the door. Huang Rong blushed slightly and walked in with her head lowered. She casually found a stool and sat down. She opened her mouth several times but stopped herself. "Rong I also know why you are here." Song Qingshu poured a cup of tea for her and handed it over. But this time, the descendants of the great Zhou dynasty rebelled and killed the king. It is really a bit troublesome to clean up. Huang Rong sighed, "How could I not know? It's just that I never thought that Jing Gij is the descendant of Chai Rong. If I had known earlier, I would not have let him be so rash." Song Qingshu nodded his head secretly. If Huang Rong had known about this earlier, with her intelligence and wisdom, she would never have let them be fooled by Prince Beijing. Song Qingshu thought for a moment and said, "After all, you didn't participate in the previous rebellion. Many people on Peach Blossom Island can testify for you. I'll find a way to get you out of it so that your family won't be harmed." Huang Rong was silent. She knew that this kind of rebellion and regicide would result in the execution of 9 generations. The other side must have done their best to protect them. "Thank you, but we can hide on Peach Blossom Island. With my father's protection, we don't have to worry about being wanted. I'm here to ask you something else. Is Jinga doing well?" "That's right," Ji Yinshu said. Song Qingshu shook his head, "How can he be doing well?" Prince Beijing took control of the palace. He was worried that something might happen, so he deliberately destroyed his dantian. I'm afraid he can't practice martial arts in the future. But compared to his upcoming punishment, it's nothing. Every dynasty had its own unique laws, but the treatment of rebellion was almost the same. 9 generations of the family would be executed, and the main culprit would be executed by 1,000 cuts. Huang Rong naturally knew about this. Her tears suddenly came out. "Qingshu, I beg you for one thing." Song Qingshu stopped her from continuing. "I know what you're going to say, but you're known as the female Zhuge. Tell me, in this kind of situation, how can I save him when all the civil and military officials and all the people are watching?" Huang Rong bit her lips. "Actually, there is a way to save him." "What way?" Song Qingshu was stunned. Huang Rong said, "You can find a criminal sentenced to death in the heavenly prison and use the disguise technique to disguise him as Brother Jing. You can use the trick of replacing him." Song Qingshu said in a low voice, "I've thought of this, but Brother Gua is so famous." Once people see that he is still alive, it will cause an earthquake in the court. You know how powerful the imperial censors of the Southern Song dynasty are. Even I can't bear the consequences. Huang Rong bit her lips, so after exchanging him, let him stay away from the Southern Song dynasty. He can go to Mongolia. I've heard about what happened between him and Huajing. Now that Temujin is dead, there are no obstacles between them. Huajing has always been good to him and will definitely take good care of him. What about you? Will you go to Mongolia and hide your identity? Song Qingshu looked at her quietly. Huang Rong shook her head. Huajing is there. If I go, everyone will feel uncomfortable. What's more, my father and I don't like the life in Mongolia. I will definitely stay on Peach Blossom Island for the rest of my life. Song Qingshu sighed, but Brother Gua may not be satisfied. He may not be willing to give up everything here. After going through so much, what else can he not accept? Huang Rong smiled sadly. The country that he worked so hard for most of his life turned out to be his enemy. The people that he worked so hard to protect now want to kill him. What else is there for him to stay here? Arrange for me to meet him. I have something to tell him. I'm sure he will be willing to go to Mabe. Song Qingshu nodded. Okay. Next, he arranged for Huang Rong to meet Guijing in prison. He did not arrange for anyone to eavesdrop. The two talked for a long time. When Huang Rong came out, her eyes were still red. A few days later, Guijing was pushed to the market and executed by 1,000 cuts. The people all over the world clapped and cheered. Of course, there were also many who sighed. Even after many years, there were still people who refused to believe the truth. There were various versions of the legend. Some said that Guijing did not actually die but lived in seclusion among the people. Some said that Guijing made up for his mistakes by joining the army to serve the country. There were also some who swore that they saw him in Mabe, Mongolia. After that, Song Qingshu still had a lot of things to do. The Jia family was confiscated and Li Wan came to ask for help. After all, she was the daughter-in-law of the Jia family. She could not stand by and do nothing. However, the Jia family had committed such a serious crime. The law was merciless. They still had to confiscate what they had to. The only thing Song Qingshu could do was to try his best to protect some people and arrange for people to take care of them secretly. The Shi family was almost the same. However, Shi Miyuan was indeed an ambitious person. He took the initiative to commit suicide in prison and left a will. He took all the blame on himself and saved many of the Shi family's children. The Shui family also pushed out a few scapegoats. After all, many people saw the Shui family and Prince Beijing working together. There had to be an explanation. After taking care of these matters, the Shui family began to enthusiastically arrange the marriage between the young miss and the Prince of Qi. Originally, Song Qingshu had said that Shui Baochai alone was enough, but Shui Ji was unwilling to agree and insisted on bringing Shui Baoqin as well. After all, the alliance between Song Qingshu and the Shui family was still a little fragile. He was also worried that his refusal would cause unnecessary misunderstanding, so he reluctantly agreed. Seeing that the Shui family was busy preparing for the marriage, it seemed that they were faintly overshadowing the Wang family. Wang Ziding also felt uncomfortable. He wanted to help, but when he thought about the matter of his sister-in-law, Li Qingluo, he became angry, which made his hands and feet tied. However, Song Qingshu did not pay too much attention to these. With his current identity and status, marriage was just a means. It was difficult to pour too much emotion into it. At this moment, he looked at the 2 letters asking for help from thousands of miles away. It turned out that Korea was asking for help from the Southern Song dynasty. The Mongolian expedition to the east was like a hot knife cutting through butter. Korea was in imminent danger, so they asked the Song dynasty to send troops for the sake of their former friendship. Obviously, these letters were sent in groups. They were asking for help from the Southern Song dynasty, which was so far away. It was obvious that they were desperate. The other letter was written by Fu Junyu to Jia Baoyu. She reminisced about the time they spent together and asked him to help persuade the Southern Song Emperor to agree to send troops. Obviously, she still did not know what had happened in the Southern Song dynasty. Song Qingshu did not expect that when he assassinated Temujin in Mount Lupan as a member of the Shuiyue sect, he wanted to divert the trouble to Dongying. Who would have thought that Korea would be the first to suffer? However, it was not unexpected. During the marriage contest in Western Xia, he killed many Mongolian masters as the Guru Fu Kalen of Korea. At that time, Temujin was furious and sent a 10,000-man team to seek justice. Now, if he wanted to take revenge in Dongying, he must first take down Korea as a springboard. Song Qingshu decided to make a trip to Goryeo. After hearing the news, the women around him all disagreed. Ren Yingying frowned and said, "Qingshu, I don't say anything when you flirt with others. But this time, for the sake of 2 Goryeo women, is there a need to put yourself in danger?" The girl in yellow also said angrily, "What's more, the 2 sisters remembered Jia Baoyu from Western Xia. Back in Western Xia, she had witnessed Song Qingshu flirting with the 2 Korean women in Jia Baoyu's appearance. Seeing them all talking at once, Song Qingshu felt a headache coming on. "It's really not what you think. This time I'm not going for those 2. I'm going to deal with the Mongolian main force." "The Mongolian main force?" Ren Yingying was startled. Song Qingshu nodded. Although the Mongolians suffered a great defeat at Mount Lupan by assassinating Temujin, it didn't hurt them to the core. The Mongolians still have their strength. If they finish dealing with Korea and Dongying, then their invincible cavalry and Dongying's navy will invade south. That will be a nightmare for all the countries in the Central Plains. I've been planning for so long. I want to lure the Mongolians to the sea. Only then will I have a chance to destroy the invincible Mongolian cavalry. You want to fight on the sea? Ren Yingying's eyes lit up. The girl in yellow nodded repeatedly. That's right. Although the Mongolian cavalry is powerful on land, once they're in the water, they won't be able to withstand a single blow. That's right. I want to use this opportunity to completely destroy the Mongolian main force so that they won't be able to invade south again. Song Qingshu recalled the history in his memory. He had always been following the flow of events, following the flow of history in his memory. It was just that he had moved it forward a bit. Seeing that his analysis was reasonable, the girls no longer tried to stop him. Ren Yingying was the only one who secretly pulled Song Qingshu aside and said, "Qingshu, if the Mongolians really are completely destroyed, then the countries in the Central Plains will no longer have this external threat. In fact, it won't be very beneficial to you." Song Qingshu naturally understood what she meant. He smiled. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Goryeo should be the last piece of the map. Everything will end there." Song Qingshu asked the girl in yellow to stay in Linen to help Ren Yingying deal with government affairs. She was a princess and had the support of the Jianzhan Academy. She needed her help with public opinion. Shui Baochai was also asked to stay. Although they needed to spend time alone to warm up their relationship, Song Qingshu had no time to care about it. After all, the matter in Goryeo was urgent. Shui Baochai was the link between the Shui family and the Shui family. Without her as a lubricant, the communication between Prince Qi's mansion and the Shui family would be quite troublesome. As for the Jia family and the Shi family, Song Qingshu had no time to deal with them now. He would leave them there until he was free. Anyway, Liao Yingzhou was here. He would do his best to take care of them. As for the Lin family, although Song Qingshu had joked with Lin Qiaoying about marrying Lin Daiyu, Lin Qiaoying clearly had no such intentions. As for his eventual victory, the Lin family had tacitly acknowledged his status and acknowledged the fruits of his victory. Song Qingshu also specially went to the Lin family and talked about his care for Lin Pingji and his friendly relationship with the grand disciple of the ancient Tomb sect. Finally, Lin Qiaoying believed that he would not shake the Lin family's position. Although the Lin family was in charge of finance, it was small. Compared with the Jia family, the Shi family, the Wang family and the Shui family, its influence in the officialdom was still limited. Song Qingshu did not mind doing a favor. After all, a great grandmaster was like a nuclear deterrent. He had to give her face. Unfortunately, he did not see Lin Daiyu on this trip. He did not know whether Lin Qiaoying was deliberately guarding against him or not. Of course, Song Qingshu did not say that he fell in love with Lin Daiyu. He was used to using marriage to ensure the relationship between the two parties. He despised himself for this. In those TV dramas, young masters and young mistresses resisted their families' marriages and pursued freedom of love. Why was it that when it came to me, I actually enjoyed it. Before leaving, Lin Qiaoying suddenly asked, "What is the relationship between you and Xiao Longnu?" Song Qingshu was stunned and let out a long sigh. More than friends, but not lovers? In fact, he and Xiao Longnu already had a good impression of each other. However, because of Yang Gua and his philandering ways, there was always a slight barrier between the two of them. They were never able to take the last step. He suddenly understood Yang Gua's feelings in the original work. Although Xiao Longnu looked innocent and pure, she was actually very meticulous and sensitive. When she got jealous several times, she would often leave without saying goodbye. Where could he find her in this world? In Helen City, he heard Ho Shibai mention that he saw her in Mount Heng. He didn't know what she was doing there and where she was now. Lin Qiaoying frowned. Apparently, she did not understand what he meant. I heard about the things you did to help her. I can see that you treat her well. I also asked Li Macho. She said that Xiao Longnu also likes you. So I don't understand what you two are doing. I don't want you to experience the regret between me and Wang Zhe in the past. Lin Qiaoying's eyes were a little wet. Wang Zhe and I have been competitive all our lives. Unfortunately, our strength is almost the same. Neither of us is willing to admit defeat first. So we wasted our lives. When we finally had the chance to be together in our old age, we were separated not long after. There is no such problem between you and Xiao Longnu. Although Xiao Longnu's martial arts are good, she is far from you. Why are you so hesitant as a man? Song Qingshu looked strange. You want me to use force? Lin Qiaoying sneered. I have heard all kinds of rumors about you over the years. It seems that you have used force many times. Why are you pretending to be a gentleman here? I have already given up. Song Qingshu looked embarrassed. That. Senior Lin, can you give me a token or something? Lin Qiaoying was stunned. What do you want a token for? Song Qingshu laughed and said, if I have a chance to see Xiao Longnu, I will tell her that all this is the idea of her ancestor. She will definitely doubt it. Then I will take out your token and everyone will be happy. Lin Qiaoying was speechless. Get lost. As soon as she finished speaking, she slammed the door, almost hitting Song Qingshu's nose. This is not too much to ask. Touching his nose, Song Qingshu shook his head and left. However, Lin Qiaoying's words reminded him that he was indeed too rational in dealing with the relationship with Xiao Longnu. To put it nicely, he respected Xiao Longnu's opinion too much. To put it bluntly, he was indecisive. When the relationship between a man and a woman was in an impasse, someone must take the initiative. It was a little difficult for Xiao Longnu to take the initiative, so he could only rely on himself to take the initiative. But what was the use of saying so much? He didn't know where she had gone, and it was unknown when he would see her. After arranging things in linen, Song Qingshu set out to leave. Before leaving, Xue Baochai found him. I want to give you a gift. Song Qingshu was immediately happy. The gift from Sister Bao must be very special. Xue Baochai's face turned red. Don't call me that in the future. You are obviously much older than me. Song Qingshu couldn't help laughing. I can't help it. When I went to Xianxia, I was afraid of being seen through by you, so I kept reminding myself to pay attention to the way I address you. As a result, I got used to calling you that. Recalling the process of the marriage between them in Xianxia, Xue Baochai was in a trance for a while. What gift are you going to give me? Seeing that she had been silent, Song Qingshu couldn't help but ask curiously. You will know when you get there. With your temperament, you will definitely like it. Xue Baochai snorted, and there was some inexplicable meaning in her eyes. Song Qingshu followed her to the bank of Qiantang River and suddenly noticed that there were many large ships docked near the pier. On the bow of the most majestic ship stood a graceful young lady. She was wearing a red fur coat, which accentuated her snow-white skin. When her eyes looked around, they were extremely lively, like pearls and beautiful jade. She was even more beautiful than a painting. She stood at the bow of the ship, and passers-by stopped to watch. There were even some romantic scholars who tried to go over and strike up a conversation, but they were stopped by the surrounding guards. They could only secretly guess which big family's daughter was from, and they didn't know what kind of man was worthy of such a person. Song Qingshu couldn't help saying, Jiangnan is really a place of outstanding people. I just met a girl who is so beautiful and charming. I don't know which family's daughter is from. Shui Baochai rolled her eyes. I'm afraid you are the only one in the world who has so many wives that you don't even know yourself. Huh? Song Qingshu was puzzled. At this moment, the young girl saw the two of them. She excitedly waved at them, then ran over with a face full of joy. Elder sister, it's been a long time since I've seen you. The two young girls hugged and chatted for a while. Afterwards, the young girl used an extremely curious gaze to size up Song Qingshu. Elder sister, is he our future husband? Song Qingshu was speechless. Hearing her question, Shui Baochai's face reddened slightly. However, she still nodded her head. Let me introduce you. He is the Prince of Qi, Song Qingshu. He is also your future husband. This is my younger sister, Shui Baoqin. You should have realized by now. Shui Baoqin? Only then did Song Qingshu come to a realization. He had only heard of her name in the past but had never seen her. He curiously sized up this young girl who was even more famous than Lin and Xuan Dream of the Red Chamber. Previously, he didn't notice it from afar. Now that he was in close contact with her, he discovered that she had Baochai's brilliance but was bright and cheerful. She didn't have Baochai's shrewdness and gloominess. She had Dayu's innocence but was brighter than Dayu. She was truly a beautiful young girl. Brother Song, how do you do? Shui Baoqin wasn't shy at all. She gracefully bowed to him. Then she pulled her elder sister and whispered, he is much more handsome than that Prince of Beijing. He also has a natural and open-minded air about him. He really is just as the rumors say. Shui Baochai's face reddened. She hurriedly pulled at the corner of her clothes. His martial arts are high. He can hear. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. How can I be angry when I receive praise from a beauty? Shui Baoqin stuck out her tongue. She looked much more excited than Shui Baochai. Shui Baochai secretly sighed. Her younger sister had heard of Song Qingshu's legend before and admired him a little. Now that she knew that she had been betrothed to him, she was overjoyed. In comparison, Shui Baochai was much more helpless. She quickly gathered her thoughts and said, Brother Song, I know that you are going to deal with the Mongols on the sea. It just so happens that Baoqin has been sailing with her people since she was a child. Later, she gradually became responsible for the Shui family's ocean business. Don't be fooled by her young age. She is better at sailing than many experienced sailors. Moreover, the ocean trade often involves fighting with Japanese and pirates. She also wants to be good at it. This time, the Shui family's fleet is coming back from the trade. Her fleet will accompany you to Liaodong. It should be able to help you. Song Qingshu couldn't help but be overjoyed. He originally thought that the gift Shui Baochai mentioned was Shui Baoqin. Although she was indeed a very beautiful girl, it was difficult for him to be moved by her beauty. However, the other party brought such a powerful ocean fleet. It was completely different. Only then did he remember that on the ship to Sichuan, he heard Madame Ruan mention that the Ruan family and the Shui family were two big royal merchants. The Ruan family was responsible for the inland trade, while the Shui family was responsible for the ocean trade. At that time, she also specially praised the Shui family's second daughter, Shui Baoqin, who was young, beautiful, and capable. She managed the ocean trade in an orderly manner. It must be said that the Shui family was really generous this time. Thinking about it, Shui Ji must be a little nervous. After all, he used to be an ally of Duke Beijing. This time, to a large extent, he had no choice but to change sides. He was worried that after the situation stabilized in the future, he directly took out his trump card to show his goodwill. No wonder he said that Shui Baochai alone was enough, but the other party insisted on Shui Baoqin. It turned out that this was what he meant. Song Qingshu had to admit that he was a little dissatisfied with the Shui family before. After all, the two sides used to be enemies for so long. But now it seemed that Shui Ji was really an ambitious person. Once he chose a side, he would not hold back. If he had a progress bar of favorability, the other party's move would have almost exploded his favorability. This gift is really too perfect. Song Qingshu hugged Xue Baochai and kissed her on the cheek. Thank you. Xue Baochai blushed and pushed him away in a flurry. What are you doing? There are so many people watching. At the side, Xue Baoqin was eager to see the world in chaos. Sister, why are you worried? Anyway, you are engaged, so it's not rude. In the end, Xue Baochai could not take it anymore and hurriedly said, I'll leave her to you. I'll be leaving first. Seeing Xue Baochai's figure running away in a hurry, Xue Baoqin could not help but sigh. Brother Song, sister isn't as heartless as me. Don't mind her. She needs time to digest. Song Qingshu nodded. I've been with her for as long as you have. I know about her, so you don't have to worry. A bright smile appeared on Xue Baoqin's face. That's good, Brother Song. I'll bring you to see my fleet. Oh, no, this will be your fleet in the future. Song Qingshu had to admit that Xue Baoqin's personality was warm and cheerful. In addition, she was beautiful and had a natural affinity. They had never met before, so it was reasonable to say that there was some distance between them. However, after a few words, the two of them soon became familiar with each other like old friends. Xue Baoqin led Song Qingshu to visit the Xue family's fleet. Along the way, she intimately held his hand and introduced his identity to her subordinates. It did not take long for the main figures of the entire fleet to know their son-in-law. Brother Song, which direction are we going next? Are we going directly to Liaodong? After the tour, Xue Baoqin blinked her big bright eyes and asked. Song Qingshu thought for a moment and said, since we are going to the Qiantang River, we must pass by Hangzhou Bay. Let's go to Peach Blossom Island first. Xue Baoqin's lips curled up slightly, and there was a trace of mischief between her eyebrows. It seems that the rumors are true. Brother Song really has some relationship with gang leader Huang. Song Qingshu couldn't help feeling embarrassed. You misunderstood. I'm going to find Island Master Huang. Brother Song, you don't need to explain. I understand. Xue Baoqin smiled brightly, making Song Qingshu feel very uncomfortable. But then he thought about it and realized that there was nothing to be guilty about, so he gradually relaxed. Xue Baoqin passed down the order and the fleet set off for Peach Blossom Island. She accompanied Song Qingshu the entire way, explaining to him some general knowledge about the fleet. At the same time, she also inquired about some of his great achievements. He had to admit that being looked at with adoration by such a beautiful girl was very pleasing to any man. The two of them got along very well. The fleet sailed along the Qiantang River. When the fleet passed by Shanin, Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment. In the end, he didn't order the ship to stop. Time was of the essence. It would be better to wait until the general situation was settled before returning to Xishan Bijuan and Qingyao. He didn't know how they were doing. When they reached the mouth of the sea, they headed southeast. Facing the vast sea, they couldn't help but feel a sense of awe towards nature. No matter how high a person's martial arts were, they were still as small as an ant in the sea. The hull of the ship rose and fell. Xue Baoqin noticed that he was a bit tired and said, Brother Song, the road is still long. Why don't you go to your room and rest first? Song Qingshu nodded. He really did have some things to think about in his room. Xue Baoqin brought him to a room. Looking at the clearly feminine decorations and the faint sweet fragrance in the air, he couldn't help but be stunned. This room, Xue Baoqin smiled shyly. This is my room. Brother Song, you don't mind, right? Song Qingshu laughed. Second Miss Xue's room is the dream of many men. Why would I mind? But for now, I can rest here for the time being. At night, Xue Baoqin blushed. If Brother Song doesn't mind, you can also sleep here. In any case, we have an engagement. Song Qingshu was stunned. He didn't expect her to be so enthusiastic. He couldn't react for a moment. Xue Baoqin pursed her lips and said, Brother Song, will this make you think that I'm too unreserved? I'm not like this to others. It's just because I've always liked you that I, seeing her embarrassed look, Song Qingshu laughed and hugged her soft waist. Compared with your sister, your temperament is really different. Xue Baochai showed a sad smile. It's mainly because I've been traveling with my clansmen since I was a child, visiting all kinds of famous mountains and rivers. Later, I went to Nanyang to do business, so I didn't have so many rules and regulations. My character is wilder than those girls in Linen City. My father often scolded me because of this. Song Qingshu shook his head. On the contrary, I feel that it is very good for you to dare to love and dare to hate. Those eldest young ladies of Linen Prefecture are indeed too ruthlessly bound by the feudal ethics. They are not as cute as you. By the way, remember to teach your sister more in the future. Hearing that he didn't mind, Xue Baochai smiled sweetly. Brother Song, you're really different from others, but I'm afraid it'll be difficult for my sister to change her temper. That's true. Song Qingshu nodded in agreement. He couldn't imagine Xue Baochai being so proactive and enthusiastic. Brother Song, you rest first. I'll go out and see the situation of the fleet. Xue Baochai nodded slightly and turned to leave. However, Song Qingshu grabbed her and said, "Don't go. Stay with me and talk." Xue Baochai was stunned, but she didn't refuse. "Okay. Baochai, your bed is so soft." "Well, my skin has been sensitive since I was a child. I can feel the slightest bit uncomfortable, so I always make the bedding very soft. Sit next to me." "Okay." After a while, Xue Baochai's voice suddenly trembled a little. "Brother Song, didn't you say that I'll talk to you? You can talk now. Brother Song, it's daytime now. If you want, I'll accompany you at night." "Why does it have to be at night? Isn't it good now?" Xue Baochai's face was bright red, but she didn't say anything. She acquiesced to his actions. When he entered her soft body and felt her tense and trembling body, Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. No wonder so many people pursued power. It felt good. Whether it was the rumors about Xue Baochai or the sight of her attracting the attention of passers-by at the dock, he could imagine how many young men regarded her as the goddess of their dreams. They were worried about their gains and losses, afraid that they would leave a bad impression in her heart if they did anything rude. But now, he could have her so easily. Not long ago, she was the future imperial concubine. However, after the man's possessiveness, Song Qingshu also regained his rationality. It was not because of power that he could have her so easily, but because he was charming enough. The admiration in the girl's eyes and the reaction of her body couldn't be faked. After spending 2 days on the ship, accompanied by a warm body, they finally arrived at Peach Blossom Island. Early in the morning, the sound of a flute was heard, followed by a clear voice. Peach Blossom Island has always minded its own business with the Xue family. I wonder why you have come with so many people this time. Song Qingshu hurried out of the cabin and looked at the thin old man standing at the top of the mast. He smiled and said, "How have you been, Island Master Huang?" Huang Yaoshir's expression changed when he saw it was him. "It's you?" "Greetings, Island Master Huang. I came here with a request," Song Qingshu said respectfully. Although his martial arts had long surpassed the other parties, no matter how he looked at it, the other party was still his senior. Huang Yaoshir turned his head and walked away. "Don't speak, I don't agree." Then he used his lightness skill and disappeared into the fog. Song Qingshu was stunned. "I haven't said anything yet. Why do you look like you've seen a ghost?" He hurriedly said to Xue Baochai, who was giggling, "Let the fleet wait here. I'll go to the island first. There are many formations nearby, so don't rush in." Xue Baochai smiled. "Yes, we'll wait for you here." Song Qingshu also used his lightness skill and rushed in the direction where Huang Yaoshir disappeared. Huang Yaoshir's lightness kung fu could be considered one of the best in the Wuling world, but unfortunately he ran into Song Qingshu. In addition, he had been to the Peach Blossom Island before, so Huang Rong had explained to him all the strange formations on the island. After a while, Huang Yaoshir saw Song Qingshu standing not far away with a smile on his face. He had to stop and his face was as black as charcoal. "Did you come here to show off in front of me?" Huang Yaoshir snorted and looked at the handsome man in front of him with hatred. No father would be happy to see a man who had stolen his daughter. Moreover, they had such a shameful relationship. Huang Yaoshir was known as the Eastern Heretic. If he saw someone he didn't like, he would either break their legs or cut off their ears. The most annoying thing was that he couldn't beat this guy. Island Master Huang has misunderstood. "I came here to ask a favor of you," Song Qingshu said. Huang Yaoshir snorted. "Don't even think about it. I won't agree to your relationship with Rong Er." Although I don't like that brat Guijing, what are you two doing? I don't want the world to criticize her. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Island Master Huang has misunderstood. I didn't come here because of Rong but because of you. Because of me? Huang Yaoshi suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He had never heard that this guy was interested in men. Song Qingshu continued, I have always admired Island Master Huang's knowledge of astronomy and geography. This time I came to ask Island Master Huang to come out of seclusion. You don't need to be sarcastic. If I hadn't spent so much time and energy on these perverted techniques, I wouldn't have let you come out unscathed. Huang Yaoshi snorted. Song Qingshu hurriedly explained, Island Master Huang has misunderstood. This time I want to deal with the Mongolian army on the sea. I need to know the weather conditions of the sea in advance. After thinking about it, the best person in the world in this area is you. Oh, deal with the Mongolian army? Island Master Huang was quite surprised and quickly fell into deep thought. Father, did something happen? At this moment, a gentle and pleasant voice was heard from the distant peach blossom forest. Looking towards the direction of the voice, a beautiful young woman was standing under a peach tree. Her face was truly a beautiful combination of peach blossoms and human face. A few days ago the right side of my nose kept running. Although it seemed to be getting better, now the left side is starting again. Previously I saw a book friend mention using normal saline solution to clean my nose. Today I went to the community hospital and prescribed some. I don't read much, so I hope you're not lying to me. Although the young woman was charming and graceful, there was a frown between her brows. It was obvious that there was something troubling her. Rong Song Qingshu couldn't help but call out to her. Huang Yaoshi immediately looked at him. Ah? Huang Rong also saw him. Her body trembled and her eyes were filled with disbelief. If you have something to say it inside. Huang Yaoshi couldn't help but snort when he saw the two of them holding hands and looking at each other with tears in their eyes. He walked into the island with a dark expression. Song Qingshu hurried to Huang Rong's side and said, I haven't seen you for a few days, why have you lost weight? Huang Rong was a little flustered, why are you here? Seeing her expression, Song Qingshu smiled. You don't have to worry about me forcing you. I'm here for your father. For my father? Huang Rong was relieved when she heard that he wasn't here to force her to make a decision. She blinked her eyes in confusion. The three of them sat down in the house. Song Qingshu couldn't help but look around, where are Miss Lu and Miss Ching? He heard that Huang Rong was pregnant and that they were taking care of her on Peach Blossom Island. Huang Yaoshi was so angry that he laughed, isn't it enough to harm my daughter? Now you want to harm my disciple? Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. He was just asking casually and didn't expect to provoke this gunpowder barrel. Huang Rong smiled and whispered to him, it seems that the Lu family had some business with them and they went back to visit their relatives. Moreover, I can take care of myself now, so I didn't bother them. So that's how it is. Song Qingshu felt a little regretful that he missed them again when he passed by Shanin City. You plan to deal with the Mongolian army on the sea? Huang Yaoshi saw the two of them whispering to each other. Song Qingshu nodded. That's right. Even though the Mongolians suffered great losses during the battle at Mount Lupan, the Mongolians have been too strong over the years, and they didn't manage to damage their foundation. If they conquer Dongying, they will definitely head south. By then, with the Dongying Navy's strength, their last weakness will be covered, and they will be invincible. Huang Yaoshi frowned, even if they want to go south, there are still the Jin, Qing, and Xianxia in between. Isn't it better to let both sides suffer? Song Qingshu shook his head and said, everyone saw how the Mongols attacked Western Xia like a hot knife cutting through butter. Western Xia is not weak, and they did not suffer any losses even after fighting against the Song Empire for 100 years. Yet, in just a few short months, they were almost wiped out. You can imagine how the Song Empire is going to defend itself once they attack the Song Empire. Huang Rong, who was by the side, nodded as well. That's right. Reaping the benefits of a third party is only built when the two enemies are evenly matched. Right now, Mongolia's strength far surpasses that of any country in the Central Plains. If we just sit back and do nothing, they will defeat us one by one. After they swallow up those countries, Mongolia will become stronger, and it will be even harder for us to catch up. Seeing his daughter speak up for him, Xianxia angrily snorted. It was true that women tended to leave their husbands. Perhaps she had forgotten, but he remembered clearly. That year, she also helped Guojing, that idiot, to anger me. At this moment, Song Qingshu said, the best way to deal with the invincible Mongolian cavalry is to drag them into a naval battle. I've been planning for many years and finally succeeded in luring the Mongolian army to Dongying. If we miss this opportunity, I'm afraid we won't get another chance. Xianxia was surprised. Didn't the Mongolians attack Dongying because they sent the Shuiyue sect to kill Temujin? What does that have to do with you? With a bitter smile, Song Qingshu explained his disguising skills and showed them the basics. Now that things had come to this, he wasn't afraid that his secret would be revealed. Moreover, he knew that Xianxia was a patriot and would never betray him. Xianxia was shocked and couldn't help but sigh, so you were the one who did all this. Now that I think about it, I admire you. Noticing his daughter's calm expression, he couldn't help but ask, you already knew? Huang Rong shook her head. Although he didn't tell me directly before, he reminded me a few times, and I can roughly guess what happened. Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh, Rong you are really smart. Xianxia chuckled, your disguising skills are really amazing. It's a pity that you didn't become a rapist. Huang Rong couldn't help but glare at her father. Daddy, if the other party was a rapist, then what was she? Xianxia sighed inwardly, knowing that his daughter was falling deeper and deeper. He didn't have the energy to care about anything else. Although I'm an expert in Qimendun Jia, I'm not good at fighting. I'm afraid you found the wrong person this time. Song Qingshu shook his head, I haven't found the wrong person. Leading troops to war is secondary, but the most important thing is the weather. If we want to completely destroy the Mongolian fleet, we must borrow the power of nature, namely tsunamis and storms. Looking at the whole world, who else but you who is so familiar with astronomy, geography, and the sea? After a lot of flattery, Xianxia's expression softened, fine, I promise you. But this is not for you, it's for the people of the world. Thank you, Island Master Huang. Song Qingshu couldn't help but be overjoyed. In addition, I would like to invite Chief Huang to Liaodong with me. Before he could finish, Xianxia was furious. He took out his jade flute and chased after him. You're still saying you're not here for Rong? Song Qingshu dodged and hurriedly explained, that's because Chief Huang is better at commanding troops, strategizing, and you're good at swimming. When the time comes, you'll definitely be of help, as if I'd believe you. The two chased and fought for a while, finally ending with a few bumps on Song Qingshu's head. Is this guy doing this on purpose because he knows I won't dare to fight back? Xianxia, on the other hand, felt a sense of comfort in his heart. He didn't know that it felt so good to beat a great grandmaster. Xianxia had vented his anger and looked at Song Qingshu with less hostility. He then said, Rong go and make arrangements for Xiang and Polu. We'll go to Liaodong together. Song Qingshu's heart trembled and he couldn't help but look at Huang Rong. Can I go and see them? Huang Rong bit her lips and an unexpected blush appeared on her face. Okay. Huang Rong arranged for Guofu and the Wu brothers to stay on the island to take care of the twins. After all, the island had all kinds of servants, so there was no need to worry about them not being able to take care of them. Of course, considering Guofu's impetuous character, she also sent a letter to Qingming to ask her meticulous junior sister to come and take care of the twins. When they left the island, Huang Rong couldn't help but whisper to Song Qingshu, I deliberately sent Fu away. You know she used to like you, but when she found out about the rumors, she was very angry, so I didn't dare to let her see you. Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly, that's just right. At first, Guojing wanted to betroth Guofu to him. Who knew that things would turn out this way? After boarding the Shui family's fleet, even Xianxia was amazed. He had been at sea for a long time, so he had naturally heard of the Shui family's fleet. Now that he saw Shui Baoqin, a young girl, managing such a large fleet so well, he felt as if the new generation had surpassed the old one. Shui Baoqin warmly received the father and daughter. Her words and actions were exactly like a lady from a noble family, and there was nothing wrong with her. Huang Rong was very smart, so she immediately realized the relationship between the two from their expressions and actions. She couldn't help but secretly sigh. He really was a devil incarnate, flirting with so many beautiful girls wherever he went. Next, the fleet went north. Along the way, Song Qingshu kept discussing with Huang Yaoshi, Shui Baoqin, and Huang Yaoshi the various possibilities of fighting on the sea, and gradually gained some understanding of the upcoming war. Next, they went to Yangzhou to pick up Hu Qingtong. Among her beauties, no one could match her ability to lead troops to war. However, she had lived in the northwest for a long time and had no experience in fighting on the sea, so she needed the help of Huang Rong, Huang Yaoshi, and Shui Baoqin. Originally, Zhou Zhihua wanted to go with them, but she was pregnant. Obviously, the hard work she had done in the northwest had played a role. Song Qingshu was pleasantly surprised and firmly refused to let her go with them. The first trimester of a pregnant woman was the most dangerous period, and the baby couldn't be affected at all. How could she be tired from the upcoming war? Zhou Zhihua had no choice but to stay in Yangzhou to help Reninging and be ready to support her at any time. Casley also wanted to go with them, but Hu Qingtong refused. She didn't want her sister to take any risks. Casley was also considerate. She knew that she couldn't play a role on the battlefield and needed someone to protect her, so she didn't insist. Yuanzi originally wanted to go with them, but thinking that Casley was here alone and they didn't speak the language, she couldn't be at ease because of their deep sisterly relationship, so she decided to stay. Then the fleet went up the Yellow Sea to the Golden Snake Camp and met up with Xianxia and Audiobook. The two women had already received a messenger pigeon and prepared the navy of the Golden Snake Camp. The navy of the Golden Snake Camp had always been outstanding, and there was a lot of room for them to play this time. After parting with Audiobook and Xianxia for many years, Song Qingshu hugged them tightly and felt extremely guilty. On the contrary, it was the two women who kept comforting him that the important things were more important. In addition, he sent Xing Rou and Yelu Yanbei to Yanjing City to inform Dongfang Muxue. It should be noted that the navy of the Qin kingdom couldn't be underestimated. When the time came, they would definitely unite all forces. Then, Song Qingshu took the women and the fleet to the Divine Dragon Island, leaving the main force there to wait for an opportunity. The Divine Dragon Island was on the east of the Liaodong Peninsula, not too far from the Korean peninsula. If the main force went further, it would easily alarm the Mongolian scouts. Fang Yi and Mu Jianping were very excited to see him. It should be noted that it was really lonely to stay on the Divine Dragon Island all these years. The number of times they met with Song Qingshu could be counted on one hand. If they couldn't go to the Golden Snake Camp sometimes to accompany Audiobook and Qingqing, it would probably be very difficult for them to hold on. Song Qingshu felt very guilty. He thought that since the important matter had been settled, he must treat them well and make up for what he owed them all these years. However, the most surprising thing was that the two women actually trained the navy of the Divine Dragon Island in good order. He knew that the adorable Mu Jianping definitely didn't have this ability. The main credit probably belonged to Fang Yi. He had to admit that this woman was indeed very capable. After settling down on the Divine Dragon Island for 2 days and arranging everything, Song Qingshu went to Goryeo alone. Originally, Audiobook, Xianxia, and the others advised him not to take risks. After all, the son of a rich family shouldn't sit in a corner. Now that he had such a large force under his command, it was too dangerous to investigate these things in person. It was better to directly let the scouts investigate the news. However, Song Qingshu didn't agree because this matter was too important. The opportunity to deal with the Mongolians would definitely disappear in a flash. He didn't feel at ease leaving it to others. Moreover, the situation in Goryeo and the Sea of Japan was changing too fast. The scouts at the bottom level might not be able to respond in time. He also couldn't reveal too much information to them in case the secret was leaked. Therefore, after thinking about it, it was better to go personally. Audiobook and the others knew that what he said made sense, so they could only constantly warn him to be careful. Then, Fang Yi arranged for him to go to the nearest port and boarded a Goryeo smuggling ship to Goryeo. With the current war situation in Goryeo, only these smuggling ships would often run, and this would also help to conceal their identities. After sailing for 2 days at sea, the captain mentioned to him that the weather at sea this year was a little abnormal. From time to time, they would encounter some bad weather. Song Qingshu was secretly happy, thinking that the heavens were really helping him. It seemed that Mongolia's luck was at its end. who knew that at night, the ship would suddenly encounter a rare storm. Although the sailors on the ship tried their best to deal with it, human strength was too insignificant in front of the power of nature. In the end, the hull of the ship disintegrated in the raging waves. Although Song Qingshu had unparalleled cultivation, in this vast sea, there was no place for him to use it. He could only try his best to grab onto a board and drift with the waves, rowing in the direction where there was the most likely land. The storm lasted for an entire night. Even if Song Qingshu had a profound cultivation, he was still exhausted after persisting in the waves for such a long time. Finally, he saw that he was washed to the beach of an island before he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Before closing his eyes, he vaguely saw a beautiful white figure walking towards him on the beach. He couldn't help but feel a little absurd. It seems that I'm really too tired and have hallucinations. How could I possibly meet her here? A deep sense of tiredness came over him, and he slowly closed his eyes. Everyone can guess who this white figure is. In addition, it's the beginning of the month. I should ask for monthly tickets for my new book, The Fairy of Land. Last month I was quite diligent in updating it. I should be able to get monthly tickets with a minimum consumption, right? In his daze, Song Qingshu suddenly sensed that something was gently rubbing his forehead and cheeks. Even though the other party's movements were very gentle, he was still startled. He instantly opened his eyes and prepared to capture the other party with a vigilant expression. At this critical moment, he was not sure if the other party was a friend or foe. He was not even sure if it was a human. It would be troublesome if it was a beast or something. However, when he saw the other party's appearance, his movement stopped abruptly and his face was full of disbelief. At this time, he was lying in a cave, and beside him sat a girl wearing a thin white veil. Other than her black hair, her whole body was snow white, and her face was beautiful beyond compare. She was like a fairy who had descended from the heavens. Who else could it be but Xiao Longnu, whom he had not seen for a long time? Suddenly, he thought of something and his heart skipped a beat. Am I dead? He could not help but think this way. It was too unbelievable. This should be a deserted island near Goryeo. He had arrived here by chance in the vast sea. How could Xiao Longnu appear here thousands of miles away? He thought that he had died in the previous storm, so he saw the person he wanted to see. He could not help but panic. The late emperor died halfway through his career. For some reason, this sentence appeared in his mind. He was ambitious to do something big, and he was about to succeed, but in the end, he died at such a young age, and those beautiful female friends of mine, wouldn't they all be widowed at a young age? Seeing his face turn pale, the girl in white opposite him showed a puzzled look. Brother Song, what are you talking about? Hearing the familiar voice, Song Qingshu was stunned, and then a surge of great joy surged in his heart. He grabbed the girl's hand. Although it was a little cold, it still felt warm and fragrant. Is it really you? If not me, who is it? Xiao Longnu blinked and looked a little confused. Obviously, she did not know why he asked such a question. She wanted to pull her hand back, but he held it so tightly that she could not move. Song Qingshu quickly sat up and excitedly held her in his arms. The girl's body was quite delicate, and in his arms, she was like a willow catkin. I haven't heard from you all these years. I thought I would never see you again. Suddenly being hugged by him, Xiao Longnu's pale face blushed. She subconsciously wanted to push him away, but seeing his true feelings, she bit her lips and raised her hands to hug him back. Suddenly, a sharp pain came from her chest, and she couldn't help but cry out and cover her chest. What's wrong with you? Song Qingshu asked hurriedly when he sensed her abnormality. Xiao Longnu furrowed her brows and clutched her chest. It took her a while to regain her composure. She looked a little haggard. It's nothing, I've just been poisoned by the passion flower. This was not the first time she had been poisoned, so her tone was rather calm. Passion flower poison? Song Qingshu was stunned. How did you get poisoned by this? This was indeed puzzling. It must be known that Xiao Longnu and Yanghua had been tortured by this poison before. It was understandable that they did not know about the passion flower at first, but they had already been poisoned before. How did they get poisoned again? Xiao Longnu blushed and shook her head. I was poisoned by accident. Seeing that she was not giving any details, Song Qingshu knew that it would be difficult to get anything out of her if he asked her directly. He rolled his eyes and changed his strategy. This is close to Goryeo, why are you here? Xiaolongnu answered, I was injured and fell into the water, and fell into a coma. I was saved by the Goryeo ambassadors who were passing by, so I followed them all the way back to Goryeo. Goryeo ambassadors? Song Qingshu thought that there was no such thing as a Goryeo ambassadors in the Central Plains. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked with a strange expression, is there a pair of sisters with the surname Fu in the Goryeo ambassadors who saved you? Xiaolongnu made a sound of surprise. How did you know? Song Qingshu suddenly understood. Calculating the time, it should be the Fu sisters who had left Xianxia to find a husband and saved her on their way back to China. It seemed that good people really had good karma. He saved the Fu sisters and helped the Goryeo ambassadors, and then they saved Xiaolongnu, otherwise, they would have been separated forever. But with your martial arts, how did you get injured so badly? Song Qingshu thought that Xiaolongnu could use the dual sword harmony skill, so even if she encountered a grandmaster, she would not be weak. How could she be injured and fall into the water? At first, Xiaolongnu did not want to tell him, but she could not resist Song Qingshu's incessant questioning, so she told him the whole story. It turned out that when they were on Mount Wudong, Xiaolongnu found out about the relationship between Song Qingshu and Li Qingluo. She was sad and left quietly, thinking that she would never see him again in this life. She heard that he was in Jiangnan. She purposely ran towards the north to put some distance between them. Later, when she was near Mount Heng, she met Ho Shibai. Ho Shibai was shocked by her beauty and started to pursue her crazily. Unfortunately, Xiaolongnu had experienced the vast ocean and could not be moved by water. How could she like him? Ho Shibai's pursuit was fruitless. He, who had always been a gentleman, even had crazy ideas because of Xiaolongnu's beauty. He wanted to use force to capture her and then slowly reform her. However, Xiaolongnu used the dual sword harmony skill to beat him up. In order to save his life, he revealed a piece of information about Song Qingshu. He said that there were masters from Mongolia who went to the Passionless Valley to ask for passion flowers to deal with Song Qingshu. After all, if a Dumas like Song Qingshu was poisoned by the passion flowers, he would be better off dead than alive. Even though Xiaolongnu was angry at Song Qingshu's actions, she was still worried about Song Qingshu's safety. She decided to go to the Passionless Valley. She traveled day and night, and at the Passionless Valley, she met a Mongolian master who was picking passion flowers. At first, it was fine. Even Jinluan Fuwang was no match for her dual sword harmony skill, let alone a normal Mongolian master. However, a mysterious man wearing a mask appeared. The man's martial arts were ridiculously high, and Xiaolongnu was quickly defeated. She accidentally fell into the passion flowers and was stabbed by the passion flowers. She had no choice but to escape. Even though her lightness skill was very high, she could not shake off the man. She chased after him all the way until she fell into a river off a cliff. Only then did the man give up. Xiaolongnu was poisoned and severely injured. She fell into a coma after falling into the water. She thought that she was going to die, but when she woke up, she found that she had been rescued by someone on a boat. She found out from the two beautiful sisters that they were the ambassadors from Goryeo. The Crown Prince of Goryeo was accompanying them, but she could see that there were not many of them. Xiaolongnu wanted to leave and inform Song Qingshu about the passion flowers, but her injuries were too severe and she could not move freely. Furthermore, the boat had been sailing down the river to the sea, so she had no choice but to return to Goryeo with the Fu sisters while she recuperated from her injuries. The Crown Prince of Goryeo was originally impatient to save a Han, but when he saw Xiaolongnu's extraordinary beauty, he was immediately shocked. Not only did he agree, he often came to ask about her well-being and fawned over her. Luckily, the Fu sisters were watching over him, so he did not dare to do anything rash. Later on, when Xiaolongnu's injuries healed, the Crown Prince of Goryeo did not have much of a chance. Of course, Xiaolongnu was a kind person. After all, he had saved her life, so she was very grateful to him. Song Qingshu thought to himself, that stinky brat actually dares to have the idea of hitting Xiaolongnu. It seems that the bitterness he suffered in Western Xia wasn't enough to teach him a lesson. However, when he looked at Xiaolongnu's beautiful face, he thought to himself, if it were me, I probably wouldn't be able to control myself. Oh yes, what kind of martial arts does the masked man use? Song Qingshu had a guess. Xiao Longnu roughly described it with her hands. Song Qingshu said in a deep voice, "It really is him." "Who is it?" Xiao Longnu asked curiously. Only then did Song Qingshu explain the grudge between him and Venerable Ming. On the surface, Venerable Ming seemed to be allies with him against the Mongols, but he was secretly preparing a way to deal with him. The passion flower was indeed a very effective way. If Venerable Ming had not been seriously injured by Temujin and the others, he would have already attacked me. It seems that I really need to be more careful in the future. Although my cultivation is high enough, it is easier to dodge a spear in the open than a stab in the dark. Don't worry, Long Air. Although Gong Sun Ji and Qiu Qianqi are dead, the poison of the passion flower is not incurable. The Gelsemium elegans can counteract poison with poison, and the white fish in the cold pond at the bottom of the Passionless Valley can also detoxify the poison. Song Qingshu comforted her. Brother Song, you even know this? Xiao Longnu's tone carried a hint of admiration. The other seemed to be omniscient and omnipotent, and nothing could trouble him. Song Qingshu smiled and asked, "Since you were rescued by the Goryeo ambassadors, why are you on this isolated island?" Xiao Longnu's expression darkened. Because something happened in Goryeo. Listening to her story, Song Qingshu's expression changed several times, but he finally understood the current situation of Goryeo. It turned out that during the marriage contest in Western Xia, he had pretended to be Fu Kailan and slaughtered Zulwa's ambassadors. Temujin was furious, but the Mongols were preparing to deal with the tribes of the western regions at the time and could not find the time to deal with them. Thus, Temujin sent his younger brother Hezer's eldest son, Jegu, to Goryeo with a 10,000-man army to pressure them to punish the murderer. However, the Mongols' smooth sailing in recent years had made Jegu arrogant. To him, a small border country like Goryeo was nothing, so his attitude was extremely bad. Not long after, he led his army to attack Goryeo. A few years ago, the Mongols could sweep the western countries with a 10,000-man army, so Goryeo was nothing to them. Unfortunately, Goryeo's terrain was rugged and mountainous, making it difficult for their cavalry to use their full strength. Jegu attacked for several months without gaining any advantage. In the end, the guru of Goryeo, Kailan, took action and killed Jegu during the chaos. The Mongol army suffered a great defeat. When the Mongols heard this news, they were all furious. In addition, they were preparing to conquer Dongying and needed Goryeo as a springboard. So, Kublai and Ali Buj mobilized their armies and attacked Goryeo. The demon master Pang Ban personally fought against the bright sword master Fu Kailan. After a great battle, both sides suffered heavy losses. However, the Mongols had many masters and famous generals. When Fu Kailan was seriously injured, the morale of the Goryeo army was greatly reduced. How could they hold on? Seeing that the Mongols were getting closer, the high-ranking official of Goryeo, Cui Yu, could not resist. Coupled with his old age, he died of depression. This was because his son-in-law, Jin Ruoxian, and even his son, Cui Shi, had died during the marriage contest in Western Xia. His remaining sons were even worse. Once the successor took power, the people's hearts began to waver. The retainer of the Cui clan, Jin Renjun, launched a coup and killed the Cui clan. He replaced the Cui clan and negotiated peace with the Mongols. Song Qingshu had seen this Jin Renjun before during the marriage contest in Western Xia. Now that he thought about it, although Jin Ruoxian and Cui Shi were killed by the Dongying people, he might have played a part in it. After Jin Renjun took power, he changed his attitude of opposing the Mongols. Instead, he submitted to them. The Mongols had many years of war. As long as the enemy was willing to submit, they would be happy to accept it. However, a new problem soon appeared. Because the king of Goryeo died during the coup, the throne of Goryeo was now vacant. Kublai and Ali Buj had a disagreement on who to appoint as the new king. Ali Buj supported the crown prince, Wan Qi, while Kublai supported the crown prince's younger brother, Duke Wan Qi at first. Song Qingshu was curious why Kublai, as the elder brother, would support his younger brother. He was fighting with Ali Buj for the right to inherit the throne. Wouldn't this be giving the enemy an excuse? However, he soon understood. Back then, the crown prince of Goryeo, Wang Qi, was humiliated by Su Liawu during the marriage contest in Western Xia. Su Liawu was on good terms with Kublai, so he was worried that Wang Qi would hate him and not dare to support him. Instead, he supported his younger brother. Duke Wang Qi Ali Buge was naturally happy to support the crown prince. The two of them argued until their faces were red, and neither could convince the other. After that, Goryeo was divided into two factions. One faction supported the crown prince, while the other faction supported Duke Wang Qi. Guru Kai Lin, who had a high status in Goryeo, didn't express his opinion. He gathered his people and stayed in his residence, maintaining a neutral attitude. However, one day, when Ali Buge accepted the crown prince's invitation to attend a banquet in the city, a riot suddenly occurred in the city. A group of mysterious people rushed into the hall and killed Ali Buge and the crown prince. Ali Buge had many experts by his side, and there were even quite a few grandmasters among them. However, they couldn't protect him. It was obvious that there was a grandmaster among the group of people. Someone recognized the bright sword technique among them, and they quickly pointed the finger at Fu Kailan. Because of Ali Buge's death, the Mongolians were furious. The army entered the city and pointed their weapons at the bright sword pavilion. Countless experts and soldiers swarmed over. Even Fu Kailan couldn't hold them off, let alone when he was seriously injured. Xiao Longnu also joined the battle because she was grateful to the Fu sisters and the Crown Prince of Goryeo for saving her life. Unfortunately, her strength alone was limited. Although the disciples of the Bright Sword Pavilion tried their best to resist, they were still no match for them. Fu Kailan died in battle, and Xiao Longnu could only barely save Fu Junxian. The Fu sisters broke out of the encirclement and originally planned to escape to the Central Plains by sea. However, the Mongolian army and Duke Wangqi's troops chased after them all the way. Although a storm stopped the troops from chasing after them, they were also separated. Xiao Longnu was brought to this deserted island by the waves. She was trapped here for a few days. Fortunately, the island didn't lack food and water, so she survived. One day, when she was looking at the beach, she happened to save Song Qingshu. After listening to her experience, Song Qingshu couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. He thought to himself that everyone's life was quite interesting. It was just that he had neglected these things in the past. A reader, Floating Tears, kept trying to convince me to let the main character be poisoned by the love flower poison. However, I felt that the main character knew that the Gelsemium elegans could cure it and that the love flower poison was meaningless to him. However, when he wrote about Xiao Longnu, he suddenly thought that he could add this plot to her so that her appearance in Goryeo would be more reasonable. I have to thank this reader for giving me this inspiration. But why do I feel like Kublai was the one who caused Ali Buge's death? Song Qingshu thought about it and realized that Kublai was the one who benefited the most from Ali Buge's death. Originally, when Kublai and Ali Buge fought against each other, their strengths were about the same. Kublai had more people under his command, but because of the Mongolian rule that the youngest son of Ali Buge was the most elite of the Mongolian armies, the two of them had never been able to determine a winner after so many years. Who knew that Ali Buge would suddenly die in Goryeo? The scales of victory instantly tilted towards Kublai. However, Song Qingshu was most worried about something else. When he tried to assassinate Temujin using his identity as a member of the Shuiyue clan, he successfully caused the Mongolians to invade the east. This was mainly because Kublai and Ali Buge wanted to take revenge for Temujin in order to fight for the throne. But now that Ali Buge was dead, the throne was already in Kublai's hands. Would he still go to Dongying? Yes, the Fu sisters said that the people from the Bright Sword Pavilion didn't even try to assassinate Ali Buge. Unfortunately, no one listened to their explanation. The angry Mongolians killed everyone they saw. Even though Xiao Longnu had a calm and collected personality, she still frowned when she remembered the brutality of the Mongolian warriors. We have to find a way to leave this island and go to Goryeo to help. Song Qingshu stood up. When you were brought here by the storm, is your boat still there? Seeing Xiao Longnu shake her head, he couldn't help but complain, Goryeo's man-made boat technology is really lousy. The Goryeo smuggling boat he was on was destroyed by the storm. The Goryeo boat that Xiao Longnu was on couldn't withstand the storm either. If it wasn't lousy, then what was it? Then I'll go see if there are any materials on the island that can be used to make a raft. Song Qingshu was very anxious. He had planned for so long to defeat the Mongolian army. He didn't want everything to go to waste because of this accident. But your injury? Xiao Longnu asked hurriedly. Song Qingshu smiled. Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm just a little tired from fighting the waves. If you're worried about me, why don't you help me? He opened his arms and looked at her with a smile. Xiao Longnu hesitated for a moment, but still lowered her head and snuggled into his arms. She let his hands wrap around her shoulders and helped him up. Song Qingshu did not expect that she would be so obedient and could not help but be overjoyed. Looking at her beautiful face that was so close to his, her skin was so soft that it could be broken with a blow, he could not help but lean forward and kiss her. Xiao Longnu looked at him reproachfully. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly screamed and squatted on the ground, clutching her chest. What's wrong? Is the love flower poison acting up again? Song Qingshu immediately reacted and hurriedly put his hand to check her pulse. As the saying goes, a long illness makes one a doctor. Over the years, he has been injured and poisoned. Now he can barely be considered a famous doctor in this aspect. Xiao Longnu nodded. Song Qingshu smiled. Although it's not a good thing, I'm really a little happy right now. Xiao Longnu was stunned and asked in confusion, why are you happy? Song Qingshu held her hands and gently looked into her eyes. Because you have been poisoned by the love flower poison. The poison will only take effect when you think of the person you love. After you saw me today, you felt pain several times in a row, proving that I am the person you love. How can I not be happy? Xiao Longnu blushed and sighed softly. I know what you are worried about. To be honest, I couldn't tell my own heart from the beginning until I was poisoned by the love flower poison. At first, when I thought of Gua my heart would hurt, but every time I thought of you, it would hurt even more. In the past few months in Korea, it gradually didn't hurt as much when I thought of Gua Instead, it hurt more and more when I thought of you. I knew that I would not be able to leave you. I originally wanted to go back to Jiangnan to find you, but something happened in Korea and I couldn't leave them, so I delayed it until now. Song Qingshu was overjoyed and excitedly held her in his arms. I will never let you leave me again. It hurts, Xiao Longnu said, feeling wronged. Song Qingshu hurriedly let go of her. I'm sorry. Before I find the antidote for you, I will do my best not to make you fall in love. Xiao Longnu nodded and smiled sweetly. She was like a beautiful flower that had just been born. She was so beautiful that even Song Qingshu, who was used to seeing beautiful women, couldn't help but be stunned. After that, Song Qingshu and Xiao Longnu strolled around the island. In fact, Xiao Longnu had already explored the island before and was already quite familiar with the terrain of the island. She acted as a guide and took him to familiarize himself with the island. Along the way, the two chatted and told each other what had happened after they parted. The journey was not boring at all. Soon, they found a forest. Although he did not have any tools, Song Qingshu's sword qi was sharper than any divine weapon. Soon, he chopped down some trees and used them to make a raft. Xiao Longnu used the bark of the trees to weave ropes. The two cooperated with each other and did their own work. They worked at sunrise and rested at sunset, just like a man farming and a woman weaving. To Xiao Longnu, she even felt that it was not bad for the two of them to live on this isolated island. There were only the two of them in the whole world. However, the responsibility on Song Qingshu's shoulders was too heavy. He could not stay on the island leisurely. He worked overtime to make the raft. The two of them set out to sea together. However, not long after they set out, a huge wave came and the raft fell apart. The two of them fell into the sea. Song Qingshu hurriedly swam back to the shore with Xiao Longnu in his arms. Looking at the wood that had been washed away by the waves, he could not help but smile bitterly. I was competing with the Korean shipbuilding skills. I didn't expect the quality of the raft to be so poor. Xiao Longnu comforted him, we have experience. We can try a few more times. I'm sure we'll be able to do better. Song Qingshu grunted and lay on the beach weakly. He looked up at the sky and the cliffs nearby. Suddenly, he saw a pale yellow color. He was stunned at first, but then he was overjoyed. Look. What is that? Ah? Xiao Longnu did not understand. Song Qingshu did not have time to explain, wait here for me. Then, he tiptoed and climbed up the cliff like a bird. he plucked a yellow flower from the cliff and returned to Xiao Longnu's side. "This is?" Xiao Longnu asked in confusion. Song Qingshu laughed. "This is the Gelsemium elegans. There's a cure for the poison in your body." Back then, he was afraid of the golden wave flower. After that, he went to study the various poisons in his memory. The love flower poison was definitely one of the most important ones. After all, he was quite familiar with his own temper. If he was really poisoned by the love flower poison, he would definitely be tortured. Therefore, he went to see the Gelsemium elegans and asked Ouyang Feng about its medicinal properties and usage. These days, Song Qingshu could only watch helplessly as the frequency of Xiao Longnu's poison became more and more frequent. Thinking that it was because of him, Song Qingshu felt guilty and wanted to take her away from here to find the antidote as soon as possible. However, he did not expect that there would be Gelsemium elegans on the island. Because it grew on the cliffs, he did not find it when he searched the entire island. Now that I think about it, it was a blessing in disguise that the raft broke up this time. Song Qingshu looked excited. A faint smile appeared on Xiao Longnu's face. She did not have to worry about the poison acting up in the future. This Gelsemium elegans is also highly toxic, so you have to be careful when using it. Song Qingshu's face was solemn as he explained the usage and dosage to her. However, he was still worried and personally mixed the dosage for her. Then, he reached out and sealed her Xiaohai, Tongli, Shenmen, and Xiaochong acupoints to protect her heart meridian before letting her eat it. As soon as it entered her mouth, Xiao Longnu frowned. She felt that the Gelsemium elegans was extremely smelly and bitter, far worse than the yellow lotus. However, she trusted Song Qingshu and knew that he would not lie to her, so she endured it and swallowed it. After a while, she felt a sudden movement in her abdomen, followed by a great pain. The pain was as if thousands of steel needles were stabbing her abdomen at the same time, as if her intestines were being torn apart. The two words Gelsemium elegans were not empty words. However, she was not surprised. Instead, she was happy because this was the same reaction that Song Qingshu had mentioned to her before. She gritted her teeth and endured it. After about the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the pain spread throughout her entire body. Her limbs and bones were all affected by the tea poison. Fortunately, Song Qingshu was by her side, using his strong inner energy to protect her vital meridians. That was why she was not harmed by the Gelsemium elegans. The pain lasted for almost an hour before she felt the pain gradually return to her abdomen. At this time, Song Qingshu's inner energy was circulating throughout her body. Now that his inner energy was no different from his hands, he could clearly feel the changes in her body. In this hour, he had already figured out the principle behind the passion flower poison. In other words, he had already used the Gelsemium elegans to fight poison with poison and found out where the passion flower poison was in her body. In fact, the passion flower poison had already spread throughout her internal organs and even some of her meridians. If it was someone else, even if they knew about it, they would not be able to do anything. However, with Song Qingshu's cultivation level, he immediately used his vast inner energy to gather the passion flower poison in her body bit by bit. Finally, he forced it out together with the Gelsemium elegans. Xiao Longnu let out a cry and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Every mouthful of blood was bright red, much brighter than the blood of an ordinary person. Song Qingshu's face lit up with joy. "Alright, the passion flower poison in your body has been completely removed." Xiao Longnu could not help but stretch out her hand to wipe away the fine sweat on his forehead. "These few hours, you've used up a lot of your inner energy to force the poison out of me. It's been hard on you." Song Qingshu was stunned. Only then did he realize that the sky had already darkened. It turned out that he had been concentrating on forcing the poison out of her body for so long that he did not realize how much time had passed. "As long as I can force the poison out of you, this little bit of hard work is nothing." Originally, the intestine-severing grass needed to be consumed continuously for about a month before the poison could be completely eradicated. Although there were still a few stalks of intestine-severing grass on the cliff, they were definitely not enough for a month. Furthermore, even if there were enough, according to what Ouyang Feng had said before, fighting poison with poison would still cause hidden dangers to the body. Song Qingshu naturally did not want Xiao Longnu to be in any danger, so he used an exaggerated amount of inner energy to forcefully force the passion flower poison out of her body. The sky was dark, and the wind by the sea was gradually getting stronger. He suddenly noticed that Xiao Longnu's body was trembling slightly. He hurriedly said, "Look at my memory. Earlier, we were both soaking in the water. You were completely soaked, but I only cared about removing the poison from your body. You must have been very cold during this period of time." Xiao Longnu shook her head. "Just now, when your inner energy was in my body, it was warm but not warm at all. In fact, it's a little cold now." Song Qingshu did not notice it before, but now he realized that her clothes were completely soaked. Her wet clothes were tightly wrapped around her delicate body, and had already become translucent. Her entire body seemed even more exquisite and graceful. He did not expect Long Air's figure to be so good. Xiao Longnu saw that he was staring at her in a daze. She lowered her head and let out a cry of surprise. Her face was completely red, and her heart, which was usually as calm as an ancient well, was now beating wildly. "Brother Song, can you turn around?" Song Qingshu's face heated up. He hurriedly took off his coat and draped it over her body to block the view in front of him. Just now, he had circulated his inner energy at full force, and the heat in his body had already evaporated his clothes. "It's already late. Let's go back to the cave first." Because Xiao Longnu had just forced the poison out of her body was still a little weak. Song Qingshu directly grabbed her legs and carried her back to the cave. Soon, he started a fire to dry her clothes. Because they had also been stranded on this deserted island before, Xiao Longnu did not have any clothes to change into. She could only separate the two of them with a rack and dry the clothes on it to block each other's sight. The two of them did not speak. The air in the cave seemed to be filled with a kind of ambiguous atmosphere. It was so quiet that only the crackling of the firewood could be heard. After a while, Xiao Longnu said, "Brother Song, it's very cold here in Korea. Now it's starting to snow outside. If you give me your clothes, what will you do?" At this time, her clothes were drying on the rack. Although she was wrapped in Song Qingshu's coat, her two slender and well-proportioned thighs were completely exposed. Her skin was snow-white and delicate, even more exquisite than the best mutton fat white jade. Song Qingshu said with a smile, "Don't worry. I have a lot of internal energy. I can bear it. But the campfire is also on my side. You gave me all the good stuff." Xiao Longnu bit her lip. "Why don't you come over and warm yourself by the fire? At least it'll be warmer." Song Qingshu was stunned. "Is that convenient?" As soon as he said that, he wanted to slap himself. Previously, he had concluded that he was too inactive in front of Xiao Longnu. In the end, the opportunity was right in front of him, but he pretended to be a gentleman. The other side fell into silence. After a long time, she said, "You can turn your back to me." Song Qingshu was overjoyed. He did not say anything else and directly trotted over. "Brother Song, you promised to turn your back to me." Xiao Longnu quietly wrapped herself in the coat, but she did not know where to put her legs. Song Qingshu's breathing suddenly quickened. He slowly came to her side and sat down. He gently held her hand. "Long-er, I won't let you leave me again." Xiao Longnu nodded and replied with a blushing face. Song Qingshu reached out and hooked her jade-like chin. He slowly kissed her. Xiao Longnu's eyelashes trembled slightly. Her eyes instantly became flustered. However, after a while, she slowly closed her eyes. Receiving the consent of the beauty, Song Qingshu could not help but be overjoyed. He passionately kissed her. Xiao Longnu gently hugged him. Unfortunately, she did not know how to respond. She could only passively let him do whatever he wanted. After a long time, looking at the beautiful girl's dazzling and enchanting eyes, Song Qingshu felt a little guilty. He hurriedly said, "This was taught to me by your ancestor grandma." "Ah? You and ancestor grandma?" Xiao Longnu's beautiful face changed slightly. Only then did Song Qingshu realize the ambiguity in his words. He hurriedly explained, "That's not what I mean. It's because of her and Wang Chongyang's regret. She is worried that we will repeat the same mistakes. Last time, she even taught me to be more proactive towards you." He then told her about the incident at the Lin family. Xiao Longnu revealed a faint smile. Actually, you don't need to use ancestor grandma as a shield. These past few months, I have been poisoned by the passion flower poison. I have long recognized my feelings for you. So, even if you really want to do something to me, I will not refuse. A young girl as beautiful as a fairy in his arms was expressing her feelings. It was more powerful than the most potent aphrodisiac in the world. How could Song Qingshu hold back? He pulled the young girl into his arms and kissed her again, his breathing ragged. With a moan, Xiao Longnu hugged her sweetheart on top of her. Her longing for him in the past was completely ignited by him. She responded to him gently like water. She took the opportunity to lie down on a pile of straw at the side. Feeling the weight of the man on top of her, she felt shy and lustful. Her entire body became soft and tender. Song Qingshu felt as if all the bones in her body had melted. Her entire body was so soft and delicate that it was even softer and more delicate than the most expensive cushions in the palace. How could he hold back any longer? He pressed himself on top of her and became one with her. You are the most beautiful dream in my heart. No, you are the dream of many people. It's just that I am the only lucky one. Xiao Longnu's eyes were brimming with tears. The pain she had just experienced had been dissolved by his affectionate words of love. A pair of beautiful starry eyes gazed at her man with deep affection. Her mouth was left with the sweetest and most delicate whisper, Song Lang, it was a quiet night. There was no need for any words. Any other man would not waste time on talking. All that was left was the most primal instinct. Passion and lust, soul and flesh. The next morning, Xiao Longnu was lying softly in Song Qingshu's arms. The two of them were confiding in each other. Suddenly, a woman's voice sounded from afar, sister, there's a cave over there. Let's go and see if Lady Long is there. Let's shout along the way. Young Lady Long, are you there? Another pleasant female voice sounded. Hearing this voice, Xiao Longnu immediately sat up straight. Her beautiful body was exposed to the air. She said in a flustered tone, it's the Fu sisters. Let's get dressed quickly. Fu Junxian and Fu Junyu? Song Qingshu also recognized them. He did not expect to be reunited with them so soon. His anger at being disturbed instantly disappeared. Not long after the two of them got dressed, two pretty figures barged into the cave. Lady Long, are you really here? Why didn't you respond to us just now? Who is this man? Fu Junyu's eyes were sharp. She immediately noticed Song Qingshu behind her. I'm looking for monthly votes for my new book, The Fairy of Land. Xiao Longnu blushed. He is my husband. Ah? Fu Junyu cried out in surprise. She hurriedly came to Song Qingshu's side and looked him up and down. You're Song Qingshu? Even Fu Junyi, who was at the side, looked at him curiously. You know me? Song Qingshu stared blankly for a moment. He remembered that he had used the identity of Jia Baoyu to meet them in Xianxia. In addition, he was secretly delighted. When Xiao Longnu introduced him as her husband, Fu Junyu immediately realized that she must have mentioned it in front of the sisters. I have heard of your name before, Fu Junyu said excitedly. When I went to Xianxia last time, I specially asked the Southern Song Dynasty's diplomatic mission to inquire about you. Unfortunately, you didn't go that time. Oh, yes. Song Qingshu did not expect to meet them at this time. For a moment, he was not sure whether he should recognize them or not. After all, he had just been intimate with Xiao Longnu. If he recognized them, would it be a little awkward? At this time, Xiao Longnu introduced them to him. They are the Fu sisters that I mentioned to you before. This is the elder sister, Fu Junyi, and this is the younger sister, Fu Junyu. Hello. Song Qingshu thought, how can I not know them? Hello. Fu Junyi nodded slightly in greeting. She then tugged at her younger sister to calm her down. Xiao Longnu could not help but ask, how did you get here? Fu Junyi explained, after we were separated at sea that night, we were rescued by General Li Shunchen, who was passing by. Then, we have been searching for you in the nearby waters these days. We thought that you were highly skilled in martial arts and should be blessed by the heavens. We searched every island and finally found you. Li Shunchen? Song Qingshu was stunned. He was the first famous general in the history of Korea. When the Japanese invaded, his navy completely defeated the Japanese navy and together with the Ming army, drove the Japanese army back to their hometown. Do you know General Li? Fu Junyi was a little puzzled. I don't know him. To avoid trouble, Song Qingshu directly denied it. Fu Junyi then held on to Xiao Longnu's hand and said, Miss Long, now that we have confirmed that you are safe and sound, we are completely at ease and can return to Kaijing to take revenge. Revenge? Xiao Longnu was confused. Fu Junyi, who was at the side, said angrily, the Mongolians wrongly accused Master of assassinating their brother Ali Buge. They annihilated the entire Bright Sword Pavilion and only a few of us managed to escape. How can we not take revenge for Master's murder and the annihilation of our sect? Apart from avenging our sect, we also have a responsibility to restore our country, Fu Junyi added. What's the situation like in Goryeo? What are the movements of the Mongolian army? This was what Song Qingshu was most concerned about. His ship had crashed before he even reached Goryeo, and he was delayed on this island for a few days. He didn't know how Goryeo was doing. Fu Junyi thought that he was worried about her and her sister. She nodded slightly and replied, Don't worry, we aren't reckless people. If the Mongolian army was still in Goryeo, it would be like throwing an egg against a rock if we returned. However, Kublai has already led his army out to sea from Happu harbor and crossed the Strait of Tsushima to attack Japan. Song Qingshu had been studying the information on Goryeo and Japan. He knew that Happu harbor was the future Pusan. After knowing that brother Ali Buge's death didn't affect the Mongolian army's journey, he was completely relieved. Fu Junyi continued, Kublai brought the fake Emperor Qi and a lot of high-ranking officials of Goryeo with him. He said that he wanted the king of Goryeo to personally lead the army, but in reality, he wanted to coerce the Goryeo army to attack Japan. Right now, the traitor Jin Renjun is staying at Kaijing to guard the rear. Kublai also left his trusted General Bayan and chief advisor Liu Bingzhong behind to intimidate the other rebel forces and to take care of the logistics of their fleet. Song Qingshu couldn't help but say, although Kublai took away most of the Mongolian army, he also took away a lot of Goryeo's army. Bayan is a famous general, Liu Bingzhong is a top official, and Jin Renjuan's group is also involved. I don't think you two and Li Sunsin alone will be able to take revenge. Bayan was the most famous general under Kublai's command. In history, he was the general who destroyed the Song dynasty. Later on, he went north to fight against the rebellious Haidu. He was invincible. Fu Junyi's face darkened. According to you people from the Central Plains, there's a saying, do what you know is impossible. Now that our country has fallen, we have nothing to lose. This is our best chance. If we wait until the Mongolians return after conquering Japan, we will have even less hope. Fu Junyi pouted, it's a pity that heartless Jia Baoyu didn't come to save us. He sent the letter for so long, but he didn't respond at all. Song Qingshu was a little embarrassed. He rubbed his nose and said, actually, I was sent by Jia Baoyu to help you. Huh? Fu Junyi was shocked, not to mention Fu Junyi. But you are the king of Qi in the Great Song, and Jia Baoyu is just a playboy. What right does he have to send you here? Fu Junyi was the more meticulous one and reacted quickly. Song Qingshu explained, I am Jia Baoyu's good friend. Also, the Mongolians are not in the Great Song's interest, so I came here personally. Fu Junyi immediately jumped up in joy and grabbed her sister's hand. Sister, I knew it. Baoyu won't forget us. Yes, Fu Junyi replied. Her face was a little red, and she was obviously very excited. Song Qingshu sighed. It seemed that the two sisters had fallen too deeply into Baoyu's hands. He didn't know how they would react when they found out the truth. With this relationship, the Fu sisters looked at Song Qingshu more and more kindly and didn't hide any of their plans from him. Xiao Longnu had been on good terms with them these days, so she was naturally happy to help. In the Fu sisters and Li Xuanqin's plan, because the enemy was outnumbered, they had to first capture the leader. They would first assassinate Boyan, Liu Bingzhong, and Jin Renjun, leaving the Mongolians without a leader. Then, Li Xuanqin would lead the volunteer army and charge enduring the chaos. Only then would they have a chance. Now that they had Song Qingshu, he sent a letter for Ajio, Qing Qing, and the others to rush over with the navy. That way, they would have a greater chance. Of course, he also agreed with the other party's plan to capture the leader first. Taking care of Boyan and the other leaders first would make the subsequent battles much easier. However, there was another problem in sneaking into Kaijing. The Fu sisters were too famous in Goryeo. Not only were they the disciples of the great master, Kai Lin, they were also very beautiful. It could be said that they were the national goddesses of Goryeo. No matter where they went, they would be recognized. Therefore, it would be difficult for the two girls to sneak into Kaijing and assassinate Boyan and the others without anyone noticing. Besides, Xiaolongnu was a peerless beauty, and she would be the center of attention wherever she went. Therefore, if they wanted to enter the city, they would probably be discovered by Boyan's subordinates at the city gates. However, this was not a problem for Song Qingshu. He was a master of disguise, and he quickly disguised the appearances of the three girls. Although they still looked beautiful, they were no longer as eye-catching. Compared to Xiaolongnu, who was used to it, the Fu sisters were much more surprised. Looking at their new appearance, they couldn't help but click their tongues in wonder. "Can you disguise yourself as anyone?" Fu Jinyu asked curiously as she admired herself in the bronze mirror. "More or less." Song Qingshu nodded. "Amazing." Fu Jinyu didn't think too much about it, but Fu Jinyu was deep in thought. The four of them sneaked into Kaijing. The current Kaijing was much more desolate than usual, and the people who passed by all looked uneasy. Song Qingshu took a look and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Goryeo city walls and residences were much shorter and shabbier than the countries in the Central Plains. It was indeed determined by the country's strength. The four of them decided to deal with Boyan and Lu Bingzhong first. After all, Jin Renjun was just a puppet. The real masters of Kaijing were Boyan and Lu Bingzhong. Because of the special circumstances of the war, the two of them were staying in the same general's mansion. It was both a residence and an office. The group came to a high place near the general's mansion and looked down. They planned to take a look at the defense there, but they suddenly noticed that it was already a mess inside. Two different groups of people were really fighting. "Are they your people?" Song Qingshu couldn't help but ask the Fu sisters. "I don't think so." The Fu sisters were also confused. Song Qingshu looked carefully and suddenly heard a familiar voice. It was the leader of the Destiny cult, Dan Yuru. He didn't expect to see her here in Goryeo. By now, he could roughly guess what was going on. It was probably Audiobook's old subordinates who were dissatisfied with their lord's death and were taking advantage of the fact that Kublai's main force wasn't here to rebel. However, Boyan was a famous general and was clearly prepared. It's Jinlu and Fawang," Xiaolongnu suddenly exclaimed. She recognized one of the figures. It was obvious that she had a deep impression of the many times they had fought. Yes. Song Qingshu noticed that it wasn't just Jinlu and Fawang. There were also Bai Zizai, Xiaoxiangzi, Nimixing, Yin Kishi, and other experts. He couldn't help but feel confused. These were all Kublai's trusted guests. Was Kublai still here? But according to the Fu sisters and Li Xuanqin's intelligence, he had indeed brought his army to the east to conquer Dongying. At this time, Audiobook's subordinates were clearly unable to hold on. Boyan was continuously sending out troops. Their numbers were getting smaller and smaller. Every single one of them was surrounded and attacked by several of Boyan's warriors. Song Qingshu was about to help them when he suddenly felt something. He raised his head and looked in a certain direction. He saw a white figure floating towards him. She was so beautiful that she didn't seem like a mortal woman. Eh? The Fu sisters instinctively looked towards Xiaolongnu. The two of them were too similar. It wasn't that they looked similar. It was that cold and refined aura and the white dress. They gave off a very similar feeling. It's her? Why is she helping Dan Yuru's group? Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel surprised when he saw who the woman in white was attacking. It was obvious that he wasn't the only one who was confused. Jinlu and Fawang was both shocked and angry. "Lady Jin, why are you helping these rebels?" The woman in white was naturally Jin Bingyun. She said coldly, "It's hard to say who the rebels are now." At this time, Boyan's orders came. The fourth prince has ordered that during these critical times, anyone who rebels will be killed. Whoever captures Jin Bingyun will be promoted by 3 ranks. Hearing this reward, the eyes of the warriors under his command lit up. They howled and rushed towards Jin Bingyun. Jinlu and Fuwang was the leader. Xianxia, Nimixing, and Xianxia were not to be left behind. Jin Bingyun was Pang Ban's disciple. Although her martial arts were high, Jinlu and Fuwang, Xianxia, and the others were able to suppress Guojing at his peak. If it weren't for her special movement techniques, she would have been heavily injured by the combined attacks of these experts. Even so, she was still in danger. Seeing that Dan Yuru and the others were about to collapse, Song Qingshu said in a deep voice, "I'll go save them. You guys go deal with Boyan and Lu Bingzhong." At this time, most of the experts were surrounding Jin Bingyun, Dan Yuru, and the others. In contrast, the defense around Boyan and the others was much weaker. At this time, Jin Bingyun's sword was blocked by Jinlu and Fuwang's weapon. A cold smile flashed across Xiaoxiangzi's skinny face, the morning stick in his hand swung towards her shoulder. Jin Bingyun bent her waist, her entire body was like a willow tree branch, creating a possibility within the impossible and forcefully dodged the opponent's determined strike. Her entire posture was graceful and her body was soft as if there were no bones in it. Even though Jinlu and Fuwang was a monk, his eyes lit up when he saw her. Out of all the women he had seen in the past few years, Xiao Longnu was the only one with such high kung fu and such graceful movements. Just as Jin Bingyun let out a sigh of relief, a cloud of black smoke suddenly sprayed towards her face. She quickly moved to the side, but she still breathed in a little and immediately felt dizzy. Despicable. Jin Bingyun knew that this poison was powerful and quickly circulated her internal energy to force it out, but as soon as she circulated her internal energy, she felt weak all over. When Xiaoxiangzi was practicing martial arts in the barren mountains of Hunan, he once saw a toad hiding behind a broken coffin and spitting out poisonous sand, poisoning a large python. He had an epiphany, so he caught the toad, extracted its poison, refined it into poisonous sand and hid it within the morning stick. There was a mechanism at the end of the stick. With a press of his finger, the poisonous sand shot out. Ever since he learned this hidden weapon, he's only used it a few times. The last time he used it was when he and Jinlu and Fuwang worked together to fight Guojing. It was a pity that Guojing's kung fu was high, plus he had eaten the blood of a poisonous snake when he was young, so he had a certain resistance to poison, so the effect wasn't very good. This time Jin Bingyun wasn't so lucky. Very quickly the poison circulated through her entire body. Her entire body swayed, and she couldn't even stand properly. Nimixing gave a sinister laugh and reached out to grab her. He'd been drooling over this woman's beauty for a long time, but normally this woman from the Demon Master Palace was high and mighty, so they didn't dare to offend her. Now that the world has changed, he no longer had such concerns. Even if he couldn't really get her, he could still take advantage of this opportunity to satisfy his cravings. Jin Bingyun saw it clearly. She clenched her teeth and used the stimulation from the pain to clear her mind for a moment. She was about to stab back with her sword, but her reaction speed was much slower after being poisoned. Nimixing easily deflected her sword. "Am I going to be humiliated by this despicable person today?" Jin Bingyun was shocked and angry, but she had no other choice. Nimixing saw that his hand was about to grab the girl's breasts when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his wrist. He was stunned at first, and then he watched as half of his wrist fell to the ground. Only then did he react and roll on the ground in pain. He originally lost a leg from the soul-freezing silver needle, and now his hand was broken, so was his entire body. He was completely crippled. "Why don't you stay in India and drink the water of the Ganges River? Why must you come thousands of miles away to stir up trouble?" A tall and straight figure supported the tottering Jin Bingyun, coldly looking at the wailing Nimixing on the ground. Jin Bingyun blinked her eyes in disbelief. Was she dreaming? Why would she meet this fellow in Gaoli? Jin, Ji, and Yun, and Jin, and S, Li, and Jin. However, the most powerful person in Gaoli, Fu Kalin, was already dead. The Bright Sword Pavilion had also been destroyed. How could there be any other experts? Humph. Jin Bingyun and Xianxia's weapons were broken, and Fu Kalin, the most powerful person in Jin, was dead, and the Bright Sword Pavilion was destroyed. A cold snort resounded. The imagined scene of the opponent's muscles and bones breaking did not appear. Instead, the weapons in Xianxia's and Xianxia's hands broke into several pieces. Then, the two of them spat out mouthfuls of blood and flew upside down, no longer breathing. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, and Jinlu and Fawang saw the person's face clearly. He was shocked. Song Qingshu, why are you here? If you can be here, why can't I? Song Qingshu smiled, and looked at Jin Bingyun, who was in his arms. Miss Jin, we meet again. It's really you. Jin Bingyun blushed, and no one knew if it was because she was poisoned or because she was shy. Wait a minute, I still have something to deal with. Song Qingshu noticed that Dan Yuru's situation was not looking good, and wanted to go over to help, but he also noticed that Jin Bingyun was poisoned, and her body was weak. Naturally, he did not feel at ease leaving her here. Therefore, he held her waist with one hand, and the two of them flew in front of Dan Yuru. Then, Sword Chi swept out, and the Mongolian warriors surrounding her were all killed. Leader Dan, fortunately, I'm not late. Prince Song. Dan Yuru was overjoyed to see him, but when she noticed that he was carrying Jin Bingyun, she could not help but feel jealous. She's poisoned, help me take care of her. Song Qingshu noticed that Xiaolong Nu and the rest were unstoppable in the beginning, but as Jinlu and Fawang returned to defend, they were gradually surrounded by Boyan's experts. Although these Mongolian warriors did not have names, their skills were enough to make them the sect leader of a mid-tier sect. Otherwise, Dan Yuru and the rest would not have been besieged to such a sorry state. In addition, the Mongolian army cooperated very well, and even with the martial arts of Xiaolong Nu and the rest, they were having a hard time. In fact, it was easy to understand. If the leader of an army was so easily beheaded by experts, how could he be called a famous general? Noticing that Boyan's order was well organized, and that waves of soldiers were surrounding the women, he did not dare to delay any longer, and he directly leaped into the air. Million returning swords. Now that the battlefield was full of weapons, it was the perfect place to use this technique. Actually, million returning swords was not very useful against a great grandmaster, as its power was too scattered. However, the reason why it could be ranked as one of the two ultimate techniques alongside 23 swords was because of its strong ability to attack groups. On the battlefield or in a chaotic battle, it was a sharp weapon that could harvest the entire battlefield. Countless swords and sabers floated in the air and surrounded him, as if forming a pair of huge steel wings. As he moved, those flying swords and sabers turned anyone who dared to stand in his way into a cloud of blood mist. Originally, there were hundreds of Mongolian experts and thousands of Mongolian soldiers in the general's residence, but they were forcefully defeated by the flying swords that filled the sky. They covered their heads and fled in terror. Unlike the other girls who knew of Song Qingshu's martial arts, this was the first time the Fu sisters were witnessing it. Their eyes widened as they stared at the figure in midair and the swords that filled the sky. Shock and admiration filled their eyes. Even if Master was still alive, he wouldn't be able to suppress the entire battlefield when faced with so many Mongolian warriors. Fu Jinyi secretly compared Song Qingshu to her master and quickly came to a conclusion. Fu Junyu, on the other hand, grabbed her hand excitedly. Sister, he's even more powerful than the rumors say. Wow, he's so handsome, I'm almost falling in love with him. Fu Jinyi rolled her eyes. You're really easy to fall in love with someone else. Who was the one who couldn't get over Jiao Baoyu? That's not the same. Jiao Baoyu's feelings are those of helping each other through difficult times, but this person's feelings are those of admiration for the strong. Fu Junyi bit her lip. He's really too handsome. Fu Junyi could actually understand her sister's infatuated look. Even she was quite stunned by the scene in front of her. This man was really very handsome. But she still had some sense left in her. She noticed Jin Renjun, who was fleeing to the side, and quickly leapt up. She placed her sword across his neck. I didn't think that you'd be here too. I really didn't waste any time. Song Qingshu had already landed in front of Bayan. Jinlu and Fawang wanted to stop him, but a ray of sword energy cut the golden wheel in his hand into two. He spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. He couldn't help but be shocked. Is the difference between me and a grandmaster this big? Song Qingshu said calmly. Jinlu and Fawang, you're already heavily injured. I know that you're not like Xianxia and the others. You have a good character, so I won't take your life. Go back to Tantric Buddhism and pay your respects to Buddha. Don't step into Jianghu ever again. Jinlu and Fuwang crawled up and bowed. Thank you, almsgiver Song, for fulfilling my wish. He turned around and staggered away. He had long been disheartened by this battle. He no longer had any desire to fight for supremacy in Jianghu. After dealing with Jinlu and Fuwang, he looked at Bai Zizai. Master Bai, from now on, surrender to me. I'll let bygones be bygones. Bai Zizai laughed. Although my martial arts aren't as good as yours, I'm not a coward who's afraid of death. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Song Qingshu sighed. To be honest, your Snow Mountain sect isn't worth my time. But I'm good friends with Xiao, and you're her grandfather. That's why I'm giving you a chance. Xiao? Bai Zizai was stunned. He couldn't help but stare at him. You bullied Xiao? Song Qingshu was speechless. What are you thinking? We're just friends. You have to think this through. Goryeo is thousands of miles away from the Snow Mountain sect. If you die here, Xiao will lose her grandfather, father, and martial uncles. She'll be very sad. Bai Zizai's face turned green and white. In the end, he said dejectedly, fine. For Xiao's sake, we'll surrender. But you have to promise to move the Snow Mountain sect to the Central Plains as soon as possible. Otherwise, we won't be able to withstand the Mongolians' revenge. Song Qingshu laughed. Don't worry. The Mongolians have run out of luck this time. They won't have the strength to retaliate against you in the future. He remembered that not long after he arrived in this world, it was the Snow Mountain sect that came to break him out of the prison in Jingzhou City. He didn't expect that time would pass so quickly. After subduing the Snow Mountain sect, Song Qingshu looked at Bayan and Lu Bingzhong. The two of them were separated by Xiaolong Nu, who was standing in the middle with a sword in each hand. He looked at her holding the sword with both hands, which made her look even more graceful. He recalled the way she hugged him in the cave and the way she looked at him. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel love for her. Humph, Song, you openly oppose the Mongolians. Have you thought about the consequences? Bayan was a famous general after all. Even though he was captured, he didn't show the slightest bit of fear. This time, I'm here to settle the score with the Mongolians. Why would I be afraid of your threats? Song Qingshu smiled. Lu Bingzhong's expression changed. You're planning to attack the Mongolian army at sea. Song Qingshu was surprised. You're indeed the most capable subordinate of Kublai. You were able to guess my plan with just a few words. I'm impressed. Your plan won't succeed. The Mongolian army is invincible. Plus, there are tens of thousands of soldiers stationed in Korea. What can you do with just a few people? Bayan said angrily. Song Qingshu smiled. You don't have to worry about that. Without you, they'll be without a leader. It'll be too easy to deal with them. At this time, the sounds of fighting could be heard from afar. It was clear that Li Shunchen had also received the signal from the Fu sisters and had begun to attack the city gate. Song Qingshu sealed Bayan and the others' acupoints. Then, he said to the Fu sisters, go to the city gate and help General Li and the others. Also, remember to be careful. Even though most of the Mongolian experts have died here, there's no guarantee that there won't be some who slipped through. Your safety is the most important. Fu Junyu was stunned and blushed. Thank you for your concern, young master. After the sisters left, Fu Junyu couldn't help but ask, Sister, could Prince Song be flirting with us? I don't think so. He already has someone like Miss Long. Fu Junyu recalled the way he looked at her. There seemed to be a lot of affection in his eyes, and the concern in his tone couldn't be faked. She couldn't be sure. Fu Junyu snorted. I feel that there's something special about this guy. He seems familiar. Fu Junyu couldn't help but laugh. You think he's handsome, right? He's Baoyu's friend. Don't let your imagination run wild. Sister, you said you didn't have any feelings for Baoyu. Are you supervising him and telling me to keep my chastity? Shut up, you talk too much. On the other side, Song Qingshu had Dan Yuru bring her subordinates and the people from the Snow Mountain sect to control the general's residence. Meanwhile, he brought Jean Bingyun to a quiet room to remove the poison from her body. Miss Jean, how did you end up like this? Logically speaking, these people wouldn't dare to touch you on account of the Devil Master, Song Qingshu couldn't help but ask. Hearing his words, Jean Bingyun couldn't help but cry. Master, he passed away. I feel like it's going to end in a few days. I suddenly feel a little reluctant. Song Qingshu was shocked. Pang Ban was dead? He wanted to ask, but Jean Bingyun had already fainted because of being poisoned and being too excited. He hurriedly used his power and massaged the vital acupoints on her back, forcing the poison out of her body bit by bit. An hour later, Jean Bingyun finally woke up slowly. Sensing the majestic true qi in her body, she immediately knew that the other party was helping to force the poison out. She said in a low voice, "Thank you." Song Qingshu replied, "The poison in your body has been almost forced out." Although Xiaoxiangzi's poison is powerful, fortunately it is not the kind of poison that kills the throat. Otherwise, I'm afraid you would have died. Jean Bingyun sighed, it's not a bad ending to see Master after dying. What happened to Pang Ban? Song Qingshu finally couldn't help but ask. Jean Bingyun slowly replied, at that time, Brother Ali died in a strange way. In addition, Fu Kailan also died mysteriously. Master had fought with Fu Kailan before, so he was very clear about Fu Kailan's martial arts. He knew that even if he was seriously injured, he was not someone an ordinary master could kill. Combining all the reasons, he suspected that there was a great master hiding in the dark. These days, he has been investigating this matter. Later, one day, he said that he went out to see someone and never came back. Song Qingshu couldn't help but say, this can only mean that he is missing. Why do you think he is dead? The whereabouts of a great master are always erratic, so it is normal to not be found for a period of time. Jean Bingyun slowly shook her head, I know that something must have happened to him. I have been searching along the path he took that day, and finally found his body under a cliff. Before she finished speaking, tears streamed down her face. Ah? Song Qingshu exclaimed, can you see how he died? At first, he even suspected that Pang Ban was faking his death, in order to practice the Tao Heart Seed Demon, but the body was found, and it was obviously cold. Jean Bingyun replied, it's very cold here in Korea, and it's been snowing for those days, so when I found his body that day, it was still in good condition. However, I couldn't see any external injuries. Someone must have severely injured his heart meridian and killed him. Song Qingshu was taken aback. With the evil master's cultivation, even though he and Fu Kailan were both injured, he is still not someone that ordinary experts can deal with. Not to mention ordinary experts, even a few grandmaster experts might not be able to deal with an injured great grandmaster. Yes, so master's suspicion back then was reasonable. There is indeed a great grandmaster hiding in the dark, Jean Bingyun said. Song Qingshu couldn't help but say, didn't you suspect me when you saw that I was also in Korea? Jean Bingyun glanced at him and shook her head. Given Prince Song's character, he would naturally not do such a thing. If you really want to deal with my master, you can come to him directly. Song Qingshu sighed. I didn't expect you to have such a high opinion of me. Jean Bingyun blushed slightly and hurriedly changed the topic. Oh right, I also discovered something strange. What? Song Qingshu asked. My master's cultivation technique allows his skin to be as translucent as jade. Even if he passes away, it should not rot for 3 months. However, when I found my master's body last time, I found that his skin was no longer as translucent as it usually was. Instead, it had become shriveled and dull. Not only that, Jean Bingyun continued, my master's long, pitch-black hair is something that even I envy, but this time, I found that some of his hair had turned a little white. Star-absorbing great technique. Song Qingshu blurted out. What? Jean Bingyun frowned. I have heard of the star-absorbing great technique, but forgive me for being blunt. With the Ren sect leader's cultivation, I'm afraid it would be very difficult for him to use this technique on my master. Song Qingshu shook his head. It's not sect leader Ren. It's another person, venerated Ming, Zhang Wuji. It was difficult to explain to her about venerated Ming's possession, so he simply told her about both of them together. At the same time, he also told her about how venerated Ming had plotted against Tong Tian Shaman. He really didn't expect that when he gave the star-absorbing great technique to venerated Ming to dissolve the innate sword qi in his body, he actually didn't have any good intentions. Firstly, it was to dissolve the vast and majestic nine-yang genuine qi in his body. Secondly, it was to tamper with the incantation so that venerated Ming wouldn't be able to do human things again. Who knew that venerated Ming would play with this incomplete version of the star-absorbing great technique? First, he had absorbed Tong Tian Shaman's inner energy, and now he had absorbed Pang Ban's inner energy as well. Moreover, Fu Kailan's mysterious death was most likely also absorbed by him. In total, he had absorbed the inner energy of 3 great grandmasters. In addition to the inner energy of the experts he had absorbed previously, how terrifying was the current venerated Ming's inner energy? It's actually him. After listening to his story, Jin Bingyun bit her lips so hard that it almost bled. Song Qingshu hurriedly said, "Miss Jin, don't be rash and think about revenge. With his current cultivation, even a great grandmaster would be in danger, let alone you. But since I was young, it was master who raised me up and taught me martial arts. I owe him a great debt of gratitude. If I don't take revenge, how can I face him?" Jin Bingyun gripped her sword tightly, but she also understood that her chances of revenge were too slim. Song Qingshu couldn't help but curse silently. This Pang Ban was a lullicon. He raised a female disciple and ended up falling in love with her. He even planned to use her as a demonic medium to refine his Taoist heart. There was also the green slave attribute. For this period of time, you will stay by my side. Leave venerated Ming to me. Song Qingshu thought about Jin Bingyun's status and popularity in the Devil's Palace. Coupled with her familiarity with Mongolia, there would be many things that would require her help in the future. Jin Bingyun was indeed startled when she heard his words. Then, a faint blush appeared on her snow-white cheeks. She said softly, "As long as young master can help me take revenge, I will listen to young master's orders from now on." Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and said, "Miss Jin, you have misunderstood. I am not taking advantage of you, and it is not mainly to take revenge for you. It is because venerated Ming and I have an irreconcilable hatred. In the end, there will definitely be a battle. If you stay by my side, you can help me a little. This is called taking what we need. You don't have to be grateful for this." Jin Bingyun's beautiful starry eyes looked at him quietly. Gradually, there was something different in her eyes. "Prince Song, you really are a gentleman." Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. Many people will laugh if they hear this. How can I be considered a gentleman? Jin Bingyun shook her head. No, it is just that those people misunderstood you. Song Qingshu laughed. Alright, to be able to receive such an evaluation from Miss Jin is enough to make me happy. Your poison is more or less neutralized. Have a good rest first. I still have to go out and deal with the mess outside. Just as he was about to get up, he was held back by Jin Bingyun. He couldn't help but be stunned. His gaze fell on her snow-white wrist. Jin Bingyun pursed her lips and said softly, I still have one more thing to ask you. Miss Jin, please speak. Are you confident that you can defeat venerated Ming? Song Qingshu thought for a moment and said, originally, I was very confident. However, after knowing that he had absorbed the powers of 3 great grandmasters, I am also a little uncertain. Jin Bingyun was even less confident. In her opinion, Song Qingshu had almost died when he had faced 3 great grandmasters in Helen City. Now that venerated Ming had combined the powers of 4 great grandmasters into one, how could he possibly win by himself? Her face alternated between red and white. It was obvious that she had experienced an intense psychological struggle. She then said, Prince Song, do you know about the Great Heartseed Demon technique? Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. Of course I know. That's why I was very wary of you before. It's mainly because you are too beautiful. I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to control myself. Jin Bingyun's face turned red. It was obvious that she was also a little embarrassed. She continued to say, actually, people only know about the Tao Heartseed Demon technique. However, they don't know that there is also the Demon Heartseed Demon technique. The former is to use the other party as a furnace and absorb all of the other party's powers and essence for one's own use. The latter is to use oneself as a furnace and contribute one's powers and essence to the other party. It's just that most people in the sacred gate are selfish. For thousands of years, no one would do something like this to benefit others. Song Qingshu was stunned. Why are you telling me this, Miss Jean? Now that the Devil Master is dead, all of this is gone, isn't it? Jean Bingyun's face turned even redder. Although the honored master has passed away, the demon seed that I have been cultivating for over 10 years is still there. I can use the second method, to transform it into a Dao embryo and give it to you. Although it can't reach the level of giving you all of the Devil Master's powers, it is enough to greatly increase the level of your powers. At that time, you will have more confidence in dealing with revered Ming. Song Qingshu was suddenly enlightened, and a faint smile appeared on his face. How should I give this embryo of Dao to him? Jean Bingyun took a deep breath. Suddenly, she untied her belt with her slender hands. Her long dress slid down from her smooth and snow-white skin as if there was nothing holding it back. It revealed the body of the saint lady that countless people in Mongolia yearned for day and night. Then, she slowly walked up to him with a red face. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed him softly. A playful look appeared in Song Qingshu's eyes. He could have pushed her away, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. He wanted to use this matter to verify whether what she said was true or not. Regardless of whether Pang Ban was dead or revered Ming had used the absorbing star's great technique to absorb his powers, these were just Jean Bingyun's one-sided story. Without seeing Pang Ban's corpse with his own eyes, he had enough reason to suspect that this was a trap set up by Pang Ban. Because he knew about the existence of the Dao Heart Demon seed, under normal circumstances, the plan of the honored master and his disciple would not succeed. Therefore, it was indeed easier for them to use this trick to lure him into the trap. If Pang Ban was really hiding in the dark, it would be troublesome. An enemy who was hiding in the dark was much more dangerous than an enemy who was out in the open. Right now, Song Qingshu had to deal with the Mongolian fleet. He did not have the time and energy to investigate this matter. The best way was to jump into their trap. After the two of them merged their spiritual desires, he would be able to find out whether Jean Bingyun was lying to him. As for the danger of his Dao heart becoming a demon, he did not care about it at all. After all, the demon sect had always wanted to break through the void and become an immortal. The Dao heart demon seed was just one of the experiments. How could it compare to the plain Lady Sutra that was personally taught by a real immortal? At that time, if Pang Ban really wanted to use this technique to absorb all of his powers, it was hard to say who would be the one to absorb who. Therefore, when Jean Bingyun threw herself into his arms, Song Qingshu did not reject her. He directly wrapped his arms around her soft and smooth waist and pulled her into his arms. Jean Bingyun's heart raced, but she endured it. She followed the records of the demon sect's secret manual and completely offered her body to him. With a soft cry, the two of them became one. Song Qingshu noticed that Jean Bingyun's body was much colder than a normal woman's. Xiaolong Nu's skin was usually cold enough, but the inside of her body was still warm, while Jean Bingyun's body was cold from the outside to the inside. If it were a normal man, he might not be able to take it anymore and hand over his spear and surrender. But right now, Song Qingshu was not a normal man. Soon, he felt wisps of coolness enter his body from her body. He could clearly feel all the meridians in his body seem to be cheering. Even though the effect was not as good as when he was with the Empyrean fairy, it could still be said to be outstanding. After some time, he felt that there was no longer a trace of coolness in Jean Bingyun's body, and her whole body became hotter and hotter. He finally understood that she did not lie to him. Apart from feeling guilty, his actions also became much gentler and more loving. After some time, Jean Bingyun, whose eyes were filled with tears, used great strength to support her limp body from his arms. She blushed and said in a trembling voice, "We've been inside for too long. There are so many people waiting outside. It's not good for us." Song Qingshu felt that the Xianxia in his body had become more majestic. He knew that it was the effect of her Taoist fetus's nourishment. He could not help but feel pity for her. He kissed her gently and said, "I'll come to find you at night." Jean Bingyun grunted. All these years, her body had been very cold. It had never been as warm and comfortable as it was just now. There was even a moment when she felt that she had lived all these years in vain. As a result, she, who had always been cold, also looked forward to the night. After that, Song Qingshu went out to clean up the mess. The leaders, Bian, Lu Bingzhong, and Jin Renjun, were captured. The Mongolian soldiers in Kaijing and the Goryeo puppet army were like dragons without a leader. They were quickly controlled. After that, Song Qingshu directly used the soul transfer technique to interrogate Bian and Lu Bingzhong about some Mongolian military and political secrets. He had a clear understanding of the Mongolian military movements. Not long after, Audiobook and the others arrived with the Allied fleet. With this new force, together with the Fu sisters and Xianxia, they quickly controlled the entire territory of Goryeo. The next step was to use the navy to blockade the Strait of Tsushima and the waters of Japan, completely cutting off the route of retreat of the Mongolian army. I've said this before on the official account, but I don't know if I've said it in the main text. Because some of the unimportant female characters are not suitable to appear in the current plot, I'll add some side chapters for them on the official account after the end of the novel. Other popular characters will definitely have their own side chapters. So don't feel disappointed that you didn't see some people in the finale. Next, I'll announce the official account, Monk Lu Ru. Those who haven't added, you can add them. They sent out all sorts of scouts and gradually learned about the situation of the Mongolian expedition to Dongying. It turned out that the Mongolians had landed twice. During the first landing, they were fiercely blocked by Dongying. This was because Dongying had just experienced the Warring States period of 100 years and Toyosi Hideyoshi had unified the country. In terms of combat power, both the quality of the generals and the combat power of the soldiers were quite elite. In the beginning, they waited for the enemy to exhaust themselves and built a very stable line of defense. The Mongolian and Goryeo allied forces suffered heavy losses during the first landing. Even the imperial tutor, Ba Siba, died in the chaos. However, this time, the Mongolians came in full force, and with the help of the Goryeo navy, they regrouped and started the second landing. After paying a heavy price, they finally succeeded. Once they got ashore, the advantage of the Mongolian cavalry was displayed. The Dongying army that was fighting evenly finally couldn't hold on any longer and started to retreat. Toyosi Hideyoshi's main force was repeatedly attacked by the Mongolian cavalry and finally couldn't hold on any longer and was completely defeated. In the next few days, the two sides engaged in a series of battles. Toyosi Hideyoshi's main force was completely wiped out, and even he himself died on the battlefield. Dongying had just experienced 100 years of war. After Toyosi Hideyoshi unified the country, the internal situation was already quite unstable. Now that he was dead and his main force was almost wiped out, the other ambitious people naturally couldn't hold back and all betrayed the Toyosi family. Among them, Oda Nobunaga was the most influential. Oda Nobunaga contacted the Mongols and surrendered to them. At this time, the Mongols also knew about the changes in Korea and did not have the energy to slowly conquer Japan. Thus, they agreed to Oda Nobunaga's surrender and supported him as the spokesperson of the Mongols in Japan. Kublai led the Mongolian main force back to Goryeo. Unfortunately, Song Qingshu had already taken control of all of Goryeo. He led various allied naval forces to block the Mongolian fleet at the Strait of Tsushima, preventing them from breaking through the blockade and getting close to land. Of course, the Mongolian army was huge, and with the help of Oda Nobunaga and the Japanese navy, it was difficult for Song Qingshu to defeat them. The situation became very tense. During this period of time, Song Qingshu had been waiting for Huang Yaoshi to observe the wind. Finally, Huang Yaoshi predicted that there would be a storm one day, so Song Qingshu calculated the time and retreated the fleet in advance. The Mongolian army saw that the blockade that had been bothering them for many days was gone and were overjoyed. They rushed towards Goryeo, afraid that Song Qingshu's fleet would suddenly appear. It had to be pointed out that Song Qingshu almost couldn't handle the storm even though he was a grandmaster, let alone these normal people of the Mongolian army who couldn't even swim. After the storm that had been like this for decades, all of the Mongolian battleships either hit the rocks or sunk. Some of them were stranded near the shore, and the vast army had completely disappeared. Only a few of the high-ranking generals' ships managed to get on land. Unfortunately, as soon as they got on land, they were surrounded by Song Qingshu's army that had been lying in ambush. both sides engaged in an intense battle. Song Qingshu led his people and charged towards Kublai and the other leaders. At this point, he didn't want to let any of them escape. However, the strength of Kublai's personal army was not to be underestimated. In addition, there was a large group of experts accompanying them, so they were still very strong. Therefore, Song Qingshu had to personally deal with them. During this period of time, Song Qingshu had already recognized the experts by Kublai's side. They were all old acquaintances. There was the Tantric sex expert led by Yang Lianjun, the 12 treasure tree kings led by the old man in the mountain, the leader of the Vajra sect and Taoist Baisang who had joined them from the Ruyang Palace were also there. The Xianming elders seemed to have already died at the bottom of the sea, and there were also some Japanese warriors. At this moment, the group of people had already been forced into a dead end. Kublai said angrily, "Song, how dare you sneak attack the Mongolian army? Aren't you afraid of our revenge?" Song Qingshu smiled slightly. After this battle, the Mongolian army has already lost more than half of its main force. How can it still be strong? The faces of the Mongolians all darkened, but they all knew that what he said was the truth. Song Qingshu looked at the old man in the mountain and asked curiously, "Huashan, where did venerated Ming go? How come I haven't seen him?" Huashan said coldly, "What venerated Ming? I don't know what you're talking about." Song Qingshu frowned. He didn't know if Huashan was worried that the Mongolians would find out about venerated Ming's identity, or if he was trying to hide it from him. Venerated Ming hiding in the dark was quite troublesome. But now, he could only deal with Kublai's group first. He looked at the people in the mountain and said, "Kublai, I respect you as a hero. If you choose to commit suicide, I can let you die without bleeding." The Mongolians had a tradition. If they bled when they died, they wouldn't be able to enter the reincarnation cycle. Therefore, when they treated enemies that were worthy of respect, they would let them die without bleeding. Kublai laughed. The Mongolians never surrender. If you want to fight, then fight. Why do you have to talk so much? If that's the case, then don't blame me for being merciless. Song Qingshu calmly said. He waved his hand and gave the order to attack, while he directly headed towards Kublai. The Mongolian warriors along the way couldn't even take one hit from him. Just as he was about to reach Kublai, two sharp sword energies suddenly came from the side, one in front of the other behind him. The timing was perfect, the angle was tricky, and the coordination was perfect. It really was hard to defend against. Grandmaster. Many people on Song Qingshu's side cried out in shock. They didn't expect that there would suddenly be grandmasters among the Japanese warriors, and two of them at that. Previously, these people had been fighting for so long, but they hadn't shown any of them. Song Qingshu's expression was also solemn. He flicked his finger and waved his sleeve, finally dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. Once he landed, he looked at his sleeve that had been cut open and looked at the two Japanese experts. Wazumi Tsunenobu, Tsukasahara Buchuan? The Shueihua sect was ranked third among the Japanese experts, and there were two people above him. They were the two famous sword saints in Japanese history, Wazumi Tsunenobu and Tsukasahara Buchuan. The two people in front of him were completely Japanese, and their sword techniques were so high. Who else could it be other than them? "Sir, you actually know our names." Wazumi Tsunenobu was a little surprised. On the other side, Tsukasahara Buchuan said, "You were able to escape from Wazumi and my sneak attack." As expected of the strongest person in China. The Japanese were deeply influenced by Chinese culture, and people in the upper echelons like them were proficient in sinology, so they had no problem communicating. Song Qingshu smiled slightly. "I'm surprised that you were able to sneak attack us so openly." Wazumi Tsunenobu sighed. "Given our identities, we usually don't want to join forces to fight against enemies, let alone sneak attacks. However, we have no choice now. I hope you can forgive us." Not far away, Kublai laughed out loud. "You didn't expect this, did you? Song Qingshu, how does it feel like the hunter has become the prey? I'm afraid it won't be so easy to change who is the hunter and who is the prey." Although Song Qingshu said this, he couldn't help but admire Kublai. As expected of a formidable person. He was actually able to set up such a killing trap in such a hurry despite being at an absolute disadvantage. One must know that he didn't let the two sword saints reveal their strength in the previous battle. He used himself as bait to lure Song Qingshu into the trap. Humph, sword saints, as long as you successfully kill him, I'll let all the Japanese return. Moreover, Mongolia will be on good terms with Japan for generations to come. At the same time, I'll give Korea to Japan, Kublai said in a low voice. The two sword saints' eyes lit up. They then looked at Song Qingshu. Song-san, sorry. No matter if it was for the country or for the people, they had to give it their all this time. The two of them attacked Song Qingshu from the left and right. At that moment, something strange happened. Sect Master Vajra and Taoist priest Baisheng suddenly turned around and killed Kublai's personal guards. They held on to Kublai from both sides and laughed loudly. Prince Song, we've done you such a great service this time. How are you going to repay us? The two of them had been poisoned by Song Qingshu's 3-corpse brain divine pill, so they had been looking for a chance to turn around. Now, they finally found the perfect opportunity. Kublai's guards were extremely weak. Unfortunately, before Song Qingshu could reply, Sect Master Vajra felt an intense pain in his chest. He looked down in shock and found that his indestructible body had been pierced by Kublai's hand. So it's you, venerated Ming. Song Qingshu finally understood why he hadn't seen venerated Ming for a long time and why the old man from the mountain was with Kublai. So venerated Ming had become Kublai. Previously, he was wondering why Jinlu and Fuwang, Nimixing, and the other experts that Kublai trusted for a long time would stay in Goryeo and not take them with him. He was probably worried that these people who knew him would notice the change in Kublai. Also, the Mongolian imperial tutor Ba Siba had died during the invasion of Dongying. At the time, he thought that it was because the battle was too intense, but now that he thought about it, venerated Ming must have played a part in it. After all, Ba Siba and the others were highly respected in Mongolia and were very familiar with Kublai and the other higher-ups. Even though they were enemies, Song Qingshu admired venerated Ming. He had stirred up a storm in Mongolia all by himself and had actually succeeded in replacing Kublai. There were many powerful Mongolians, including quite a few grandmasters. In the end, Song Qingshu managed to get rid of all the obstacles in his way. Now that he had successfully taken over Kublai, and with the deaths of Temujin and Ali Buj, he should be able to succeed to the position of Great Khan. If it wasn't for him, venerated Ming would have succeeded already. Song Qingshu had thought that it was already shocking enough for him to replace Kanshi, but compared to revered Ming, it was nothing. In all fairness, the difficulty of him replacing Kanshi was far less than the difficulty of revered Ming seizing the foundation of Mongolia. But now that he had taken over Kublai, he had obviously given up on Zhang Wuji's body. Where was Zhang Wuji now? Was he dead or in a vegetative state? Or would he regain consciousness? He suddenly felt lucky that he had given Priest Baishan and leader Jin Gang the 3 corpses brain pill. If they hadn't betrayed him, he would have been the one to be killed when he approached Kublai unprepared. In just a short period of time, venerated Ming had already sucked Daoist Priest 100 damages dry. He tossed the corpses of Daoist Priest 100 damages and Sect Master Vajra on the ground. When he looked at Song Qingshu, his eyes were filled with rage. Song, you're really my lifelong enemy. You've already ruined my plans in the Chinese plains, and this time, when I finally succeeded in my plans in Mongolia, everything was ruined because of you. How could he not be angry? After all, he had ambushed the Tongtian shaman and had secretly gotten rid of Temujin's trusted aides. In Goryeo, he had used the Grand Master Kai Lin to get rid of the last obstacle to the Mongolians, the evil Master Pang Ban. He had seen him conquer Dongying under the new identity of Kublai. When he returned to Mongolia, he would be the ruler of the world. Who would have thought that their main force would be annihilated by Song Qingshu at the Strait of Tsushima? More importantly, his identity had been exposed. He had already noticed that many Mongolian warriors were looking at him with bewilderment in their eyes. Only the old man of the mountain and the many precious tree kings under his command could be considered reliable. Humph, in for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound, in for a pound. All the Mongolians here have to die, and there aren't many of them left anyway. As for the people on Song Qingshu's side, the Mongolian headquarters might not believe their words. Right now, Song Qingshu didn't have time to reply because he realized a serious problem. Now that venerated Ming had absorbed the power of 3 grandmasters, his inner force must have become terrifying. More importantly, there were also 2 Japanese sword saints. If he wasn't careful, he might turn from the hunter to the hunted. Therefore, he had to get rid of these 2 Japanese sword saints as soon as possible so that they wouldn't have the chance to form a joint attack. However, be it Wazumi Shinsuna or Tsukasa Suzuhara, although they couldn't compare to Temujin or the sweeper monk, they were all grandmasters. Moreover, Japanese martial arts had their own style, and their swordsmanship was unpredictable. For a moment, Song Qingshu didn't know what to do. At this moment, venerated Ming seemed to have realized this as well. He laughed and said, "Song Qingshu, although my army has been wiped out by you this time, as long as I can kill you, the world will be mine." After saying that, he flew over, planning to join forces with the 2 Japanese sword saints to kill Song Qingshu as soon as possible to prevent any unforeseen events from happening. At this moment, a delicate shout rang out. A green silhouette blocked his path. She held the dog-beating stick in her hand and used the entanglement formula, trying to stop him for a moment. Wrong. Song Qingshu was shocked. Why did she suddenly appear? How could she be a match for a grandmaster? As expected, the exquisite dog-beating stick technique could not even withstand a single blow from venerated Ming. With a casual palm, he broke the dog-beating stick in her hand into 2. His other hand instantly grabbed her throat. Just as he was about to twist her neck, he suddenly saw Huang Rong's bright and beautiful face. The tender feeling of her skin came from his palm. Venerated Ming's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly felt that it was a pity to kill such a beautiful woman just like that. Previously, when he was in Zhang Wuji's body, he didn't know what was going on, but he couldn't get close to women. He had been holding it in for a long time. This time, he was willing to take the risk to take over Hu Bailey's body again because he couldn't have sex in his previous body. It was too much of a pity to kill such a beautiful woman just like that. I'll slowly enjoy her after I kill that Song Qingshu. As soon as this thought appeared, venerated Ming changed his twist to a slap. He pressed his palm on Huang Rong's shoulder. Huang Rong felt her body go limp, and then she could no longer stand and fell to the ground. Wrong. Huang Yaosher's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He had already rushed over. First, he used the divine flicking finger to shoot at venerated Ming's acupoints. At the same time, he used the mysterious 9 turns technique. He was prepared to use this technique against the other 4 masters in the 3rd sword meet of Mount Hua. However, venerated Ming now had the power of 3 grandmasters. With a casual wave of his hand, he swept aside the pebble shot by Huang Yaosher's divine flicking finger. Then, he used his other hand to slap Huang Yaosher's chest. No matter what Huang Yaosher did to block it, he couldn't stop this slap. Huang Yaosher coughed up blood. If he hadn't experienced the Battle of Mount Wudang and learned a lot from the battle between grandmasters, this slap would have taken his life. Venerated Ming didn't have any tender feelings for the old man in front of him. Just as he was about to end Eastern Heretic's life, a cold light came from the side. Even venerated Ming had to dodge it. Good swordsmanship. Seeing Xiao Longnu's dual sword harmony attack, revered Ming secretly sighed in admiration. If it was a martial grandmaster who used the dual sword harmony, even he would have a hard time dealing with such an exquisite sword technique. However, his opponent's internal energy was far too weak. Naturally, he would not be like Jinluan Fuwang and foolishly compete with his opponent's techniques. Instead, he would use his internal energy to win. Amidst the flashing shadows of the sword, Xiao Longnu's palm landed on the body of his opponent's sword. Xiao Longnu let out a soft cry as she felt a huge force coming from her palm. She could no longer hold the sword in her hand and lost one of her swords. The combination of the 2 swords was broken immediately. Looking at Xiao Longnu's flawless face, revered Ming thought that this girl's beauty was no less than Zhao Min's and Zhou Jirua's. Humph, the one with the surname Song, you stole so many of my women. This time, all your women will be mine. Venerated Ming had been using the identity of Zhang Wuji for so long that many of his ways of thinking still couldn't escape from Zhang Wuji's shadow. Just as he was about to subdue Xiao Longnu, another shout came from behind him. Another sword aura pierced towards him. Venerated Ming turned around and saw who it was. He couldn't help but laugh. Lady Jean, I thought it was a pity that I let you escape. I didn't think that you would come to me on your own. Jean Bingyun's face was full of anger. Venerated Ming, you plotted against my teacher. Today, I will take revenge for him. Venerated Ming laughed. Pang Ban has been cultivating his Dao heart for a long time. He carefully cultivated a demonic medium like you. It's a pity that he didn't have the chance to enjoy you. Now that I look at it, it was all for me. Not only did he give me his vast power, he also gave me his beloved woman. Speaking of which, I'm really embarrassed. Shameless. Even though Jean Bingyun's heart was cold, she was so angry that her face turned red. She unleashed 120% of the martial arts that Pang Ban had taught her. However, it was a pity that revered Ming had already grabbed her wrist and was about to press on the soft acupoint on her waist. Give me back my teacher's life. At this moment, the Fu sisters stabbed towards him from the left and right. They were all great grandmasters. Even though their power was still lacking, their attainments in martial arts far surpassed that of ordinary people. The Fu sisters attacked hatefully. Their coordination was impeccable, and they unleashed the power of the bright sword technique to its fullest. Venerated Ming could only temporarily give up on taking advantage of Jean Bingyun. Instead, he used the heaven and earth great shift to change the direction of the Fu sisters' swords, causing them to stab towards each other. Of course, he purposely held back. He didn't let the two ladies' swords point at each other's vital parts. After all, be it Fu Junyi or Fu Junyu, they were all one in a million beauties. They were the national treasures of the entire Gaoli country. Looks like the heavens are trying to make up for my hardships of being a vegetarian all these years. They've sent me so many beauties at once. Ha ha ha, I want all of them. The Fu sisters were all injured. At this moment, Jiao and Xia Qingqing also rushed over with their swords in hand. The two ladies' martial arts were not bad, and they often dual cultivated with Song Qingshu and received his guidance. Especially Jiao, her current combat power was not inferior to that of a grandmaster. At this moment, Xiao Longnu picked up a new sword and rushed over. Together with the Heaven's Fate cult's leader, Dan Yuru, and Jean Bingyun, who had regained her senses, even the Fu sisters continued to attack. Venerated Ming couldn't help but be shocked and angry. Actually, with his skills, it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with these women. However, these women's martial arts were not weak. It would take some time to completely subdue them. It would be troublesome if Song Qingshu was freed up. What is this bastard Huashan doing? Why isn't he coming over to help? Venerated Ming scanned the battlefield from the corner of his eyes. He was shocked to find that Huashan and the 12 precious tree kings were being cut up by a yellow-robed woman with green feathers. They had fallen into a predicament of fighting their own battles. How could they find the time to help him? How could he not recognize Hu Qingtong? He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. In his heart, Hu Qingtong was his fiancée. Although he hadn't heard from her recently, why did she run over to help another man to deal with him? On the other side, Song Qingshu's face was as dark as still water. He was very clear about the situation over there, but he also knew that it was useless to worry. The only thing he could do now was to finish off the two enemies in front of him as soon as possible. If others knew what he was thinking, they would probably think he was crazy. It had to be known that when a martial grandmaster fought two against one, it was always a sure-win situation. The one who was alone didn't have to consider how to win, but whether or not he could escape with his life. After all, even someone as powerful as the sweeping monk had fallen under the joint attack of Patriarch Sunflower and Lin Chaoying. Right now, the two Japanese sword sages were obviously thinking the same thing. Wazumi Shinsuna said, Song-san, you're the person with the best martial arts we've ever seen in our lives. You're actually not at a disadvantage even under the joint attack of me and Mizuhara. It's really admirable. Mizuhara Busuchuan nodded and said, that's right. All these years, when Wazumi and I were in Japan, almost no one was qualified to make us use a second move, let alone the two of us joining forces. Song Qingshu snorted coldly, don't talk so much nonsense. If you want to fight, then hurry up and fight. Is that all you're capable of? To think that you're qualified to be called sword sages with such sloppy and ordinary sword techniques. It can be seen that the Japanese are really lacking in talent. The two of them were stunned and said angrily, "We respect you as a hero. Since that's the case, we'll use our strongest move to send you on your way." Shirnin style, one flash. Wazumi Shinsuna jumped out of the battle while Mizuhara Busuchuan was holding his opponent back. He held his sword with both hands, and his aura suddenly changed. Shirnin style had 3 ultimate moves: the Killing Blade, the Living Sword, and the Bladeless Takedown. However, regardless of whether it was the Living Sword or the Bladeless Takedown, it was usually used to crush other experts. Against a Grandmaster, one still had to rely on his Killing Blade. His figure suddenly became blurry. Then, 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8. The split figures surrounded Song Qingshu in the center, forming a circle. Hu Qingtong, who was commanding the troops not far away, had a change in expression because she could feel that the other party's figure was not an illusion, but a real existence. She did not know how he did it. One sword sage was already so powerful. Now that there were so many sword sages, how could Brother Song deal with them? The Shirnin style's Killing Blade really lives up to its name. Mizuhara Busuchuan muttered, "Let this arrogant guy from the Central Plains witness the ultimate move of our Shirnin style. Secret Sword First Tachi." With a leap, he descended from the sky. The sword in his hand instantly turned into countless sword shadows. It was like a torrential rain, but also like the sun shining, making it impossible for anyone to dodge. Wazumi Shinsuna's ultimate move attacked from all directions, while Mizuhara Busuchuan's ultimate move sealed the only exit from the sky. Seeing that Song Qingshu was about to fall before the two's powerful ultimate moves, the people not far away were all shocked. Song Qingshu sighed. "Wouldn't it have been better if you had used your full strength earlier?" The two opponents were 2 grandmasters, both of whom had experienced hundreds of battles and had rich combat experience. If they were to fight seriously, it would take dozens or even hundreds of moves to determine the victor. However, he was worried about the safety of the women, so how could he wait that long? Therefore, he had deliberately provoked them with words. Originally, the 2 sword sages would not fall for such a provocation so easily. However, the other party had directly escalated to the point of looking down on the Japanese pugilistic world, and the Japanese could be said to have a love-hate relationship with the Central Plains. Therefore, the 2 of them fell for the trap. When they felt that the time was right, they joined forces to use their full strength, wanting to clear the name of the Japanese pugilistic world. Suddenly, a shocking sword chi rose in the field. A sword chi that was dozens of meters long soared into the sky, and the sword chi in the 2's hands instantly dimmed. The 2 figures fell to the ground in defeat. Song Qingshu slowly walked out and said indifferently, "Do you think you're worthy of being called sword sages?" He felt that tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow at the latest, would be the end of the battle. On the other side, venerated Ming was surrounded by the women and had no time to cooperate with the 2 Japanese sword sages to deal with Song Qingshu. Although none of these women were a match for him, they worked together, causing him to be unable to attend to one thing and lose sight of the other. It was still quite troublesome to completely subdue them. The main reason was that he couldn't bear to destroy the flowers in the beginning, causing the women to have nothing to fear, causing him to be restrained instead. However, after about 10 moves, venerated Ming became ruthless. These women were beautiful, but there were many more beautiful women in the world. Putting everything else aside, more than half of Song Qingshu's close female friends weren't here. As long as I take over the world, what kind of woman can't I have? With a thought, he immediately dispelled the idea of having tender feelings for the fairer sex and decided to deal with Song Qingshu first. Therefore, he no longer showed any mercy and instantly broke the women's cooperation. Xiaolong knew and the others all vomited blood and fell to the back. Clearly, they no longer had the strength to fight. Xia Qingqing's martial arts were slightly weaker, but she was the least injured in this round. Seeing him rushing towards Song Qingshu, although she was afraid, she still summoned her courage and blocked his path. Scram! Venerated Ming was furious and slashed towards her. Qingqing! Ajio was shocked and hurriedly swung his sword to save her. Venerated Ming snorted coldly and pressed his hand against the tip of his opponent's sword. Ajio's sword that could cut through iron like mud shattered like a porcelain doll. He could only watch helplessly as his opponent's terrifying palm pressed down on his head. On the other side, Xia Qingqing's golden snake sword was also broken by his palm. His opponent's palm was about to land on her chest. The two women knew that they wouldn't be able to escape and closed their eyes in resignation. It was a pity that they didn't even have time to see Brother Song for the last time. However, after a while, the pain they imagined didn't come. Instead, they fell into a warm and familiar embrace. The two women opened their eyes in disbelief and saw Song Qingshu hugging them from both sides. They both exclaimed, "Brother Song, I've made you suffer." Song Qingshu's heart was filled with regret. All these years, they hadn't been together much. Now, he actually had to pay the price with their lives to stop the enemy. He owed them too much. Not bitter at all. The two girls answered in unison, and then looked at each other, both of their pretty faces slightly red. At this moment, venerated Ming's voice rang out. He said with a dark expression, "You actually managed to deal with the two great sword saints, Suzuhara Busuchuan and Wazumi Nobutsuna, so quickly?" Although the fight with the women had seemed very troublesome, it had only lasted for about 10 breaths of time. In the end, the other party had dealt with the two great grandmasters so quickly. This really surprised him. With a gentle force, Song Qingshu pushed Ajio, Xia Qingqing, and the other women behind Hua Qingtong to prevent them from being in any more danger. Then, he said, "If the two of them were great grandmasters in other fields, perhaps it would not be so easy for me to deal with them. Unfortunately, both of them use swords." To use swords in front of me, he didn't continue, but his meaning was quite obvious. Too trash. Revered Ming retracted his gaze. Although he was a little surprised, he didn't panic at all. "I didn't expect your martial arts to improve so much after we parted ways in Mongolia." "Same here." Song Qingshu looked at him. "Your martial arts are worlds apart from when you were in Lin City. You've absorbed Devil Master Pang Ban, Bright Sword Master Fu Kalin, and possibly many other top-notch experts. The current you is indeed shockingly powerful." Revered Ming laughed out loud. "So you should also know that although I fell for your trap this time and caused the Mongolian main force to be wiped out, you've still done all of this for me. As long as I kill you today, how can these troops here stop me? When I return to the Central Plains, your foundation will fall into my hands bit by bit." Great grandmasters were already the pinnacle of martial arts in this world. Members of the royal family who were at the level of the 5 uniques were powerless in the face of an army. However, unless great grandmasters were surrounded by a large number of cavalry on an open plain or in a situation where they had no choice but to fight to the death, the army would not be able to kill them. At the very least, it would be very easy for them to escape if they wanted to. Moreover, Revered Ming wasn't an ordinary great grandmaster, so he naturally had more confidence. "Aren't you a little too confident?" Song Qingshu smiled. "Have you never thought that you would die here today? That's absolutely impossible." Revered Ming's expression turned cold. "Oh well, young man, you refuse to give up until you reach the end of your rope. Today, I'll let you see what despair is." Suddenly, shrill crows' cries rose in the battlefield. Crows' cries were already very piercing and unpleasant to the ears, but at that moment, the crows' cries in the air were even stranger than actual crows. It was as if they contained some sort of magical power, and it was as if they were sounds that came from hell. The slaughter in the battlefield had long since stopped, and everyone felt their hearts tremble. They felt as if the gates to hell would open at the next moment, and countless malicious spirits would run out to claim their lives. Revered Ming spread out both of his hands. His entire body didn't move in the slightest, but he actually rose up into the air and floated in midair. Between his hands, there were all sorts of black shadows. These black shadows slowly enlarged, turning into strange pitch-black crows. All of the crows gathered together and formed a pair of gigantic black wings. Revered Ming's entire body floated in midair, looking like a demonic god. Is this guy even human? An inexplicable fear rose in everyone's heart. Even the usually iron-blooded army subconsciously moved back, wanting to be as far away from this guy as possible. Is this the kung fu that you secretly learned from the Tongtian shaman? Song Qingshu had fought with the Tongtian shaman before, and at that time, he had also used a similar kung fu. Even Temujin and Pang Ban did not notice anything unusual. Clearly, this was the original kung fu of the Tongtian shaman. But now that Revered Ming was using it, its power was many times greater than the one He Lin used. Moreover, from it, one could feel the Qian Kuan grand shift, the absorbing star's great technique, and even the kung fu of the sacred flame order and taiji fist. Clearly, he had merged the essence of all his martial arts into one. Ha ha ha, the Tongtian shaman can communicate with the longevity heaven. Although he talks all day long, the things he studies are really amazing and have benefited me a lot. Speaking of which, I'm quite grateful to him. Revered Ming recalled the days when he had to endure hardships by the side of the Tongtian shaman, and a proud smile appeared on his face. Your way of thanking him is to suck all his power dry and then replace him? Song Qingshu laughed coldly. It's his honor to be able to contribute his power to me. Wait until you go to hell and exchange your knowledge with him. As soon as Revered Ming finished speaking, he put his hands together and two huge black wings flapped forward. A strong wind suddenly started blowing, and the normal soldiers were all blown away. Although he said that he was going to deal with Song Qingshu, the countless crows on his black wings flew towards everyone present. Clearly, he didn't want anyone to live after his impersonation of Kublai was exposed. The first to suffer was the Mongolian warrior closest to him. The crows touched his body and it instantly withered into a dried corpse. Then, more crows broke out of the corpses. Song Qingshu's eyes narrowed. He could tell that the other party must have used the principles of the great astral absorption technique, and then successfully created something that was like a virus that spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. If he was really allowed to fully display it, he might really be able to destroy an entire army by himself. He didn't dare to waste any time. His entire body spiraled into the sky and created a tornado to block the wind created by Revered Ming Great Technique. 10,000 swords returned to origin. As Revered Ming Great Technique spun, countless sword chi shot out from his body. The sword chi filled the sky and shot towards the flying crows. Countless black crows were nailed to the ground, and at the same time, countless sword chi were melted by the black crows in the sky. Revered Ming saw that the situation wasn't right. He waved his hands, and the black crows in the sky returned to the wings on his back. Then, they all disappeared into his body. Looks like I'll have to kill you first before dealing with the others. Song Qingshu sighed. It's not certain who'll be the one to kill who. Do you only know how to talk? Revered Ming harumphed and suddenly disappeared. Everyone else present stared with wide eyes. If one's speed was fast enough, one could indeed lose sight of one's figure for a short period of time. However, vanishing into thin air without leaving any afterimages was something no one had ever seen before. Audiobook, where did Revered Ming go? Xia Qingqing couldn't help but ask. Audiobook shook his head. Clearly, he didn't know either. Jin Bingyun wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and explained, Revered Ming has always been by Brother Song's side. He's attacking him from all angles. It's just that he's too fast, so it's hard to see him. Among the girls, her martial arts might not be the best. However, she had followed Devil Master Peng Ban since she was young, so her horizons were naturally not something an ordinary person could compare to. Although the Fu sisters were also with Fu Kalin, their cultivation levels were still much lower than hers. Hearing her explanation, everyone looked over. Sure enough, they could faintly see a strange weapon that resembled a ball of flames flashing continuously around Song Qingshu. That's the sacred flame insignia. Audiobook had stayed in the Ming dynasty for a period of time, so he immediately recognized it. Why isn't Brother Song moving? Fu Junyu was worried. She couldn't help but look at Jin Bingyun. Whether it was fighting alongside her or listening to her explanation, she was already full of admiration for this woman. It's not that he's not moving. Did you guys notice that every time the sacred flame insignia attacks, it'll be blocked by a void sword chi? Jin Bingyun explained as she looked nervously at the scene. Only then did the girls come to a realization. Looking carefully, they indeed saw that invisible sword. However, their cultivation levels were too low compared to the two people in the scene, so they couldn't see anything special about it. They could only occasionally see the two weapons coming into contact. Song Qingshu seemed to be standing motionless on the spot. Sword chi surrounded him. No matter how the wind blew, he remained as still as a mountain. After the time it took for a jaw stick to burn, he finally moved. His figure flashed, and he suddenly swung his fist toward the void. Immediately after, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. The figure was sent flying backward by his punch, leaving a trail of blood in the air. Clearly, this punch had injured him quite badly. How is this possible? Venerated Ming half knelt on the ground. The bun on his head had been messed up, and his hair was disheveled. He looked at Song Qingshu, who was not far away, with a face full of disbelief. Song Qingshu sighed. I've already said that it's hard to say who will be the one to kill who. You just didn't believe me. Impossible. I have the power of 3 great grandmasters. No, if I include myself, I have the power of at least 4 great grandmasters. I should be invincible in this world. How can I not be able to defeat you? Impossible. Impossible. Revered Ming was extremely deranged. It was obvious that he couldn't accept such an outcome. There's nothing impossible in the world. I've already seen things at a higher level. Song Qingshu recalled the magnificence of Ah Qing's sword, as well as Duga seeking for losses in human sword. Although venerated Ming was far more powerful than those great grandmasters, he had even seen a true god. What else in the world could move him? Seeing that he seemed to be in a daze, venerated Ming had an idea. He directly flew in the direction of the women. Although the distance between them was not close, with his movement technique, he could reach them in the blink of an eye. He grabbed Xiao Longnu with one hand, and Huang Rong with the other. He didn't show any mercy. Clearly, he was attacking Song Qingshu to save him. Sensing that Song Qingshu was also hurrying over, venerated Ming laughed sinisterly. He suddenly turned around and instantly clasped onto Song Qingshu's shoulder. His eyes shone with a strange gray light as he stared at Song Qingshu's eyes. Ha ha ha, surnamed Song, although your martial arts are high, you've still ended up helping me. Venerated Ming laughed maniacally. Song Qingshu frowned. What's this? Revered Ming laughed and said, Tongtian shaman's attainments in the aspect of psyche energy are quite profound. His research has inspired me greatly. I've modified the body-stealing technique according to his cultivation technique. Now, I no longer need to cultivate the heaven and earth great shift to the 7th level. I can directly steal someone else's body. Although the cost is quite high every time, it's nothing compared to eternal life. Moreover, with the astral absorbing technique, I can preserve my cultivation to the greatest extent. You're planning to possess me? Song Qingshu's eyes gradually began to turn gray. Venerated Ming had a smug look on his face. That's why I said that you're destined to help me. The foundation that you've worked so hard to build will become mine. Your women will also become my women. I'll take care of your wives and daughters, and you'll have nothing to worry about. Ha ha ha, shameless. Brother Song. The women were shocked. They all brandished their swords and tried to stab him. Unfortunately, countless black crows suddenly appeared behind him, preventing the women from getting close to him. You women will hate me now, but you'll love me to death later. After I've possessed Song Qingshu's body, I'll use my powerful mental strength to brainwash you and make you forget what's happening now. You'll only see me as your real man. Venerated Ming's face was full of smugness. His mouth was dry. Although I'm a clean freak and only like girls who haven't experienced the ways of the world, you're all so beautiful. I don't mind poking you a few times. Ha ha ha. At this moment, a cold voice came from the other side. Why don't you think about why I'm so easily controlled by you? How can you still speak? Venerated Ming was shocked. He quickly increased the power of the possession technique. A hint of gold appeared in Song Qingshu's eyes. The previous grayness melted like snow in contact with hot iron. I've been wondering how you could possess Zhang Wuji's body. After all, he couldn't have learned the 7-layer heaven and earth great shift. I was worried that you'd found a new technique to possess someone else's body. If that's the case, in a sense, you've already obtained eternal life. Even if I kill you, the host, you might still be able to escape to someone else's body. So, if I want to kill you, I'll have to kill your soul. Just as he finished speaking, a small golden person wielding sword chi grew larger and larger in his eyes. It directly entered his forehead. No inhuman scream came from venerated Ming's body. Unfortunately, he couldn't stop the golden person at all. In the end, his eyes lost their light and he fell to the ground. The black crows that were surrounding the women also seemed to have lost their source of energy and disappeared into thin air. Big Brother Song. The women couldn't contain their joy when they saw him turn the tables. Fu Jingyu pulled her sister's sleeve, but the two of them didn't rush over. "Sister, what happened to the golden person just now?" "I don't know. I just felt a tremor in my soul. I felt like I couldn't move." Fu Jingyi couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. "We felt it even though we were standing on the side. You don't know how desperate the person who was attacked was. How did this guy practice martial arts at such a young age? He's even more powerful than master." Fu Jinyu's eyes lit up. Fu Jinyi smiled and said, "What's wrong? You don't want your precious jade anymore. Do you want to fall in love with someone else?" Sister Fu Jinyu immediately pouted. Once venerated Ming died, the remaining Mongolian soldiers either died or surrendered. The old man in the mountain saw that the situation wasn't right and was about to run away when Song Qingshu kicked the long sword beside his feet. The long sword moved like a beam of light. The old man in the mountain was unable to dodge it. The king of assassins died just like that. After the battle, Kublai and Ali Buj's elite soldiers were all annihilated. Only a few escaped back to Mongolia. The world was shocked when they heard the news. After this battle, the crown prince's faction and the prince's faction were all dead. Song Qingshu supported a remote young member of the royal family to ascend to the throne. At the same time, to ensure his own interests, he needed to leave a force to guard this place for a long time. However, the leader who stayed behind was in a difficult position. Audiobook and Xianxia had their own territories to manage. Originally, the most suitable candidates were Feng Yi and Mu Jianping, but they had been separated from him on Divine Dragon Island for so many years. He felt sorry for making them stay in the cold Goryeo so soon after they met again. In the end, Huang Rong volunteered to stay in Goryeo. Firstly, Huang Yaoshi needed to stay behind to recuperate. Secondly, she wanted to help him deal with everything here. Song Qingshu was stunned at first, but then he understood. She probably didn't want to return to the Central Plains. After all, there were rumors about them everywhere in the Central Plains. Only in this foreign country could she be with him without any worries. At the same time, this period of time was the most relaxing she had been in many years. Therefore, Song Qingshu agreed. At the same time, he promised to find another confidant to replace him when he returned to China as soon as possible. However, Huang Rong told him not to worry. She didn't even mind staying here forever. Of course, she entrusted him to take care of a pair of children on Peach Blossom Island. It would be best if he could send the siblings over. Naturally, Song Qingshu agreed immediately. After settling everything in Goryeo, he took the fleet south to the Central Plains. Many of the high-ranking officials of Goryeo also went with him. Of course, the purpose was to study abroad and so on. At the same time, the Fu sisters also went south with him. They were still thinking about Brother Baoyu in Jiangnan. Audiobook and Xianxia returned to the Golden Snake Battalion midway and didn't go to Linen. For some reason, they were not very willing to go to other women's territories. In order to make up for the guilt in his heart, during this period of time, Song Qingshu went to their rooms almost half of the time at night. Feng Yi and Mu Jianping handed over the fleet of Divine Dragon Island to their subordinates and then followed them to the southern Song dynasty. On the one hand, they had more time to spend with Song Qingshu. On the other hand, they wanted to go back to the Mu mansion to have a look. Hu Qingtong returned to Yangzhou midway. She was worried about her sister. Jin Bingyun and Dan Yuru also left at about the same time. During this period of time, they suddenly realized that although there were many women around Song Qingshu, basically, everyone had their own territories and fields that could help him. The two women's base was in Mongolia. Out of a sense of crisis, the two women decided to go back to help Song Qingshu to the greatest extent. Of course, Jin Bingyun was passive in the whole process. She was not in the mood to think about these things. However, she was instigated by Dan Yuru and was finally persuaded. Song Qingshu went back to Linen with Xiao Longnu, Shui Baoqin, and the other women. Because of the great merit of annihilating all the elites of Mongolia, the southern Song dynasty had reached the point where there was no more reward for him. Someone suggested to give him 9 tin, but he refused, because it was not the right time. As expected, when the news of him refusing 9 tin spread out, the whole country praised him. Instead, a lot of other kinds of official positions were given. Song Qingshu took this opportunity to arrange and promote his trusted subordinates. His power was even greater than Jia Shidao's at his peak. After spending a celestial time with the women in linen, news came from Mongolia again. When Oluhetani learned of the death of Kublai and Ali Buj, he couldn't help but be furious. He personally came out and took charge of the court. He called back the Jochi clan and Chagatai clan that the Mongols had left in the western countries to intimidate the local people. Originally, the Jochi clan and Chagatai clan didn't want to come back, but when they realized that the imperial clan was declining, they had a chance to take the position of Great Khan of Mongolia, so they all changed their minds. After a few months of rest, the Mongols brought the last hundreds of thousands of cavalry south. Their first stop was still to attack Western Xia. Song Qingshu had already received the news in advance and had discussed countermeasures with Mu Wanqing, Li Qinglu, and the others. Because the Western Xia army had already been crippled by Temujin last time, if they were to fight head-on now, there would be no way out. Therefore, they surrendered to the Mongols. The Mongols had always been good at recruiting their enemies and using them as servants. Now that they were in need of manpower, they were very happy about Western Xia's surrender. They gave the Western Xia royal family a very good treatment and kept their own forces. Of course, Western Xia had the obligation to provide logistical supplies to the Mongols, and they also needed to send troops to participate in the Mongols' next military campaign. Western Xia had been established for 100 years and had fought against the Song dynasty for 100 years without a clear winner. Their quick surrender shocked the southern Song dynasty. But the most shocking thing was yet to come. After the Mongols conquered Western Xia, they marched their army east and attacked the Jin. Although the Mongols were weak on the water, they were still invincible on land. The Jin army was forced to retreat again and again. They even lost Chang'an, an important city in Guangzhou. But the new Jinren were also a fighting people. The fighting genes of their ancestors gradually awakened. After the Jin started to use Tongguan and the Yellow River as their defense line, they repelled the Mongols' invasions several times and stopped them from advancing. The mainstream view of the southern Song dynasty was to see the two countries fight each other. After all, both the Mongols and the Jin were enemies. Comparatively speaking, the Mongols hated the Jin more. But what the Mongols did next made the southern Song dynasty restless. They used the same trick and asked the southern Song dynasty to bypass the Jin's defense line at Tongguan and the Yellow River. The Song people were not stupid. They wanted to see the Mongols and the Jin locked in a stalemate. It would be best if every last drop of blood was used. But the Mongols did not wait for the southern Song dynasty to agree. They directly broke through Hanzhong and entered Nanyang from the Shangyong line. They went around to the hinterland of the Jin. The Jin fought in a hurry and were defeated. Because of the Mongols' attack and the fear of the southern Song dynasty of being interdependent, Song Qingshu finally had a reason to send his army. Had he not been there, the southern Song court would have been furious, but they would probably have settled the matter in the end. But now, with a god of war like Song Qingshu, and with the several previous victories, the southern Song court was much stronger. Therefore, Song Qingshu led the army north and secretly contacted the Jin sisters. He communicated with the loyal army of the Jin. The armies of the two countries cooperated perfectly. In addition, the Western Xia army suddenly rebelled. After a decisive battle, the main force of the Mongols was completely destroyed. The imperial court of the southern Song dynasty had originally sent Song Qingshu to the north with the intention of slowing down the Mongolian invasion and helping the Jin kingdom a little so that the scales of victory could be balanced again. However, they did not expect that he would make a big news without a sound. The main force of the Mongols was destroyed and the Western Xia surrendered to Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu really had no more rewards for such a great achievement. This time, someone suggested that Song Qingshu should be rewarded with 9 pegs. No one objected. The imperial court officially rewarded Song Qingshu with 9 pegs. He did not rush to enter the court, did not pay his respects, and entered the palace with a sword. The knowledgeable people in the imperial court knew that this was not a good sign for the royal family. After all, there were too many similar examples in history. But now, Song Qingshu was powerful in the court. After several great victories, he had an extremely high prestige in the world. Even the matter between Huang Rong and him was not a big deal to everyone. Instead, they felt that Huang Rong had taken advantage of him. Everyone treated it as a topic of conversation after a meal. Moreover, Song Qingshu's direct and indirect control of territory was no less than that of the southern Song dynasty. Countless armies were loyal to him. As a result, many of the southern Song dynasty's clans and knowledgeable people had already realized something. However, as the situation was like this, there was nothing they could do. Many people had even begun to pledge their loyalty to him. After all, the merit of attaining the throne was too tempting. At other times, there might be the risk of being exterminated. But now that Song Qingshu was the de facto emperor of the southern Song dynasty, what risk could there be? Under this trend, even the most loyal officials and families started to offer olive branches to Song Qingshu. After all, everyone had their own families and their own interests to consider. Under this premise, Song Qingshu found another opportunity to attack the Jin kingdom in the north. He won another great victory and recovered Bianjing. The whole country was in an uproar. The Song kingdom had been weak for many years. When had it ever been so mighty? Moreover, the recovery of Bianjing was the dream of many people. Jiao and Xia Qingqing led the Golden Snake camp, Zhou Zhirua led the Green camp of Yangzhou, and Yang Miaozhen led the Red Coat army to completely merge with the southern Song dynasty. But everyone knew who they listened to. Song Qingshu's reputation reached an unprecedented height in the court and among the people. Under the instruction of the Grand Tutor, the young emperor of the southern Song dynasty offered to abdicate. Of course, Song Qingshu refused. After a lot of refusal, he finally accepted the emperor's abdication. He changed the country's name to Qi and became the emperor. He made Zhou Zhirua his empress and Jiao and Ren Yinging his imperial concubines. In order to appease the old officials of the Song dynasty, the princesses of the southern Song dynasty were also given high titles in the imperial harem. Then, Song Qingshu continued the northern expedition. At the same time, he constantly sent people to summon the Jin kingdom to surrender. The Jin kingdom had suffered a great loss in the war against the Mongols. They had also lost a lot of strategic depth in the past years. In addition, Song Qingshu was so powerful that they knew it would be difficult to resist. In the past, Song Qingshu was a subject of the southern Song dynasty. Even though the Jin kingdom knew they were no match for him, they did not consider surrendering. After all, the hatred between the Jin kingdom and the Song dynasty was too deep. However, after Song Qingshu established a new country, the hatred between the two sides no longer existed. Even if there were some among the people and the royal family of the southern Song dynasty, it did not affect the overall situation. Therefore, under the operation of the Gubai sisters, the number one official Tang Qibian in the country, and many generals of the loyal army were Song Qingshu's confidants. It could be said that everyone from the judges to the contestants were his people. Although there were still many hardliners in the Jin kingdom, they could not resist the general trend. In the end, they surrendered. After accepting the surrender of the Jin kingdom, Song Qingshu treated the royal family of the Jin kingdom well. At the same time, he kept most of the Jin kingdom's nobles and officials, but he added some checks and balances. The people of the Jin kingdom, who were originally anxious after the surrender, were all happy. Many people in the southern Song dynasty were somewhat critical of this, but Song Qingshu's prestige was too high. In history, it was relatively easy for the founding emperors to make any reforms. It was because of his high prestige that he had the military, financial, and personnel power in his hands. In addition, Song Qingshu secretly established the public opinion propaganda organization in the past few years, so he quickly reversed the criticism. At the same time, he treated the royal family of the Xianxia kingdom well. He let Li Qinglu, Mu Wanqing, and others continue to lead the nobles of the Xianxia kingdom to manage the original land. Of course, they would send hostages to the capital, and the imperial court would also send a group of officials there. For the ministers of a subjugated country, this kind of treatment was simply overjoyed. Therefore, the Xianxia kingdom and the Jin kingdom soon stabilized. After a dozen years of cultural education, they would be completely integrated into the big family. After that, Song Qingshu continued to lead the army to attack the Mongols in the north and drove the Mongols back to the north. After many years of attacks, the bloodline of the Golden family withered, and finally could not suppress the Mongols anymore. The Mongols were divided into two parts, the Wala in the west, and the Tartars in the east. The Wala and the Tartars each had several large tribes. Among them, Hai Wanli led the most powerful Wala tribe, and the Ruyang Mansion led the most powerful Tartars tribe. Zhao Min avenged her father and helped her brother become independent. After that, she retreated and came to live with Song Qingshu. In addition to these two forces, Princess Yaluan also controlled some old subordinates. The hatred between the divided Mongols was also very deep, and they often fell into disputes, so they had no time to go south to the Central Plains. In the process of solving the Mongols, Liao also surrendered to the Qi kingdom. After all, Liao was no longer as powerful as before, and only a small area was left. In the past, with the support of the Mongols, it barely survived in the cracks between the Qing kingdom and the Jin kingdom. Now that the Mongols had fallen, Liao naturally had no hope. Of course, if it was not Su Quan who secretly controlled Liao, it would not be so easy to surrender. After Liao surrendered and the Mongols were completely divided, the attention of the world was on the Qin kingdom. Now, the Qin kingdom was basically surrounded by the forces of the Qi kingdom. With the help of the Koreans in the east, the Qin kingdom was soon shaken by the pressure of Song Qingshu's army. At this time, the situation of the Qin kingdom was the same as that of the Qi kingdom in the last years of the Spring and Autumn War. Although it still had great strength, the Qin kingdom had unified the world, and its power was gone. It no longer wanted to resist. In addition, after the surrender of the Xianxia kingdom and the Jin kingdom, the people of the Qin kingdom no longer had any worries, and it was natural for them to surrender. After Song Qingshu unified the world, the people of the Qin kingdom began to urge him to give the corresponding titles to the concubines. Although he was not willing to give the concubines the titles, he could not resist the etiquette, and many things could not be changed by his will. In the end, he conferred the title of Empress to Zhou Zhirua, and Imperial Noble Consort to Dongfang Muxue. In the eyes of the people, this Imperial Noble Consort was extremely mysterious. Few people knew her origin, but she was unexpectedly able to become the highest-ranking concubine. She conferred the title of Imperial Consort to Jiao, Reningying Consort to Shu Consort, Zhao Min Consort to De Consort, and Wanyan Jebi Consort to Xian Consort. Originally, she was not willing to enter the harem of Song Qingshu, but she could not resist his coaxing and pestering. In addition, she had given birth to a child with Tang Ku's surname, so she could answer to her late husband. Mu Wanqing was consort Zhuang, Su Quan was consort Jing, Zhao Huer and Zhao Yuanyuan were consorts Hui, Xue Baochai and Xue Baoqin were consorts Shun, Xia Qingqing was consort Kong, and Xiao Long Nu was consort Ning. Originally, Xia Qingqing was not willing to enter the harem as a consort, but Song Qingshu was too domineering. In addition, everyone in the Golden Snake camp knew about their relationship, so she did not hide it. In addition, Song Qingshu intended to give Icy Snow a consort position, because she was the first woman who treated him well after he came to this world. It could be said that the starting point and turning point of his fate were brought by her. The relationship between them was the purest, and it was not mixed with any interests. However, when he found her, she was unwilling. She could be with him in private, but she could not bring shame to her late husband's reputation. She would never agree to enter the harem openly. Song Qingshu could use force on others, but he could not bear to disobey her. So he gave up the idea and built many villas for her by the White Horse Lake and near the Jade Pen Villa in Liaodong. Firstly, she could take care of her son, and secondly, she could visit her often. The Wang family was in an awkward situation. Originally, there was definitely a consort position in their family, but it was troublesome to decide who should take it. If they let Li Qingluo take it, the Wang family could not afford to lose face. If they let Wang Yuyan take it, the Wang family could not get over it. Although Wang Ziding had thought of some ways, they were all rejected by the family, so it was delayed. However, there were still two vacant positions, Consort Li and Consort Hua, so there would be opportunities in the future. In addition, there were 9 consorts, Zhao Yi, Zhao Rong, Zhao Yuan, Xiao Yi, Xiao Yuan, Chong Yi, Chong Yi, Chong Yi, Chong Yi, and Chong Yi. They were given to Yelu Nanxian, Li Qinglu, Zhao Yingluo, Wan Yanping, Wan Yanzhongjia, Tosh Kis, Hu Qingtong, Yang Miaozhen, and Yelu Yan. These people basically represented the powers of various countries, so they needed to be balanced. Many people were not without criticism. Li Qinglu was Jia Baoyu's wife in name, and Tosh Kiss was even more ridiculous. Although she was once the most beautiful woman in the martial arts world, how old was her daughter now? However, Song Qingshu stood his ground against the opinions of the masses, and with the integration of various ethnic groups, such as the Mongolian, Jin, Qing, and Xia countries, things like this were common, so everyone left it at that. Zhao Yingluo was different from her two heartless sisters. She was quite dissatisfied with Song Qingshu's replacement, and it took her a lot of effort to coax him back. In addition, there were 9 consorts: Li Yuanji, Fang Yi, Chu Fian, Zhong Ling, Gu Zixian, Jin Bingyun, Dan Yuru, He Taizhou, and Sang Feihong. Although Li Kishou betrayed them, the kindness of Li Yuanji sacrificing her life to save them was still there. In addition, there were many former subordinates of the Li family in the green camp of Jianbei, so it was natural for her to be promoted. Jin Bingyun did not care much about her position. The reason she was willing to enter the palace was mainly to get closer to Song Qingshu, so she could take the opportunity to explore the heavenly Tao. Unfortunately, that guy always brought her to discuss the Tao of human relations. The others had contributed a lot to Song Qingshu's career, like He Taizhou and Sang Feihong, who were in charge of the Jianghu's intelligence network and worked hard to promote Song Qingshu's public opinion. If not for their low status, their positions would probably be higher. There were 13 consorts: Xingrou, Kazli, Shenbijuan, Shuanger, Lan Feng, Lu Wushuang, Qingying, Azi, Pu Cha, Qiucao, Shuixing, Mu Jianping, Luo Bing, and Shi Shengyun. Kazli did not have the title of consort, but she had a special fragrance, so the palace maids privately called her the fragrant consort. Other than that, Huang Rong refused the title of consort Li. She would rather stay in Goryeo and return to Peach Blossom Island sometimes. She no longer refused Song Qingshu's visit, but she was still unwilling to enter the palace. Because of her relationship with her husband's family, and because she did not want to enter the palace to compete with the other ladies for favor, Lady Ruan declined the invitation. Qin Yuanyuan was known as a femme fatale. She was worried that she would bring misfortune and criticism to Song Qingshu, so she did not want to be conferred a title. She was already tired of staying in the harem in her early years. Whether it was an imperial consort or a consort, she had been both. She really did not want to step into the palace again. Another important reason was that she did not want to cut off her daughter Aka's path. She was very clear about her daughter's thoughts. Nan Lan had always been in poor health, and she had not been well since she fell ill a few years ago. She felt that she did not have much time left, so she entrusted her daughter, Miao Rulan, to Song Qingshu to take care of. Qi Fang lived in seclusion in Ma Shipu, not wanting to get involved in any more troubles. Qing Yaojia finally gave birth to a fat boy, which could be considered as fulfilling one of her wishes. Ye Lixian and Aman lived with the Taiyan tribe, refusing the invitation from the messenger. They clearly did not want to leave the plains to live in the central plains. Ah Xiao was specially brought to the capital by her grandfather by Zizai from the snowy mountain. Li Wan often saw Li Macho sighing at home. She wanted to persuade her, but did not know how to. She was considering whether or not she should find Xiao Longnu to be a middleman, but thinking of Xiao Longnu's naive personality, she was afraid that she would not be able to do the job. Li Macho was not the only one sighing. Madame Tang from the Jin Kingdom was also sighing. The Fu sisters also finally knew of Song Qingshu's identity. They held their swords and chased after him for a long time. Hai Wanli and Iluan both loved and hated Song Qingshu. If they met again, it would be more likely that they would meet on the battlefield. On this day, Song Qingshu was reading through a vast amount of memorials. He thought that being an emperor was not as carefree and happy as when he was alone. Suddenly, a palace maid came to report, "Your Majesty, it's not good, it's not good. Concubine De and the Empress are fighting again." "They're fighting again?" Song Qingshu rubbed his forehead and quickly rushed to Kunming Palace. Before he arrived, he could hear Zhou Jirua and Zhao Min quarreling. "Now that I am the Empress, you have to kneel to me." "Pei, aren't you just relying on the fact that you married him first? In terms of ability, who among the concubines can you beat?" "Humph, this is fate. In any case, you fought with me for a lifetime, but in the end, you still lost to me, hee hee. I'm so angry, I don't want to be concubine anymore." Song Qingshu happened to see Zhao Min running out angrily. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Min, don't say that out of anger. I didn't say that out of anger. I don't want to be concubine anymore, I want to be the empress. Zhao Min stared at him angrily. Song Qingshu felt a headache coming on. Humph, I know you are in a difficult position, so you don't want to be the only empress. You can be like our Mongolia, and have more than one empress. Zhao Min said. There is no such precedent in the Central Plains dynasty. Song Qingshu said embarrassedly. What can't be changed? As the founding emperor, you can't change these things? Zhao Min's eyes were red. Oh, you are pretending to be pitiful and seducing me again. Zhou Zhirua came out with a smile. Zhao Min's expression returned to normal. Anyway, I don't care, I can't be lower than this woman. That's not up to you. Zhou Zhirua said gloatingly. Seeing that the two women were about to quarrel again, Song Qingshu finally exploded. Stop quarreling, come with me to the west, there are many countries in the west, I will give each of you a country, not to mention the empress, you can even be the empress dowager. Western expedition? Hearing his words, the eyes of the concubines who rushed over after hearing the news lit up. Although many women don't mind their status, they mind that their sons will be lower than others in the future. But the cake in the Central Plains is only so big, it can't be divided. If they go to the west, it will be completely different. The world is so vast, there is no need for them to fight. In the spring of the next year, Emperor Qisong Qingshu led the army to the west for the first time. The whole world began to tremble. The end of the book. Bestowing concubines turns out to be not a happy thing. I almost can't recognize the word concubine. This book has been written for more than 6 years, it is finally finished. When I wrote the words the end of the book, I trembled a little, for a moment in a trance, I couldn't believe it was true. Thank you to all the readers for your company over the past 6 years, there is no goodbye in the world, this book is finished. My new book The Celestial Land has been published on Zhongxing, now it has more than 300,000 words, if you are interested, you can take a look. In addition, the follow-up will be on the official account, Monk Lu Ru. There will be new chapters on some characters detailed endings, married life and so on. In addition to some of the relatively unimportant characters mentioned before, there will definitely be some chapters for some popular characters. Of course, let me take a break first, I'm really tired. Finally, thank you again for all your support over the years, thank you everyone. Stealing Fragrance Expert's new book, Earth Sex Fairy, has been released, please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. End of chapter 25:16. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.